building in Bilazerva, around 25 kilometers south of Kyiv overnight. Kyiv region Governor Oleksiy Kuleba said on Wednesday. Ukraine has reported a spate of Russian attacks with Iranian-made Shahed-136 drones over the last 3 weeks, which Kyiv says have been repatched, during two by Moscow. Iran denies supplying the drones to Russia, while the Kremlin has not commented. And in business news, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has criticized last week's decision of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria to hike interest rates, saying it portends danger to manufacturing. The committee had increased the monetary policy rate by 150 base points to 15.5%, with an asymmetric corridor of plus 100 minus 700 basis points around the MPR, and cash reserve requirements by 750 base points to 32.5%, while retaining the liquidity ratio at 30%. The Manufacturing Association of Nigeria said the increase was aimed at moderating the high inflation and narrowing the gap between the MPR of 14% and the inflation rate, which stood at 20.52% in August, to improve the level of real interest rate. MAN's Director General, Segun Ajayi-Kadir, said the implications of the embassy's decision portend worrisome negative consequences for the manufacturing sector, some of which include increased costs of borrowing by manufacturers. In line with its promise to invest $1 billion in Nigeria and other parts of Africa, Google has said that it is expanding its network through the Equano subsea cable and building dedicated cloud interconnect sites in Johannesburg, Cape Town, Lagos, and Nairobi. Director of Google Cloud Africa, Neera Patel, who announced the company's intent to establish a new Google Cloud region in South Africa, its first on the continent, at the second Google for Africa event in Lagos, said it is the latest example of how Google is delivering on the $1 billion investment commitment made last year by the company's CEO, Sundar Pichai. Said the new cloud region will help users, developers, businesses, and educational institutions across Africa to move more information and tools online, improve access options for customers, and in turn, create jobs. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.slimex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good morning and welcome to a beautiful Thursday. And interestingly, as usual, on today's program, we'll be telling you what you need to know in the world of sport. There's one sport that's not making waves, but we dig deeper and we brought to you the sport that in the next 10 years, it's probably going to be one of the fast-growing sports in Nigeria. And it's interesting to know that an event is organized for this sport, and it's called cubing. A lot of people wonder what cubing is all about. You still see what cubing is on your screen right now. But before then, I want to introduce one athlete, a player of the sport, Felix Madubuko, who is an ardent follower of the sport. Good morning, Felix.
Yeah, good morning. Good morning. Good morning.
Yeah.
Madubuko.
I also join a lot of Nigerians not to have perfect knowledge about cubing, and I'm sure that it's a sport you participate in so well. Tell us what cubing is all about. Okay, I think we still have... Hello, can you hear me? Okay. While we try as much as possible to get Felix back into... Okay, hello, Felix. Hello, can you hear me? Okay, maybe you just have to unmute your device.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay, thank you very much. A lot of viewers across the globe are really watching us and they want to know what cubing is all about. So tell us what cubing is all about.
Okay, so cubing is basically a puzzle. Yeah, this is a puzzle.
Okay.
You scramble it and then you try to just put the pieces together how it was. So there are bigger puzzles and there are smaller puzzles. So this is the standard 3x3 puzzle. Everybody should have seen this. So it's all about, the goal is solving the puzzle fast, very fast. So this is what a cube is. So the goal is solving it very fast. And then that's what we do.
Yeah, I'm sure that really makes so much logic to those that participate in it. Beyond the box, can you give us a trace of where the sport actually starts from, or the motivation or innovation behind this small box?
Oh, okay. So there was a man here. His name is Mr. Rubik. So he just invented the puzzle. He was just playing around and then he invented it. And then for the most part of it, he couldn't solve it throughout his lifetime. Like, to bring it together, it had to take a lot of solving and mathematical algorithms. So that's what it's mainly all about, algorithms. So throughout his lifetime, he couldn't solve it. But there were after his time, some people took over the cube and then learned how to solve it, learned faster methods to solve it, and then to date, people have been trying to solve it, finding faster ways to solve it, and that's it.
I'm sure, like most sports, is it an individual sport or a team sport, or is it a sport you can play on your own? Because a lot of people still want to know what is the scores and what you have to do to earn yourself a point in this sport.
Oh, okay. So it's an individual sport. You just have to be the fastest in solving it. In whether it's this one, this is a bigger size. This is a 3x3, and then this is a 2x2. So this is a smaller size. I don't know if you can see it. So this is a smaller size. So anyone, you just have to be very fast at solving it. So yeah, that's a 3x3, and then this is a 2x2.
So now, to end a point in this sport, what should I do? Should I just be faster than my opponent, or there's a time?
Be faster than every other person. Yeah.
And there's a time.
Be faster than your opponent.
Okay.
Like a 100-meter race, you all will be doing it. So whoever that comes out the fastest wins this solve, and then that's how you end it. Point.
And that means that there's a time for both me and my opponents.
Yes, there's a time.
So now, what prompts you? What drive you to participate in this sport? Because a lot of people wonder what would probably drive them, or what kind of attribute or talent do I need to have to be able to play this sport?
Okay, so basically anybody can solve it. It's just that some people are more motivated than others. People that love algorithms, people that love mathematics mainly. People that love solving problems. There's some people like I've tried a lot. Like there are lots of things I've tried. Yeah, and then it's just so easy to solve. It's just so easy to do. But then when you hold a cube, the problems, like, it comes with a lot of like logic. It comes with a lot of reasoning. So like people that are mostly driven to like just keep solving, they love solving problems. They end up loving the Rubik's Cube. Like it's a lot of mystery.
I know chess is a sport that has to do with analogical thinking. Is it similar to chess in terms of analytical thinking and problem solving, that you need to stay in front of the ball to solve a lot of problems? You have to think, you have to do a lot of mental thinking. Is it similar?
Yeah, it's very similar to chess. I myself, I play chess a lot too. So it's just people like that love those type of strategic thinking. They would most likely be inclined to this sport, this cubing. It's like that, very, very much like that.
Okay, and I'm sure that how did it arrive in Nigeria, and how much of impact or awareness as it really got into Nigeria, and which part of Nigerians play this the most?
Oh, okay. So I guess it has been in Nigeria for a while. Like when I was it was like 7 years ago, someone taught us how to solve a cube. That was in Lagos. But then if you check mostly online, the people that solve and then are like more public, there are some people in Kano State, mostly people in Kano State. So they solve it. And then I was even surprised myself to see people from Kano State solving the Rubik's Cube. So, but then it's also in Lagos. Like the most recent competition was in Lagos, and then the next one that's coming is in Lagos. So it's also in Lagos, and that's it. We are just like starting, but hopefully we'll get there, and then we'll get more awareness. People will know about us.
Okay, interesting. And I'm sure a lot of people know you're about to right now, because a lot of viewers across the globe probably will be watching you right now. Is there a specification, a dimension kind of cube? Because I know from the little mass, I know we have different dimension of cubes. Is the accessory expensive? Is it something that I can just go to the marketplace and get, or I have to have a specific dimension to get that one, or is that just the only one available for athletes to participate with?
Yeah, it's basically just like every other thing, just like a chessboard or something. You can see it somewhere and then choose to buy it. But then the more you get into the sport, you see the use of buying ones that are better than like the other. You can see randomly at a store. But then when you get into it and then you want to move faster, you won't just get a basic plastic one to move faster. You have to get there are some slightly more expensive ones than the others that you use that basically help your speed, and then that's it. by the time you get into it, you would
Okay,
love it.
okay. I'm sure that apart from you being an active athlete in this particular sport, how about awareness? In your group or the association you belong to that has to do with keeping, how about the awareness? How do you create this awareness to ensure that you are not just the only one or just your friends that are participating in it? A lot of people participate. What role have you played in making sure that there's more awareness about this sport?
Oh, okay. So we just held first competition in like 4 years. Like we just held the first competition in 4 years. So we just put together the vlog and then we uploaded it out there. But this one that's coming is going to be very big. So we just want to use that one. That's tomorrow, Friday. We want to use that one and then fire it out there. We are trying to make a lot of videos, trying to get a lot of sponsors. We are going to be out there very, very soon. Like in next week. We'll be out there next week and then you guys will see it.
Okay, I know, definitely. I look forward to you. But before I let you go, some sport and income, you have to, apart from passion, you earn income from a sport. Can we say this also can be a form of livelihood or something we take on a part-time basis? What do you think of cubing? Is this something I can earn income as a form of livelihood from?
Oh, okay. It's just like it's like a hobby. Like people do dancing as a hobby. People do many other things as hobbies. People also play chess as a hobby. But then maybe it's like a part-time something you would do, and then maybe when competitions arise. But then content creators in almost every single hobby get paid, and then you can also be sponsored. So I'll say you should try and take it as a hobby, like chess or like dancing. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, and I know it will come to a time where if stakeholders, professional bodies, and other the government get much involved, that it will, when there's more competition, then it will not be a form of extra income for those concerned.
Yeah.
So how do you combine what you do? You're still a student, I guess.
Yes.
So how do you combine what you do with this sport? Which of them is taking much of your time? Because it's obvious that you're passionate about cubing.
Oh, okay. The cubing, I just put I can say 2 hours a day into practice. Because I'm very passionate about it. Some people can just choose to put like an hour. Some people that are trying to learn new things can choose to put like 3 hours. So by the time after school, let's assume your school ends by around 3 or 4 o'clock. After school, you can rest, and then towards the evening, you can just pick up your cube and just keep solving, just keep practicing, learning new things. Depending on the hours of the day, depending on how motivated you are at that point in time, you can just choose to keep cubing 3 hours a day, 2 hours a day, 1 hour a day. It's just a hobby that you would always want to improve in. That's
okay. And lastly, I want you to encourage people out there. What are you going to tell them first to be part of this sport? What's the entire debate to make them fall in love with the sport?
Oh, okay. So cubing is a very, 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 very practical thing. Like I know people like to show off. Yeah? Even knowing how to solve the cube is enough reason to want to. Because like I can give you this cube now, and I can tell you like 5K to solve it. I know you won't be able to solve it because it takes a lot of logical thinking to solve it. And then it also improves your mind, your problem solving skills. Trust me, it does. So you will want to know how to do things better, like puzzles. When I see people holding puzzles and they don't know how to get around it, these things help your problem solving skills. And then the ultimate goal, who is the fastest? Like there are people that keep struggling. Like till now, I'm still struggling to get like 10-second times. But there are some other people. So I'm struggling to like get better than them. I want to get 10-second time, 10 seconds, 8 seconds, 7 seconds, 6 seconds. So who is the fastest? Like if amongst a group of people you are like the fastest, it gives you a lot of hype and recognition, to be the fastest in something. So that's it, the drive, and then it helps your mind, helps you.
Thank you very much, Felix, for being part of today's program. Hopefully you, for subsequent programs, you'll be part of the show to tell us more about the sport.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much. Yes, we all think. How fast can you think? I think that's the new spot when it comes to cubing. We all think, but how fast can you think? If you're in the mix of a group of people and you have to solve a problem, we all know the answers to the problem. But who comes first in solving the problem? I think that's basically what cubing is about. Away from that, we go straight to table tennis, where it's about the development of table tennis in the country, where the Efukoya third edition of Efukoya Memorial Table Tennis took place, and it's been an interesting moment to develop table tennis. In table tennis, Nigeria is one of the best countries in Africa, between Nigeria and Egypt, who hold the ace when it comes to table tennis. Across the globe, we have Haruna Quadri representing us. But so that we can have more of Haruna Quadri, more of Olajide Olatayo, more of Funke Oshinaike, more of these stars that have done so well for us in table tennis. This Efuka Dayo, in this report, spoke with young coordinators of the program and also young kids about the future of table tennis. Enjoy this in this report.
The third edition of the Dr. Adegboye Efunkoya Junior Table Tennis Championship held in Lagos saw 64 players from 12 states and 10 clubs participated in a 3-day event. The under-15 competition was concluded in Lagos with Victor Joseph from Kogi State and Aisha Rabiu from Aruna Sports Club claiming top honors. Joseph defeated Toby Adebakin from Ozone Table Tennis Club 3-0 to claim the boys' title and emerge the most valuable player.
The game was so fantastic. The game was, and it was so hard. But I pull up and carry my body.
In the girls' final, Rabiu defeated her teammate Taiwo Akombi 3-1 to lift the title, and she was voted the most valuable player in the female category.
Firstly, I thank God for my coach and my dad for encouraging me for this table tennis. I can't believe that I can reach final at this stage.
The National Junior Tournament was organized by the Foundation in memory of Dr. Adegboye Efunkoya, a former president of the Nigerian Table Tennis Association, who helped grow the sport and produce some of the best players in the country.
The importance of this competition is really to build up the young talents in table tennis. The future of table tennis is the young ones. You have to catch them young. You have to build them, give them the confidence they need, allow them to express their talents, and then give them guidance. That's why there are so many coaches here. You give them guidance in what they are doing. And what the foundation focuses on is two different things. One is developing the talent, and one is also giving them an educational background, to give them grants so that they can have an educational balance, so that they have two prongs in which they are going about developing our future talent in Nigeria.
Well, you and I will know that certainly we need a developmental program at this level. Aruna is up there. Olajide is up there. Those that will take over from them are these ones. After this event, our plan is to take them through seminars, coaching seminars, clinics, and the rest. Because we know that even at this level that we are seeing, it's not enough compared to what we have in the rest of Africa.
8-year-old Shemilore Owoya won the youngest player of the tournament.
If you lose, you can still win the other one. I can win, but I cannot win. Next one I can win. But God knows what to do for everyone. Somebody can lose or win. I want to achieve being the champion. I want to achieve by going to school and playing table tennis.
The annual Efunkoya Memorial Table Tennis Championships is organized to develop and nurture young table tennis players in Nigeria.
I remember when I spoke to Shomilori some years ago. She has been voted the best young player on that tournament. She was probably 3 years. Her mother, also a former table tennis player. So I think if you catch them young enough, like the Williams sister, we'll never know what the future looks like for them, combining sport and education. I also noticed that most dads or most fathers are not just fathers alone. They play a dual role of being a father and a coach. So I think it's up to a lot of people to know that sport is very important apart from the education you give to them. It's, now we go to Osun State, and the ongoing Southwest Zonal mission is going on in Osun State. And what does this mean? The National Sport Festival is coming up in December. And so for qualification to the National Sport Festival, which is our own Olympics, the zones, the country is divided into zones, whereby those in the southwest is going on right now in Osun State to know in what sports would they be representing the zone at the national level. That's the National Sport Festival. So this Lagos State doing so well at the Southwest Zonal elimination in basketball, in table tennis, and many other sports. Enjoy this. Well, we also spoke with the director of grassroots, Moses Kolawole, who has given us what should be expecting at the National Sport Festival in Delta State.
That all the sport that we brought down to this place, all of them is going to take the lead by the special grace of God, because we believe if we come first position, it will be very, very easy for us to compete at the national level, so that we'll be able to get it right and get all whatever we need, and at the same time pull the crowd to tell them that, oh, Lagos is the hub of sport in Africa. I want to categorically thank our amiable governor, that is Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, for giving us an opportunity to be in this place today, because when we look at what is happening, without his support, we cannot be in this place. And that is to tell you that our amiable governor is ready to build the youth, and then to make sure that at least they become a responsible member of the society.
I'm sure that you'll be looking forward to the National Sport Festival, which we call our own Olympics, the biggest sport festival in Nigeria. The last one was in Edo 2020, which we have Delta State winning that. Also, the previous one before Edo 2020 was in Abuja 2028, and yours sincerely was there live from Abuja to Edo. And definitely in Delta 2020 will not be different. We'll be giving you all sporting activities from Delta State in Asaba at your homes while you keep watching Plus Sport. And this is all we could take on today's program. I will always remind you that there's everything you need to gain if you participate in sport. I'm Mudashiru Shitu. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Sometimes when we see celebrities either on social media, television, or in person, we assume they have it all together, but we forget that they're also human. Well, here are some of the low points of some of your favorite celebrities.
Hey, what's up? What's going on? It's Dice Ills, aka Mr. Miyagi, and we're just gonna give a few words to every up-and-coming artist or every dream chaser out there trying to be successful. I started off with just a dream and an undying passion to become Dice. Back in the day, a lot of people told me it wouldn't happen. A lot of people told me my dreams were too big. But one thing that I never stopped doing is I never stopped believing, and I never stopped having passion. And that's what you need to do as well. And when you ever hit success, never forget where you're coming from, because that's the only way that you can stay grounded. So believe in yourself, stay prayerful, and be passionate. One love. Bless.
Truth is, I've always wanted to be an actor in a terrain where people thought, oh, you may not fit in, this may not be the thing for you. I've always been desirous of being an actor, and one of my biggest people mentors, or who I look up to, or the character I want to play, is even playing James Bond sometimes. But it's been a long journey for me. I didn't get here. Last year, 2019, I won Best Actor 2019 for Maya Awards, and I didn't get there all in one day. I've done a lot of things. I've worked in the bank. I worked in the bank for 9 years. I've done real estate. I've sold cars. I've sold lands. I've gone through the highs and lows. And initially, when I told people that I was leaving, I've been doing acting all my life. But when I told people I was going to leave and go full stream and full line into acting, people told me, don't go for this. I don't think that's what you should do. Maybe this is not for you. And it was a tough call to make. It was a tough decision to make. But I eventually decided that I was going to go for it. And I went from audition to audition to audition to audition to audition to audition till I got my first major job. And that led to my second, third, fourth, fifth. And I decided to go and upskill myself and go to film school, in the US. And I came back and I got a fantastic opening, a cinema movie where I played leading man with Omotola Jolade called The Tribunal. So it's been a very, very long journey. But one thing I can say is that whatever path you choose in life, as long as your heart is there, stick with it.
18 years down the lane, I'm still doing my thing as a stand-up comedian and also a master of ceremony. I've been through the vicissitudes of life. It was not like this before. I remember those years when when I was still in Warri, when I would go from show to show, looking for a platform to express myself. Thank God for helps around me, but it wasn't easy. Because I had to convince people that, oh, hey, try me out, I'm funny and all that. I had to trek many times. Even when I moved to Lagos, oh God, I trekked all kinds of distance just to attend shows, just to maximize the opportunities I had. It wasn't funny. I had to squat with squatters. I lived with people that were living with people. It was that bad, but hey, all our stories now. I'm here, and I'm not where I want to be, but I'm not where I used to be. So don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on your dreams. As long as you believe you can do it, yeah, in spite of the pitfalls, of the shortcomings, still move on. Stand up, dust yourself off the feet, off the ground, and move on. All right? There are more to conquer than you have conquered.
There was once upon a time in my life when I was doing this MC work and all these things, hosting gigs, and I did an event. I won't say the name of the organization. But when they say, oh, we'll give you honorarium, I'm like, yeah, okay, great. And it's not a small organization. And when they finished, I got 25K. So I used the money with the love of God, fueled the car, and then kept the change to buy granules, sauce, and got the egg on the road. When it's your time, it's your time. Don't rush it, don't force it. What's yours is yours. What's meant to be yours will be yours. Nobody can take it away from you because you are you in yourself. Know your creator. And that way, you know that your creator did not create a joke. So therefore, just believe in yourself and your time will come. I love you guys. Thank you.
When I was younger, I had just lost my father. And it was at the time when, we had that television that you open and close. Like cupboard, okay? I know that a very high number of people may not understand this. And I came back. Our TV was not there, but our neighbor had bought a new kind of TV. It was colored, and all the kids in the neighborhood were sitting on the floor watching this TV. And then I came back from lesson, saw everyone sitting down there. It looked a bit different from us, and the pictures looked finer because it was colored. And I stood by the curtain, and this lady just pulled the curtains together and shut me out. I felt bad. But I was also a big-mouthed young child. So I went to her and I said, because of me, you pulled the curtains together, right? The next time you look at that your TV, you will see me there. It was a joke. I mean, okay, it wasn't a joke, but I didn't know how it was going to happen. But I just wanted to tell her that she had no right to shut me out. And I went to school and I got this, the principal came in and said, Commissioner K is looking for you. You're going to open up ROS TV. And guess what? When she put on her TV at 4 p.m., 2 months after, I was a continuity announcer who opened up that station. So don't be afraid. And don't worry about how anyone looks at you right now. Worry more about how you see you. Worry more about what you intend to do with you. Worry more about how convinced you are about anything that you want to do. It doesn't matter. People can close their windows, close their doors, tell you to get out, tell you to sit down, tell you to go to bed. It's okay. They are not God. He has a final say. But guess what? You have the final work. Because if you don't work and work towards it, God is just going to stand there waiting. It is what you give to him that he will enhance. I hope this does somebody some good. We're all stars, I tell you. When you look up, you see a lot of them. I'm sure you're up there and shining, okay? So please, put some glow to your own star. Love ya!
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
My mother was a very dedicated Christian. Her faith, she has a very strong faith in God, and that's the way that we were brought up. So my mother's influence, because she started taking me to church since the time I was a baby, and that was how I was influenced to music through the church and the school band.
The other factor that stands out is the fact that there was the rivalry in growing your music. There was the time it was rumored you and King Sunny Ade were not friends, you were not seeing each other. If something was released today, it will release tomorrow and all that. What is your relationship?
Well, I've said this many times.
You have to keep saying it.
And I'm tired of saying it, but anyway, I've said that there was nothing between me and Sunny Ade. I started before him, and he came along to play his own kind of music. I play my own kind of music. He plays his own kind of music. The only thing is that both what we play is called the same juju music. And it was people that were turning whatever I say in my record, and they were turning whatever he says in his record. That there's a rift between me and him. And honestly, there was nothing like that. He used to pay me visit. I used to pay him visit too. So, but when the rumors were gaining much ground, Adelu Akisoya and Ike Dairo, they saw me and they told me that we need to call both you and Sunny Ade together. We're hearing you are fighting. I said, fighting? No, there's nothing like that. They saw him, they said, there's nothing like that. So that's how they summoned both of us. They said it again in presence of two of us. I said, there's nothing like that. Like that. So, but the people were turning What they were doing that, there was nothing between. It was Adewale Akinsoye and Ekedayo that said, okay, this is what you people are going to do. Both of you record a record, Sonny record a record, dispel that there's no fight.
And that's the end.
And that was it. So, what? Until today, people still refer to it.
Yeah, but even recently, both of you performed in
yes.
the show.
Yes, we did Oleku together. Yes. And so there's nothing, it's good relationship.
And talking about performance, there was this generational collaboration.
Yes.
Simi
Simi
sang your song.
Yes.
And you participated in it. What was that experience like for you?
Well, Simi is my daughter. And she's a very nice musician. When she started years ago, she told me that when she took permission, that she wanted to sing in Mexico. And I gave her permission. And I'm happy the record that record did very well. So it is that Mexico that we both now do collaboration. And people like that, like it a lot. I feel happy because Simi is a very cool-headed artist. And I love all the artists. They look onto me as father. And I keep that father relationship with them. So there are more to be expected.
Very good.
Because since after that release, there had been
requests.
Yes.
Last year, 2020, there were different kinds of rumors. There was a particular one, obey this, obey that, what's going on? People who even knew that I was close to you say, kilo shelesi, baba, and all that. What really happened?
There was nothing. I was not sick. There was nothing. Nothing happened to me. I was with Bishop Olani, my son, and Pastor Larry Obe. Yes. And both of them just instantly, hello, nothing's wrong with my daddy. I'm here with my daddy. There's nothing wrong with my daddy. Okay. Larry was, their phone was just, Daddy, they have come again. No. 5 times within a month. But thank God.
I trust in God too. Now, I'm going to tell you this. I am type 2 diabetic. I am type 2 diabetic.
Yeah, same thing with me.
A lot of people don't like talking about their health status. Why? What kind of advice can you give people?
No, you see, I have said it out. Yes. I said that there's nothing about me that I want to hide. And I didn't do that. I've been a diabetic person since 1974. 1974 to this time is
47?
Yes. And the doctors always say that I manage it very well. But it's not me, it's God. Well, I believe so much in the power of God. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. I use the medicine that I'm supposed to use. And diabetes can affect your eyes. Yes. It can affect many things. Yes. And that's the challenge, the only challenge that I have. I have done many cataract operation, but I'm well, I'm okay. People rumored at the time that I was blind. I was not blind. Yes. Up to now, the color of your cap, everything, your flesh, the skin, everything, I see everything. What you place in your hands, I see everything very, very clearly.
Yeah.
So the only thing is that it affected my walking.
Yeah.
It affected my walking. But thank God, we are working on it and we shall overcome it.
Amen.
Once you can manage it. Yeah. So that's the most important thing.
Baby mi jọ̀wọ́ jẹ́ ká jọ mí ọgbọ̀dún. Àyà tó mọ yá yìí ló ń ṣe kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Bẹ̀lẹ́gàn bá ń tàn ẹ kó má ṣe gbà. What's the story behind it?
Well, thank you for asking the story behind Olomingbotemi. This is going to give me an opportunity to talk about that part that I've never been saying much. I want to talk about women in my life, which I've never said as I'm going to say it now. Women in my life started with my mother. I'm so grateful for the role that women have played in my life. I'm thanking all mothers, all women, for they are so special. And God have used them. My mother, starting from my mother, Abigail Indemola, wonderful mother. She's the one who made sure that I became what I was supposed to become in life. She showed me love, discipline, and everything that she put me through made me what I am today. That's my mother. My late wife, Juliana Olaide, Fabi, the right wife that I needed. But I must say this, women in my life, before I became what I am now, as a musician, I shared my own part with women. The love of musicians, God is the one, I believe God is the one who put it in the hearts of me. You know, between Saul and David, when David killed Goliath, it was the women that started singing. They composed songs that they were praising David, that David killed thousands, while Saul killed less than. The enmity between Saul and David started by that. It was women. It is what the women saw that they highlighted. That is the life of a musician. You know what led to Olomingbotemi? I have a girlfriend that is called Abike. Then I was moving around. We used to move around nightclubs. We play all around. Then there was this woman called Ashake. You know, I mentioned Abike, Ashake. This woman, Ashake, is older than me and saw me. I said, Ejo Einda. I said, And she said, Ejo, Baba Olomamba Ingerui. Money already come by me. And she gave me 10 shillings to give my Baba. I've never met her. I didn't talk to her. God has his own way of sending people to you. I said, I used to give my Baba 1 and 6. I said, thank you. I will give her 1 and 6. Then he brought another £1, said, take this, sir. But this 10 shillings, give it to the barber. Ó máa ń tún ẹlẹ́dàá yín ṣe. Ìgbàkigbà tẹ́ bá ti ń kọjá báyìí, tí n bá ti rí yín. Bí wọ́n ṣe ń gẹrun yìí, mo kàn like it. I didn't talk to her. She was older than me. I took the, I told Baba, God have bless you. One woman said, I don't get me, tell her that. Tell me to tell you 10 shillings. I wanted to give you one and see, but she gave me my own. Me and Baba, the Baba, we joke. That was any time she said, Egba, boom, Baba. That was how the woman became my girlfriend. Do you know this woman? When I wanted to buy instrument, I told the woman to borrow me, and I thank her so much. And I promised I paid her. Then and I kept the money, £84. Thank you very much. Oh, this is your money. He said that. He gave me. What am I trying to say? She played that part. Immediately after that, till today, I've never set my eyes on that woman. So by the time I was about to record, Abike was my girlfriend. I added Ashake. Olómi jọ̀wọ́ o jẹ́ ká jọ máa gbádùn. Àyà tó mọ́yá yìí ló ṣì kẹ́ ọkọ rẹ̀. Pẹ̀lẹ́kan bá tàn ẹ̀kan bá máa ṣe gbà. Ìdùnnú ńlá ní fọkàn káyà kó mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oríire ló jẹ́ fáyà tó bá mọ̀ kẹ́ ọkọ. Oní tèmi Àbíkẹ́ ni gbọ́ tèmi. Gbọ́ tèmi bèbí gbọ́ tèmi oyè òun lónìí. Àbíkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o, Àṣàkẹ́ o. That's
the story.
So, like I said, God have sent women to me in my life, and women have played very prominent roles in my life. So that's why I can never forget mothers, and I can never forget women. I can never talk about women in any bad way, but thank God that God finally delivered me from all that one. And the sinner of yesterday later now became a saint. That's what Jesus Christ can do. Mm-hmm.
Okay, finally, sir, as somebody who has been there, who has the kind of experience you have, you became a star at 15 because you formed your own band then. Looking at today's music scene, how would you advise the musicians, the performers, the artists? What would you say to them to guide them in this path, the path that has been very illustrious and profitable for you?
Well, to musicians, I want to say, number one, they must be ready they must have God, they must know God. God is the only one that they can depend upon, who will show them and take them to whatever height they want to attain in life. Then determination, hard work, commitment, that is it. When I was doing all that, we were not expecting money. It was just my hobby. And that's all I just want to do. In my record, ọmọ kékeré ọjọ́ yẹn, wọ́n ní kí ló fẹ́ ṣe, ó lóun fẹ́ lùlù, ó lóun fẹ́ kọrin. Màmá bẹ̀bẹ̀ títí ọmọ kọjá lẹ̀ o. Láìpẹ́ ọjọ́ ọmọ di chief commander òbí. So everything, they should just depend on God and work hard. What I see nowadays, the younger ones, that they are just running about after money. No. If they can solidify themselves, making sure they get the grip of what they want to do, using their gift, their talent, people will know them. In our own days, you know, you play our records, you do all that. This generation, they beg, they did everything to make sure their records are played. It was not so in our own time. How much do we need to give you people? You are doing it. You are looking for our records. You are promoting it. But they just want to be known. And thank God, we have quite a lot of talented. You only need to work hard, and God will see them through.
Okay, and finally now, I want to thank you, Chief Commander Ebenezer Obey, for coming.
You're welcome.
On this program. You're my very first guest on this program, Timeless Conversations. I want to make you a promise. We're going to be back with you next year, God tarrying, and even providing for you, giving you good health, and ensuring that we have people like you who will still guide us in the entertainment and performance industry in Nigeria. Thank you all for watching. Bye.
Sites like these have become commonplace around Lagos, Nigeria's commercial hub. Street beggars looking pitiful, others stretching their hands, calling for alms or scuttling for limited meals or gifts handed them by gracious passers-by. However, Lagos does not seem alone in this. Ibadan, an ancient city in Oyo, southwest Nigeria, isn't left out. The pace-setter state also has a teeming number of beggars, many of them immigrants from Niger and Chad. Halima is a 37-year-old mother of this kid. Daily, she heads for the streets to make a living off street begging.
Some people they give me 10 and some people they give me 20 now, 15 now. So the bar is for Yoruba where they sell rice.
She tells us that her street begging business pays off a lot in Nigeria.
Nigeria good. Nigeria they give us food, they give us clothes, they give us everything. Nigeria is fine, nothing in me. Nigeria is good. I don't stay in Nigeria 3 years.
Now back to Lagos at Jagunle precisely. A suburb dominated by low-income earning Nigerians is where we find Fatima, a 15-year-old who migrated from Bauchi and was introduced to a life of street begging by her auntie.
My mommy don't have money. The money where she don't have, where she give us to eat. She don't have money but put us for school. Why she come there begging?
She is not alone. Her 54-year-old mom had also taken to street begging for survival. She recounts how tales of green pastures had made her migrate from her home state of Bauchi. She tells us her experience.
Da yara bakwai kuma ba da kuɗi shine masababin na taho Lagos. Har ne wannan shekaru ina nan Lagos.
Well, for this mother and daughter, an intervention made all the difference.
Ba ni da jari ne. Ba jari. Shine yasa nake yi kuma wannan oga shine yazo shi yace in daina yin bara in kama sana'a in bayar yara na biyu makaranta na bashi yara na wa'annan guda biyu makaranta.
Currently, the begging system in Nigeria is structured, in a way that these beggars are most times being imported from the north, to beg, and there are those who they remit to.
A 2013 survey posted by Science Direct indicated that the total population of beggars in Nigeria stood at 12.4 million persons as of 2013. The Northwest hosted 41.1%, the Northeast hosted 28.2%, the North Central hosted 12.9%, leaving Southern Nigeria, including the Southwest, the South-South, and the Southeast, with 17.8%. Today, Fatima is enrolled in a school, while her mum runs a petty trade.
Shekara ta 25 a nan Legas. Ina zanne wannan ya ce shi wannan oga ya je ce bara ba kyau. Na ce bara ba kyau oga ya ce yi. He na ce ni na barbara na kama sana'a. He ce ki ban yaranki makaranta. Shine yara na guda biyu na bashi makaranta suke zuwa makaranta. Yawwa. To kin ji mu garinmu muna Bauchi a ƙasar Bauchi muke. Kuma garinmu jama'are lokal garinmu shekara ta 55 yawwa to yanzu dai muna nan muna maleji a nan kuma a cikin hakan nan ba mu samu jari ba jari ba mu da jari amma muna nan muna maleji.
They are thankful, but together they feel that street begging is wrong.
Make them find another work. That beg is no good.
Well, unfortunately, their gospel doesn't seem popular for these crop of beggars found on the other end of Lagos Island, Ajah precisely. For these ones, life seems to be about waking up each morning, hoping to get alms from sympathetic passers-by.
Kuma gwamnati bata iya mana ba. Mun zo muna fama ga wahala ga rana ga yunwa ta ishi.
A cikin yaran mun da baban mu yayi fani ne babba. Duk wanda suke bayana duk kanana ne ba su san komai ba. No, another bed. I no go bed. I go give my daddy. May put me for school.
Jigawa. Wahala ce ta kawo mu mijina ne ya mutu shi ne ya sa na zo ni ba kwan ne ya sa na zo ni ba nema na zo ni ci da baki na
diba fa kaina
ba ta iya ingilishi ba
wa diba kaina ba mu ni yunwa shekara ta guda.
Some of these passers-by think that street begging constitutes a nuisance.
We Nigerians are the ones that are still making these guys be on the road. Okay. Normally, we should not give them money. We should stop giving them money. You understand? When we are giving them money, then we are supporting it. Okay. So when we stop giving them money, they will move.
Since they beg for, let's say, quite some time, and I think they should try and raise up something and delve into one business or the other rather than begging it.
Why do people take to street begging? We spoke to a psychologist.
Begging starts from environments where there's deprivation from basic amenities and where there's poverty. However, once the habit starts, it becomes a disease of the neural system where it becomes self-replicating. Once a person goes on the roadside and asks for alms and that person's behavior finds expression, the normal way the brain works is that habit or that behavior now becomes habitual. It's a self-replicating habit, and so several people who tried the first time and they were able to get a few naira from that begging habit, they will be chasing that feeling. There's a feeling that comes from begging and getting someone to give you alms.
In Lagos, the number of child beggars and adult beggars, experts say, runs into over 1,000, as it would be recalled that earlier in 2020, some beggars numbering over 1,000 blocked the entrance to the Lagos State House of Assembly and the governor's office to protest against what they termed undue harassment and arrest by officials of the state government. With three northern states of Kano, Niger and Nasarawa recently banning street begging, the Lagos State government may not have officially banned street begging, but has constantly wasted no time to reiterate its position on the zero tolerance for street begging.
It's illegal. In Lagos, the law does not tolerate it. There is a law that is against street begging, and we are trying to enforce the law. We are actually enforcing the law because anybody who is caught doing street begging in Lagos is going to face prosecution, and if they are kids, they can be taken up the streets and taken to centers. If you are brought before a magistrate for begging, you can be fined up to 30,000 naira, or you can be sent to 1 year imprisonment.
Some schools of thought believe that if people were not given to street begging, there wouldn't be beggars on the streets.
We should give to beggars, but not those who have the capacity to work. If you want to look at it, you need to find what is the definition of a beggar. Is it somebody who is incapacitated, or is it somebody who has just chosen begging as a lifestyle? If it's somebody who has chosen begging as a lifestyle, no. But if it's someone who is incapacitated, if you go to other climes, they have people who are incapacitated, but there's a way they are taken care of. If Nick was in Nigeria, he would have been a street beggar. But today, Nick is far richer than some industrialists in this nation. Why? Because there are nations that have provided some sort of support.
So what does religion say about street begging?
According to the Quran and the Hadith of the Prophet ﷺ, we are told that we should earn a living in the most legitimate way. So Islam does not encourage street begging, doesn't encourage begging at all. Yes, Islam encourages zakah and sadaqah, which is given to those people in need, but not to people that are able-bodied, that can actually work and earn a living. So we don't Islam does not encourage begging. Like training is a good place to start. Education, educating them to make them understand that even the Islamic religion, because you see that a lot of these people, they've been brainwashed thinking that it's okay. And even in Nigeria, because even now, we look at the people that are begging on the streets. People literally beg everywhere now, even on social media. You see people going on social media to beg in a way that maybe you call it a sophisticated kind of begging. So I think the first thing is education, to educate those people that it is not acceptable. Even the religion that they practice does not accept it. It's totally unacceptable.
Some people have made a life out of begging. No, that is not scriptural. The Bible said, he that does not work should not eat. But let him, then secondly, let him that steals steal no more, so that he can work, so he can have to give. So we are permitted to give to beggars, provided that, or let me put it this way, we should give to beggars who are incapacitated, not those who have the capacity to work. If you've got the capacity to work, go and work.
The state government considers street begging as unlawful, but what is being done to contain it?
There are centers that they are being taken to any time they are caught doing that, and they are taken to those centers, and they are being fed there, they are being clothed there, and the government is totally responsible for their upkeep, so that nobody is encouraging a street begging. But anybody who is found taking off the streets 1 or 2, 3 times and is still doing it, the person may go to jail.
Can street beggars be rehabilitated?
I've worked with a particular person who had access to get a job years after begging, but because that has become habitual and that feeling is always, drives home that fulfillment, the person declined the job at the expense of a paying job, because the brain had been wired to get a reward for not doing anything. Yeah, they can be rehabilitated into the society by therapy and coaching. Therapy to help them alter that way of thinking, coaching to help them so that they can charge after the goals in an unstoppable manner. They certainly can be rehabilitated, but it takes work. And it takes the desire of that person to want to stop that habit. No matter how professional the therapist or the coach they're working with is, if they're not determined to leave, it will be difficult for us to ride on that energy and make them break free from that particular habit.
With governments at all levels working towards the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal 1, which is ending poverty, we do hope that the number of street beggars in Lagos reduces remarkably.
Religion and the state, on diversity, freedom, and neutrality of justice administration. Feed the hungry, visit the sick, set free the captives. These words were from Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him. A house divided against itself can never stand. This saying goes for any group, community, or entity that refuses to accommodate differences. In the light of recent happenings in Nigeria, it is obvious that there is rivalry from ethno-religious intolerance, which is humongous threat to a unity and diversity. This is evident in the recent case of Deborah Yakubu Samuel, a student of the Shehu Shagari College of Education in Sokoto, who was killed in school premises with accusations of blasphemous utterances. These insane acts and other violent acts like terrorism, bombings, kidnappings have proven that the nation is tilting from a secular state to a state threatened by a religious and tribal intolerance. Section 38(1) of the Nigerian Constitution, as amended in 1999, clearly states, every person shall be entitled to the freedom of thought, conscience, and religion, and as such, no religion should be imposed as superior to others in the state. At this rate, our diversity is no longer seen as the glue that bonds us together, rather, almost a menace to our coexistence. Blasphemy is an offense under Islamic Sharia law, effective across Nigeria's 12 majority Muslim northern states. Section 204 of the Nigerian Criminal Code stipulates a 2-year imprisonment for public insult on religion. Nonetheless, charges of blasphemy are typically brought by Muslims against Christians or other Muslims. Blasphemy laws seem at odds with Section 38 and 39 of the Nigerian Constitution, which guarantees freedom of thought, conscience, religion, and expression. Even the United States Commission on International Religious Freedom has declared them, that is, blasphemy laws, inconsistent with universal human rights. Now, the question is, how can we uphold freedom of expression while respecting other views or ideas with respect to ethno-religious concerns? Perhaps considering these processes may be a pathway to this question and managing our diversities. Empathy, building actionable framework in public spaces that addresses ethno-religious issues. Accountable religious and traditional institutions. Religious and traditional leaders or rulers should be peace brokers in time of crisis and should be responsive while being held accountable for their sermons and actions. Political leaders should always act in the best interest of the nation and not in their personal ambition. Educational institutions should instill the right ideas and knowledge that promotes human capacity and tolerance. Government should be neutral in administering justice, promoting policies that strengthens our common coexistence while managing our diversity as a nation. Let us ponder on these words by Adam Grant, an organizational psychologist and best-selling author. It's hard to keep an open mind if you don't have an open heart. You don't have to agree with what people think to learn from how they think. You don't have to share their identity to be curious about what shaped it. Treating people with civility is a prerequisite for discovery. May the soul of Deborah Yakubu Samuel and other victims of ethno-religious conflicts rest in peace.
Amen.
Amen.
It's so sad. I don't even know what's this kind of thing as a parent. You know, it just breaks you because you're thinking this could be anyone's child. You've sent your child to school. You've brought up this child up to the age where you're now thinking, oh, this child will soon be able to go into the world themselves, and one day you hear this terrible news. Worse still, I think, is the fact that you never get closure, do you, with mob actions and things like that, because there's no one to hold accountable. So you don't get closure, you don't get justice because of the government's inertia to prosecuting the people who do this thing. How do you then not wake up every day just angry at life and angry at the things that life has thrown you?
Yeah.
You know, when you're talking about the religion and what comes to mind is how people think that they need to help God. God is God. Okay. You know, everything just baffles me.
Yeah.
God has the power to just strike anybody dead if that is what he wants to do. He doesn't need our help. And when you think of the atrocities that people have committed in the name of religion on both sides of the divide, I mean, when you think of in the olden days when people were burnt at the stake for what they believed in, like what you said, Elijah, you know, just that inability to allow everyone to believe in what they believe. My belief doesn't have to infringe on your own belief, and we don't have to believe the same thing. May the soul of Deborah and all the people who have gone, you know, before her, may it rest in peace.
Amen. What you just said about like my belief is my belief and your belief is your belief is still in our Quran, and we read it every time. It's on the first 10 pages, first 10 surah. And we read it, we say it every time, like your religion is yours, mine is mine, do yours, I'll do mine. It is there, we know that. So I'm not even going to speak on like that they did it because of Allah or they did it for Islam. They did it because of their own I don't know.
Closed, myopic.
It's not for God, because you read it every time. When you read the first 10 surahs, the shortest 10 surahs that we read, you read it every single time. Your religion is yours, mine is mine. There's nowhere that is saying that their religion because of their religion.
I didn't know that.
It's there. It's there. So, but I think, do we not think that it is lack of humanity though that we are facing? All over the world, actually, but more so in Nigeria, because we are here. It is lack of humanity, because when you put anything above humanity or above your human conscience, then you feel like anything goes. If as a human, I can't empathize with you, or I can't say that if I do this to you, it will hurt you, then, and I'm saying, oh, because of God, even if it will hurt you, God permits me to do it, then like, it's our humanity not like, I feel like our humanity is dead in this part of the world.
Definitely eroded and dead.
Well, I think it's a matter of incitement and wrong or toxic sermon. Now, I have so many Muslim friends, even from the north, called Fulani Muslims, my good friends, good ones, very good Nigerian citizens, good Muslims. And I had the opportunity of interacting with a sheikh. He's a scholar. And he sent me some messages on WhatsApp. He gave me some quote from the Prophet, peace be unto him. He said some things and then I went to the internet to do some research. I found out that the Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, actually had Christian businessmen he transacted business with. He visited Jewish that were sick in his community or within the vicinity he had a Christian or a Jewish person was sick. He goes to visit them and show care. So I don't know where they get all this their idea from. So I think it's incitement, wrong, hateful, and toxic sermon. This is where the government need to monitor.
Absolutely, that's what I was going to say. That government in action has helped to perpetrate these things. If at any point in time, any of these things, because this is not the first time these things have been happening, but at no time has anyone been brought to book. If at some point the government or government agencies have come up and say, this is what this person did, and this is, because murder is murder. Yeah. There's nowhere where the law says that, oh, you can kill somebody because they said something nasty about you. If everyone were to go about killing people who said nasty things about them or things they didn't agree, I don't think there would be any human on earth standing. People, I just blame the government. In Nigeria, I blame the government because I don't hear of this thing. Obviously, I don't know everything, but I don't hear of situations like this, even in core Muslim countries that there's just
common.
mob.
Yeah.
Then I believe that the Sharia law will take its course.
Yeah.
And so so what's happening is there's no law. Even the Sharia law is not taking its course, because I want to assume that you must at least be found guilty. And you must at least have stood in a court of your peers or whatever to be adjudged guilty, and then a sentence passed. But that is not happening because the government is ineffective.
These people cannot be judge and jury in their situation. And this is an opportunity for me to say this to our leaders, especially those from that side of the country.
Are they listening?
One of them in particular, I won't mention his name, is a presidential aspirant. He's tweeted.
Can you imagine?
Lack of being responsible. So I'm waiting for them. What's
he doesn't stand for anything.
He wants the vote.
You should
He's lost everyone, actually.
Stamp your foot down and say
He
this
wants
is
the
wrong.
vote.
So it's good. Let's condemn it. And this is where I actually applaud some of the Muslim scholars that called him, like a popular sheikh. I think that was Sheikh Gumi or so. He said he was condemning and he gave instances that this is wrong. So please, let's preach peace. Let's preach love. Let's preach harmony. And let's be accountable and responsible for our country. Let's promote humanity. They say the humanity and the covenant of life is more important than anything. Whether you kill for religious reasons or stealing, you kill somebody because it's true or whatever.
Or for love.
It's wrong. Yeah, of course. If you say so, like Romeo and Juliet kids. But let's try to promote humanity. We are not in the medieval era. What era is that? The Viking era.
Just kill anyhow. Kill and go.
No, it's just wrong. All right. Up next is Ife Dolapo. Stay with us.
Running away, aka Japa, the new normal. At first, Japa started as a joke, but it very quickly became the norm in the past 4 years. Nigerians travel out to search for greener pastures and security. Families are separating very early on. Parents are separated from their kids. Siblings are torn apart. More than looking at the pros, can we look at the cons? Can we talk about the root cause of this new norm? First, governance. It's no news that we've been unlucky with our choices of leaders this past decade, and we can see that clearly in the current state of the country. If this is one of the major reasons that people japa, what then should we be looking to hear from incoming government officials? What new promises will convince people to stay put and not consider leaving this country? Economy. The Nigerian economy is a mess. We are in the dark era where payout stays the same, but the cost of living keeps going higher. The value of $1 to naira is now at 610 naira per dollar. We are consuming more than we are producing and still heavily dependent on other countries for our finished oil and food. No independence in sight. How will such an economy convince people to stay and not japa? Value of life. We all know that the value of life in Nigeria is equal to 0. No 911 or emergency response units to come to your aid. In fact, if you do get some good Samaritans to come to your aid, there's no assurance that the hospital will have space for you or have oxygen tank. Once you are in a ghastly accident, you can see the end in sight with little or no hope. How then will such situation convince someone to stay and not japa? Security. Insecurity in Nigeria is at an all-time high, from mob killing to SARS and police officials harming instead of protecting, to help robbing and killing their bosses because they know they can get away with it. You could be driving back from work and get stabbed inside your car. You could walk down the street and have your bags snatched by little boys, not much older than 14. You have to stay in constant paranoia, otherwise you become a prey. How will such insecurity convince someone to stay and not japa? Opportunities. After spending years in school and coming out with a first class, what jobs or type of living is available to you? Many a times we've seen first-class graduates become bond sellers or POS merchants. No opportunity to practice what they studied. No opportunity to earn a living from it. How then will such a situation convince us to stay and not japa?
Well, I'm going to respond to you. You have made your argument, and sadly it's true, unfortunately. the only way out of Nigeria, I'm going to point out 3 major things. Number one, managing diversity. Just like I said before, there is something I discovered in a documentary from the United Arab Emirates. Do you know that the government is intentional about enforcing unity and diversity, managing diversity among Christians and Muslims? There's a mosque in United Arab Emirates within churches that is called Mary, the Mother of Jesus Mosque. They named it because of, in honor of the Christians around that area. Because they are trying to tell them that we have different religions, but let's stick together and make the country work. If Nigeria can manage diversity, I guess our insecurity issues will reduce drastically, because most of our insecurity issues are due to ethno-religious problems. We know there are other things along the side, and the other one is structure. We need proper structure in the country, and our MDAs need to function so that they can have policies that will support local businesses and be an enabling environment for foreign investments, that people can come and invest in this country and provide opportunity for young people. It's not wrong for anybody to leave any country if you wish to. After all, people leave America, but to other countries, reasons best known to them. But in Nigeria, it's because we have this mindset that many people have this mindset that if you don't leave Nigeria, you won't make it. I don't know that you've interacted with millionaires.
Are they wrong?
And they are not
Are they wrong?
Yeah, in a way, it's programming. It's mental programming.
No, it's not programming. I just listed like 5.
Yeah,
I said
based on the
government,
situation,
insecurity. Can you take them one by one? Like, we are going to vote next year, 2023, yeah? We are going to bring a new governance. What are they going to say to us that will make the youth want to stay back and not go? Like, these are some points that I need you to be able to say to me as a youth that I might be considering Japa. Like, what are they going to bring to the table? Insecurity. I could live here now in my car. Once I get stuck in traffic, I'll be scared for my life because anybody can bust my window. What are you saying to me that would make me stay, knowing that that situation can happen? Like, I think you are being
Elijah,
I'm very
I think that your response is so academic.
Yeah,
it sounds like something that you're supposed to just
we are coming from an ideal situation, so I'm going somewhere.
No, because you sound very academic.
Yeah,
I'm going somewhere.
This is our reality.
So I want you to get to where you're going so that I can say what I want to say.
Vocalize and stop the decks of the government. These people, they go out, they see how outside this country function, and they are happy to go buy properties there. When they come back, they leave the country the way it is. Whether you like it or not, build houses and have 10 million houses in London and the US, and we have many Nigerians jackparing. Let me use that language. We still have to care for our country because it's our country. You go.
Unfortunately, unfortunately, Elijah, actually, Nigeria ceases to be their country once they get to that country and they get the right of, on whatever you call it. Because you see, I'm home and I do not have the rights that should be accorded to me as a citizen.
Yeah.
And then I go to a foreign place, I am welcomed, I get a job, security is paramount, I can pick up the phone and call 911, I'm sick, I can call the ambulance. Nobody is asking me to pay up front before they look after me.
Yeah.
What is not to Japa?
That is why I said the structure. The government have to pay attention to structure, responding to 911.
What government? What government?
The government of the day. That is not. We have our government.
So in my mind, I'm
Some
thinking,
of them are sabotaging.
I don't know who those people that you're talking about. I don't know where they are. I don't know whether they've been born yet, because I'm thinking in my newspaper, I'm reading about some mighty figures. 1.9 trillion naira that somebody just ate. 9.5 billion, 410. I'm thinking, my goodness,
billion.
All this, and then you are saying the government. Which government are you talking about? I don't understand. When you've said what you said, no, I'm sorry. Yeah. When you said what you said, all those things that you were listing out, I just felt like just lying down and just crying. That's what I feel like doing, because. And this is me who loves Nigeria. This is me who has been hopeful for my 50-something plus years that Nigeria is going to get better. Every day I'm thinking Nigeria is going to get better. But now I do not have even a moral justification to tell anybody who wants to leave not to leave. Because what are you, you're talking about the ideal, but there's no ideal. There's no ideal. I can't, anybody that wants, I call it escaping. All the people who are escaping. So I don't say they're relocating. I'm like, they're just escaping. And I'm like, can't I just follow you and just escape with you?
And I'm going to give 2 scenarios that are personal to me. So I have a cousin. She wasn't good in school at all. She wasn't good at school work. And then no matter how they disciplined her, no matter how the lesson teacher we brought, that just wasn't her distance. And then when she finished secondary school, before she wrote Japa before the result and all this thing came. During that interim, she was working for a restaurant in Lagos, doing for an internship or whatnot. They were paying her peanuts, but just so she does not sit at home before university result came. But then her mom was able to work something else out. She was able to travel abroad. When she got there, she joined a female soccer team. She's doing very well. She wasn't good with education. She was good at soccer. With soccer, she's able to send money home to her parents. With soccer, she's like, if she was here in Nigeria, she's like, there. That's the opportunity.
I can imagine how bad they made her feel here.
We don't have that structure.
That's the opportunity I'm talking about. Now, education didn't work. You see an opportunity for something else to work. In America, you see work that I'm an influencer, and that's what the person does, and they're making a good living. Is there that opportunity yet? That's one scenario. Second scenario is this girl going home from work. She was driving, she passed through our Eco Bridge, traffic held her up. And then this guy said that it was a girl driving, only her in the car. They busted her window. He wanted to stab her in the neck, but she was able to put her shoulder just to get a phone that you sell for 20,000 naira. Are you telling me if that girl, which we've already told her she should travel, if that girl comes to you and say, what do you think? Should I just put all my savings together and leave? Are you going to look at her in her eyes and say, no, still stay and fight? Like, what's the rationale behind saying that someone like that should stay? Like, I just don't understand it. And I'm bringing this up just so that I can be convinced, or maybe you have something to say that won't paint the picture as bad. Because I have a brother that's finished university that is sitting at home. And getting the job for what he studied political science. Getting a job to fit that, it's not happening.
So that's another thing.
I don't understand.
That's another thing. You know, like, so I know for a fact that when you're in a Western country, they don't really care about your university degree. Because I have 3 children that have been to university and all that. Nobody cares. Because whatever job you get, they're going to train you for that job. So in Nigeria, they like, you must be a lawyer, you must be a... My daughter, when she did law, and then she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. She's actually doing her master's and is in law school, but she decided that she doesn't want to be a lawyer. So she's got a job in compliance. She's had to learn everything from scratch, but she will soon be like... you know, that is her core.
Yeah.
The fact that she has a law degree has no bearing on what she's doing now.
Well, I wouldn't say education didn't work for your cousin. I think it's the kind of education. Even why she what I'm saying is that why she was doing her soccer stuff there, because that environment, their concept of education is not like our concept of education here. Yeah. Our education is go and read book, get certificate. Their own education is solving problem.
It's practical.
And being fit to where your passion lies. That's education. So you won't say education didn't work for
No, I'm not. No, don't get me wrong. I never said
academics.
I didn't say education didn't work for her. I said if she was still here,
she would be languishing.
She will be a shadow of herself.
Demoralized
with nothing to show for herself. In just 4 years that she has moved, she would even send me money.
The education they worked for her. I know our problem is structure.
Very clear.
I think the question you were asking is, what can somebody say to you
to
convince you to stay?
Like what?
I personally, like I said, I have no moral. I cannot ask anybody to stay, and that makes me sad.
Yeah.
Because I believe in Nigeria. And I love Nigeria. And my fear is, what's going to happen to these children who are growing up, and even the ones that are unborn?
Yeah.
The best of Nigerians' brains. They're just living in droves.
Yeah.
Every day you go to the hospital, you ask for your doctor has Japa, your nurse has Japa. Only the hospital is still standing. Everybody who works there has left. And it's sad because they're living to better. You can see that they're living to better. Yeah. So the only area that I will agree with you is, until our government gets up and do something. You know, I've thought of, can't somebody just come like a Rawlings and just do the Rawlings? Or
Donald Trump.
I'm just like, somebody need to go.
We need to get your PVC. Let's start with that one first.
Yes.
Get your PVC.
You're right.
The only action is I cannot
Okay,
convince
okay,
you. I will tell
PVC.
you, get your PVC
Elijah,
vote
okay, PVC.
next year.
Who, Peter Obi has just absconded to another party.
He has not yet
So
entered that party yet.
okay,
He
who is
left
APC?
He
Okay,
has
look
to
at
enter that
APC
way.
and tell me who they're bringing that even if you had your PVC, you would
Or you
want to
would
vote
vote
for. And that's what
Yeah.
she's saying. Who amongst these people are we even going to say, oh, this person can save us?
You know, in
I don't see a
politics,
Messiah.
anything 24 hours is quite a very long time for anything to happen. So let's watch and see what happens.
Okay.
While we hope that the parties will bring forth good, credible individuals. Get your PVCs. That's only what I would advise. If you complain about Nigeria, if you ask me, get your PVC. That's all.
We will.
I have my PVC.
Let's try.
I have my PVC. I have been voting since democracy restarted. I have been voting. Sometimes I have voted for people knowing that this person is not going to win, but my conscience would not allow me to vote for someone that I know that they probably cooked and that person is going to come anyway. Ife, I don't know. I cannot tell you not to Japa. I'm sorry. I can't tell. I don't think that anyone can tell anyone right now. Even parents are like, please, Japa, you get their sent for me.
That is why I said this thing has become from reality to ingrained in our mind that we just believe that the country cannot work unless you Japa. These same people that are causing problem in the country, when they go out there, they respect their system. They respect their system and they
so why do they not? Why are they causing? Because the government will not. No, because the government will not enforce any laws.
Which the government? I'm talking about the
the
in government
constituted authority. Okay.
Which are part of the people. They have their family members abroad. Many of them have second citizenship.
Yeah, absolutely.
When they go to those countries, they do very well.
There was a bill.
But when they come here, they just believe it's Nigeria.
There was a bill that somebody was trying to pass recently, I think Sejus Oguns, in the House of Representatives, where he was saying that they should ban, children of public office holders going abroad to school. Of course, they knocked it down because they know that they have not put anything in place to make sure that their children stay here. And that is just as everything else in Nigeria. It's just sad. I'm just at the point where I'm almost, I don't know if we're even allowed to say this on TV because, I mean, we should at some point be able to encourage people and be like, oh, this is Nigeria. But I'm just so sad and I'm getting to the point where I'm just losing hope in this country because the people that we have elected to build, they seem to not care or want to. What comes to my mind is there's this place in the Bible where God was telling one of the kings and saying that, oh, because you did this, this is what I'm going to do to you. And the king was like, it's okay. You are going to do it after I'm dead. It's not me who is going to suffer for it. And I can just, it's my children, so it's okay. I won't be here.
Yeah.
But you must care about what happens to your children.
Leaders
but they
think
don't
about
think
the future. Politicians think about the next election.
We only have politicians.
Many
in
people
Nigeria. We don't have
just
any
go
leaders.
focus
We
on
don't have
themselves.
leaders. We don't have any leaders.
I want to become president.
We don't
I want
have
to
any
become
leader.
governor. You destroy the system, and when you are done, you carry your family and go to America to go and stay. Then the country suffers. That's what happens now. That's what happens.
Yeah, I think I brought up this topic because I have my answer.
You're about to Japa.
No, not because I'm about to Japa. Because I'm a startup founder, and there are other startup founders that I'm friends with, and we are building for this country.
So you're staying?
Because
are you staying?
Because if the government won't do it, then we are doing it ourselves.
Absolutely.
And what we are facing now is that they are bringing up regulation to block what we are trying to do. But still, regardless, we are doing it because we like Japa, we like move out of this country to go and live in another country. No. But we like move to we like go to other countries to see what's going on there, and then come back to still continue building out my team. Yes, absolutely. That's what I'll be doing. But we like take my siblings out of this country. Of course, they are going to leave this country. Will my children be born in this country? No. But we like stay in this country to build out my startup with my fellow startup colleagues. Yes, I will.
If they will let you, because being an entrepreneur myself, I don't know how any government would make it so difficult for humans to thrive and help them. So I am an employer of labor. And I'm thinking, I am helping the government because these are people who otherwise would not have a job and will constitute again to a problem or nuisance for the society. Is the government helping me to achieve this? Are they helping to make sure that I succeed? No. Diesel, you cannot do business without diesel. the diesel is not to be hard, or it's to be hard at a price that is too high.
Yeah.
Is there power? Is there electricity? No. So again, you think to yourself, is there security?
Our brothers sit at home.
So we are paying taxes and all. Then where I live, we have gates almost at every street. So we're still paying estate dues for our own security again, because the government has refused to provide security. So we're providing security. When transformer gets fault, we're buying transformer. It's just too much, and it's just wrong.
Yeah.
Just imagine what is happening now. I'm just trying to imagine the brilliant ideas that Governor Soludo talked about before he became governor. Now he's there now. He's trying to make it work. Look at the way they are frustrating him.
They become
redundant. He's now fighting from sit at home to, they beheaded last week. You heard of the
woman
lawmaker?
Okay.
No, I'm not even talking about the lawmaker that was beheaded. His head was, I think we're in Vikings, and they hanged his head on his stick.
Oh my God!
Before they killed that woman and her children in Anambra State.
In Anambra State, nobody has been brought to book. Nobody has been brought to book.
People are scared there. The governor has brilliant idea, but now it can't work now because you see how the state is. Now the Igbos or the indigenous that are outside, doing well outside, I hope they will come back to set up businesses.
When they see that, they're not coming back now.
Yeah, they can't.
They'll be scared of coming back.
They cannot come.
So again, I think that the psyche
if you go to the
everywhere.
north, the same thing. So
our psyche needs to be rejigged. I don't know. It's like they should just give birth to every Nigerian again and put something
Let
in
me
us.
throw a little bit of humor. So
Okay.
Yoruba people to the rescue. If the east is burning now and the north is burning now.
This is not lobbying. So Yoruba people have their own. We all have. We all have our own.
We just want the party.
We just want to party. We just want to party.
And shout. That's all we want.
But let's not be fooled by the fact that you think Lagos is really exclusive.
We don't know, obviously, what she's talked about. Those are.
But to do that, we really need to learn how to capture the essence and the beauty of Chinese heritage while we chase this urbanization and modernization.
Perhaps bamboo, which is fast growing, strong, and beautiful, is the best metaphor for Peggy's vision for China.
Bamboo is really symbolic of the type of nature that we need to preserve in the cities as we urbanize. We need to bring to life the soul of bamboo, but in our concrete jungles. The single step that led me on this journey was actually an accidental one. Chinese have this saying, it's called 缘分 or fate, and I really feel like juice has been my calling.
Katie Myler founded Liberia's first tuition-free school for underprivileged girls. Building educational infrastructure in Liberia was challenge enough, but she soon faced something more formidable: Ebola. A great leader presses on in even the most difficult of situations. That's exactly what Katie did during the epidemic. Fighting on the front lines against Ebola was worth the risk because it meant protecting her girls.
I think that no matter where you go in the world, we are humanity and we're all the same. Each of us has a calling in our life, and for whatever reason, I was brought to Liberia when I was 23 and I saw a need that I knew that I could do something about, and I couldn't turn my back on it. Liberia is a beautiful place, but it's full of struggle. It was a country that has been devastated by war.
In post-war Liberia, 2/3 of the country lives in poverty. Only 35% of children are in school, and 42% suffer chronic malnutrition.
You know, I think I do see myself oftentimes in these kids, and whether that's right or wrong, it's the truth. I think that's empathy has a lot to do with, what drives me. And I grew up poor in America, but despite the poverty that we lived in, there were safety nets.
Katie started the More Than Me organization in Liberia to provide some of the support she had.
It's about living for something bigger than just yourself.
You studying hard? Yes. I want to see you people reading plenty. It's important you can read well. If you read, you can teach yourself anything you want.
We focus on the most vulnerable young girls in Liberia, specifically in a slum called West Point. It has one of the highest rates of child exploitation, sexual exploitation in West Africa. We have our own academy for these young girls. Our mission was really to make sure that when they graduate that they have real choices. They can decide what comes next for their own lives. We believe that no young girl should be on the streets, when her biggest dream is to go to school.
As More Than Me Academy wrapped up its inaugural school year, the Ebola outbreak hit and shut it down.
There's a baby on the verge of death.
Katie turned her school into a first response unit to aid Ebola victims at Ground Zero.
I had spent 6 months on the front lines fighting in the community. People were afraid. Businesses shut down. International organizations left. It was scary. I was afraid for the lives of our students. To be honest with you, I was afraid that Liberian existence was at risk. So we coordinated ambulance responses and worked with the Ministry of Health to hire nurses and medical staff.
I will come and get you. You will be okay, okay?
We rescued and took care of orphans that had been abandoned.
Take care of you. All right?
Ambulances took as long as 4 days to reach Ebola victims. Katie cut that time down to 30 minutes.
When I talk about Ebola, it's still pretty raw. There's definitely moments that will never leave me for the rest of my life. One was this little boy named Charlie. I remember, I left people laying outside of the holding center just dying. I felt like vomiting. I felt like I had to go back, so I did. I went to the grocery store and I bought ice cream and I bought toys. And I went back later that night and I went looking for Charlie. I handed out ice cream and toys and sang and prayed with people as they were dying, squashing through the vomit and the blood. And I found Charlie and I put a blanket on him. It was time to go and I was like, I can't leave him here. And so I left and I never saw him again.
In the wake of Ebola, Katie's looking beyond the epidemic to help aid Liberia's recovery.
What's scarier than Ebola is what happened before Ebola and what will continue to happen after Ebola is out of the news. Unless you fix the infrastructure of the country, starting with basic education, nothing is going to change. You're just treating symptoms.
Katie's focus continues to be on education.
I'm working with everything that I have to make sure that we rebuild education in Liberia so that we can protect our girls and the women of Liberia long term. It's about coming together with different people and joining hands to make sure that we do everything that we can, to create a more beautiful world.
I want to know that my life has purpose.
I believe we all have a blinking light inside of us, and that light leads the way, and I'm following that light.
I'm gonna take you places, show you faces that you've never dreamed.
Sharon Bhagwan Rolls was in Beijing in 1995. Galvanized by the experience, she has made it her life's mission to give the women of Fiji a voice. Sharon provides women with access to radio so they can broadcast and promote gender equality. She empowers women and girls to make decisions so they can be heard on the island and around the world. Sharon is an agent of change.
We love this country. We've got from the beaches to beautiful mountains, we've got this amazing geographical structure that you don't have to go anywhere beyond Fiji to enjoy the Pacific.
Fiji's landscape may be beautiful, but it has one of the largest gender gaps in the world, according to the 2014 Global Gender Gap Report.
Decisions aren't being made for or by women. If you look at all our governance structures, traditional, local, even parliamentary, we haven't seen any change in addressing the gaps in decision making. So that's a big problem politically.
A problem rooted in the patriarchal society of Fiji.
We are women. We stay in the village. We will respect the elders. When they talk, we have to keep them well shut. Yeah. We want to be empowered because as women, we got all these powers, we got the talent, we can talk, we can raise our voice to be heard.
To give women a chance to express their viewpoints and share their stories, Sharon launched a community radio initiative in 2004.
On Fem Talk 89 FM, I'm Sharon Bhagwan Rolls, and it's time for a special program, our Lambasa Women...
Sharon used a simple yet powerful tool, the suitcase radio. It's both portable and easy to use.
It's literally a whole radio station in a suitcase that weighs up to about 20 kilos, and we've been able to travel around Fiji into rural centers and taking our community radio station to women in the communities. It's meant that the local issues have been discussed. It's just given women that chance to talk, to speak out, to overcome those traditional barriers of participation and decision making, and to value their voice, and for us to demonstrate that you don't need to be highly educated to have something to say. Regardless of who you are, your voice counts.
My issues, there are times I face discrimination. When I talk, they seem to think, oh, she's disabled, who is she to talk to me? And there are times I cried, and it's just a big challenge for me.
Sharon turned the suitcase radio into a platform for programming central to Fiji's women's movement.
If I just look at women's programs, you suddenly had women's programs with DJs or personalities reading recipes out of Women's Weekly, rather than we still needed assistance in terms of the development issues. So the poverty of information is that the airwaves not being dedicated to the kind of information that could liberate women, that could alleviate some of the poverty that they experience.
We are left out. We need more workshops whereby women to be taught how to live in a society where issues like budget to live on a $20 to $30 a week, to live on what they can produce, right? To share one another's burden.
Thank you. And you have been listening to Fem Talk 89 FM, coming to you live from Nandi.
Today, a network of volunteers is taking an active lead in FemLink Pacific and its radio station.
This week, 32 women leaders,
It's been bridging the divide between what's in the capital city and not being heard, and that opportunity for women within their communities from where they live to talk about issues of local priority, but when you connect it all, is a national agenda. I firmly believe that the more women are participating, not just in decision making within the women's movement, but in broader civil society, in all governance structures, we can have a more peaceful country and a more peaceful world.
From her earliest days in Japan, Dr. Sachiko Kuno has trailblazed her own path and created her own opportunities. Dr. Kuno's love for science and sheer determination drove her to break societal barriers. She co-founded a multi-million-dollar pharmaceutical business that spans from her native Japan to her home in the United States. Now, Dr. Kuno pays her good fortune forward to inspire the next generation of innovators.
My journey started in Kyoto. I think Kyoto is a traditional city, but at the same time, very innovative, creative city. Kyoto has some sort of power to inspire people to think about something new.
Dr. Sachiko Kuno infuses Kyoto's power into everything that she does. Trained as a biochemist, Sachiko and her husband, Dr. Ueno, discovered life-changing glaucoma drugs. She defied the expectations of her times, beginning at Kyoto University.
I entered into the Faculty of Engineering and Technology, so that I was only one female among the class, and the 50 people. Expectation in the 1970s for the girl or the women in Japan is definitely to grow as a good woman and to be the good wife and to be the good mother. I felt there's some sort of loneliness or that to be isolated from the other people.
After relocating to the United States, Sachiko and her husband established successful biotech companies. What began as a way to express their love for art and science grew into the creation of the S&R Foundation. The S&R Foundation in Washington, D.C. inspires innovation and empowers excellence in arts, science, and social entrepreneurship.
So this is the ecosystem which can be given to the young social entrepreneur to think about and how they can achieve the challenges and to solve 21st century problem. We are supporting fearless social entrepreneurs and who are thinking to change the world.
Diana Sierra is one of these fearless social entrepreneurs. She is a fellow of the Foundation's Halcyon Incubator, helping those looking to change the world for the better. Diana created the social enterprise Be Girl to overcome menstruation stigma and empower women and girls. Be Girl designs affordable and reusable sanitary products for women and girls everywhere, including these students in Ethiopia.
Menstruation can be a very simple thing for some people who have access to proper management materials, but if you don't have them, it could be a burden, a huge burden. So we want to have a better understanding of the type of challenges that girls face and make things better.
I had a dream, I had a vision. I wanted to keep girls in school.
You said that you miss class, right? When you have your menstruation. Tell me how many days you miss and how and why.
Some people I always miss like 3 days.
Sachiko's S&R Foundation is helping make dreams, like Diana's, a reality.
Here you have an infrastructure. You have the business plan, you have the chance to pitch to other people and show them your project, get advice. It's an amazing platform for entrepreneurs to really take their ideas to the next level.
I was supported by many people when I was young, and many people who believe in my talent and capability and potential. So I just want to do the same thing to the next generation.
India's infant mortality rate is among the world's highest. As a child in Mumbai's public housing, Dr. Arpana Hegde saw firsthand how a woman's health declines if she can't get access to information. Her novel approach turns the universal mobile phone into a prenatal care device for expectant mothers. Dr. Hegde's use of modern technology is closing the gaps in India's healthcare system so that women and children can thrive.
This is my favorite spot in Mumbai. You know why that is? It's a great equalizer. It is a spot that gives both the rich and the poor solace. You'll have the biggest millionaire sitting next to the poorest person from the slum of Dharavi, and they'll be sitting in silent communion.
But the rest of Mumbai is marred by inequality. Dr. Aparna Hegde realized this early in life, growing up in a lower middle-class neighborhood as a daughter of migrant parents.
The one striking part of Mumbai city is extreme disparity of the human existence. However, it's a city where every dream is possible. The only thing you need to do is to keep going. If you stop, you're mowed down.
Despite the odds, Aparna kept moving and became a doctor specializing in urogynecology.
The city of Mumbai gave me everything, and I really want to give back.
Aparna decided to give back to Mumbai by addressing the huge divide in healthcare information available to the haves and have-nots. While working in an overcrowded public hospital, she realized that information can be a lifesaver for pregnant women living in the slums.
When we were sitting in these antenatal OPDs and they were extremely crowded, 200 women waiting outside for us, and I had no time to counsel them. And I would see that because of lack of access to counseling, women would not come back for antenatal care and only come back to die in labor.
The lack of information to India's urban poor is a major reason the country has high rates of maternal and infant mortality.
A woman dies in childbirth every 10 minutes in India. 2 newborns die every 3 minutes in India. More than 300,000 infants do not live for more than 1 day after birth. So I realized that, I had to do something to give them information. And then I suddenly realized that there are, maybe these women had phones. There are more phones in India than toilets. So why couldn't I use a phone to reach across to her in a cost-effective manner with the information she required?
To provide simple yet life-saving information to poor pregnant women and mothers with mobile phones, Aparna started the non-profit Arman and a program called M-Mitra, or Mobile Mitra.
Mobile Mitra is an automated voice call service that sends timed and targeted preventive care information directly to the phones of the enrolled women through pregnancy and infancy and their chosen time slot and language. We also have a call center. If a phone number has changed or a time slot has changed, a woman can give a call to our call center and a call center personnel calls her back.
फ़ोन से मुझे पता चलता है कि क्या होने वाला है क्या नहीं, तो इससे टेंशन नहीं आता।
यम मित्रा से हमको मतलब मेरे वाइफ को तो बड़ा बेनिफिट हुआ है, मतलब उसको पता चलता है कि क्या-क्या होने वाला है, क्या-क्या केयर करना पड़ता है।
Access to preventive care information and access to health care is a fundamental right that I would like every woman and child of India to have access to.
To realize her dreams, Aparna has expanded the program to rural India.
So we are going right now to Solapur. Solapur is a small town in rural Maharashtra, which is around 450 kilometers from Mumbai. The need for our services is more in rural India. The hospitals are very far. Transportation to the hospitals is very difficult. And when you go to the hospital, care is apathetic. So we convert village women into health entrepreneurs. So they go home to home and provide this care after work hours. And these health entrepreneurs are taught to do antenatal and infancy care, along with performing diagnostic investigations like blood pressure, hemoglobin, urine test. In rural India, in addition to voice calls, we've also added animations because animations help involve the whole family in the healthcare of the mother and child.
In just 6 months, M-Mitra has reached over 80,000 women. Aparna plans to reach 1 million women in the next 3 years.
And when I went back to Maharashtra this time, and some Arugya Sakhi came and told me that she had named her child Maitra because she knew that Mobile Mitra had actually ensured that her child was healthy at the time of birth. It really inspires me and makes me feel hopeful for what is possible, because for all India's problems, things are possible here.
These women from around the world are leading the way to challenge the status quo and motivate the next generation.
They're doing their part to close the gender gap, empower women, and create a healthier future. The 4th World Conference on Women in Beijing ignited a movement. These women embody the progress made over the last 20 years and continue to be part of that journey. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step.
I think one of my proudest moments is that I was lucky enough to go to Beijing, to be part of that journey, and to now know that the journey has been moving ahead.
Equality can't happen overnight. There are steps. One of the first major steps is educating, providing education, literacy to women and girls all over the world.
If women are empowered and they're included, economic development will have a much, much better chance to advance.
We are still on this road. Some of us are farther ahead in the progress we've made in our countries. Others are farther behind, but we're all on this road together.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Hello and welcome to One on One. My guest today is Omaomi Ugbe. She's the managing partner of GLG Communications, a leading PR and reputation management firm serving global brands out of Lagos. She works with individuals and organizations to achieve their communication goals, building bigger and better brands. She holds a postgraduate degree in media and communications from the Pan Atlantic University, where she was the overall best graduating student. Thank you, Omaomi, for joining us today.
Thank you.
Thank you. So congratulations on being the first female elected president. How does that feel? What's it like?
Oh, well, of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, right? It feels great. For me, I've always seen myself like a kingmaker, right? I would help the people get there, not be that, you know. So yes, I've also always been in the for 6 years. I've been a member of the executive committee of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria. Started as deputy head of PR and comms, and then became the head of PR and communications, and then did it for two sessions back to back, right? And then president. Feels great. I know that it's work, so.
Oh, nice, really, really nice. So we'll talk more about that. But let's talk about life coaching.
Right.
So, in as much as I would say it's quite like popular in Nigeria, it still feels like some people just consider it just like motivational business.
Right.
Tell us more about it. Why is being a life coach, why it was needing a life coach why is it important, and is it more than just a motivational business?
Speaking.
Yeah.
Yes. There used to be, thankfully these days with, more publicity, more information, people understand. Before now, people used to, Larry Lushola is mostly recognized as the person that pioneered the life coaching industry in Nigeria. And so he used to tell us then that when he started, people would be like, oh, you're a basketball coach, a football coach. Now people understand when you say you're a coach. They know what that means, right? But no, coaching is not motivational speaking. They're two different things. Motivational speaking, anybody can be a motivational coach when you have some things. You really just help people with some positive words. You are speaking to groups in the public or through your social media, just helping them feel pumped, just like the word motivate, right? Feel pumped. You go get the day and all of that. But coaching is a set of tools, it's a set of processes, right? And it is really just helping you move from functional to optimal and even to exceptional. So a coach does not tell you that wake up in the morning, brush your teeth and do this and do that. No, they help you find the answers from within yourself. They're giving you questions. So you say, I don't know what to do, what university to go. Then they ask you, what's important for you at this time. What do you want to achieve? They help you to bring out the answers. And it's more lasting. It's not ephemeral. It's, you feel good because you know that this answer is coming from deep within, from your subconscious, from your inner being. And it just helps you. They help you to see your blind spots, really. And so you don't have to have a problem to need a coach. Yes, you can need a coach when you have a problem, but even if things are going well, you can move to better, to best with a coach. So yeah, that's the difference.
Okay, so especially this climb where everybody now claims the life coach, how do I identify a good one from a quack?
Right. First thing is a coach should be certified.
Okay.
Just like,
By
you
who?
can't just have...
Because I get a lot of CVs and bios now, and I'm seeing NLP. They have NLP.
Coaching is different from NLP.
Okay.
Right? So a life coach is, you're certified to become a life coach. You have the certification, you've been trained, you have the tools, and you also have a minimum of 50 hours of coaching that you experienced, that you've done first. That's like the basic, yeah. And, just like with medical doctor, you have a doctor, you can then decide to become a gynecologist or a pediatrician. That's the same thing with coaching. So the coaching is the generic, you do that first, and you can then decide to say, okay, I want to be a business coach. I am a sales coach based on your niche. That's choosing the niche based on maybe what you like or based on the demands that you get, so you can then branch out and study more into that area and just help. But the coaching gives you the set of tools, the guidelines, the processes to help people. And even so, yes, to know, the person needs to be certified by an accredited coaching institution, right? It's not just that where did you get your coaching? I'm certified from where, so first you want to be able to know that, and this is why the importance of the Life Coaches Association of Nigeria, right? It's been accredited and certified by the CAC, the government of Nigeria, to regulate, to standardize the coaching industry and the practice of coaching in Nigeria. And, so we're working towards where without your certification, you can't practice. For now, it's members and some people we know, but you can't be a member if you're not certified. You're not aspiring to be a coach. No, go get your certification, then you can come. And from an accredited institution, and you have your practice. You've done your hours of coaching, just to get that experience, even if it's free, that you coach people. It's not that you brought 10 people together and you said you coach them. No, there's a process. They have your logbook that you follow through. And you have a contract with the person before you do the coaching. There's a contract. And say, that you give to your coachee or your client that we're coaching for 3 sessions, 6 sessions, 10 sessions, whatever. Usually a minimum of 3 sessions because it's not magic. It's a process, and you need to trust the process and follow the process to help people based on the desires that they want to have. And you set a goal. What are we going to achieve with this coaching that we want to do? If you say, okay, I want to, get promoted in my office from this to this, how do we get there? They look at the different things. What are the opportunities? What are the threats? And then what else? The coach just helps you to bring out, what do you need to do? Okay, I have to be studying 3 times a week. They find for you and say, okay, we've seen that this thing is really delaying. These are some things that are stopping you. They're helping you to see the different things that are really hindering you from moving forward, And that's just the way that you're not going to see. PwC found, they made a research and they see that now more than ever, more entrepreneurs, more career professionals are requiring coaching than before. That's the importance of coaching.
So, okay, is it necessary as a life coach you have like your own business? Because I also feel like before I can submit myself to you to coach me, you must have been running some sort of business or some sort of organization that I can see the progress before I come to you. How does that work?
What you're talking about is mentoring. Coaching is not mentoring. A mentor, takes you, they're helping you walk through the path that they've been before, through their shoes. With a coach, the coach is not involved in the process. is not, so they have like a 360-degree point of view. They have a third person. They're not bringing their opinions into, to fore. They're helping you see. So it's a tool, but regardless of whether of course, it helps when you see that the person is successful, but when they know, just like when you do, I don't know, in chemistry, when you have like a catalyst that is helping you, but they remain unchanged or something like that. So it's really not about that. When you're able to see that this person knows what they're doing, maybe, if you can check for some feedback, reviews about them, that's great, right? So regardless whether they have 5 billion in their account, doesn't mean that they can't help you get that. They're just going to help you bring the best inside of you.
Okay.
So it's a set of tools, it's a process that they're going to follow that you do not have, but they have, that they help you to see. But it's really they're helping you to help yourself, to bring out the best. Yeah.
Let's talk about linguistics programming. I hear it a lot, and like I mentioned earlier on, I see it in a lot of CVs. What is it? What's that training about?
Right.
And what does it do for an individual and even a coach? Tell us more about it.
Right. Neuro-linguistic programming, like the name suggests, neuro, usually speaking about the mind, the brain, and then linguistic, language, right? So it's really just it's like the language of the mind, using a set of strategies, a set of conscious strategies to help you to boost, to adjust your behavior, communication, right? So it's communication, behavioral, and all of these things. So neuro-linguistic programming, sometimes a lot of, people use neuro-linguistic programming, people in marketing, you don't necessarily have to be a coach to use NLP. People in marketing, sometimes they're using sales. Have you seen this movie, Focus? Will Smith was in it.
Yes, I have.
There were a lot of NLP there. If you see all those things, when they were just setting the tone and creating things, those are NLP things. Just able to manipulate, but, that's people using it for the negative, right? To manipulate and all of that. But NLP is really, it helps you to be able to use your subconscious, also to communicate better, So they're different, like human resources, if you're in sales, as a leader, you have all these things. Really helps you to know. Sometimes you're also able to take a third person point of view to come out of a situation, even as a leader, to be able to help your team better and not just put yourself in it's not, even if you are in this situation, you're able to remove yourself out of it and see, and then you're able to understand not just the things that people are saying, but what they're not saying, because it's psychology. It's it's a communication of the mind. You're able to anticipate some things. You read their body language. We find that we're communicating more. True. Somebody might say, Fumi, I'm not angry. You didn't do anything to me. I'm okay with it. But you're able to know by their demeanor, by the way they've positioned themselves, by the way they've closed themselves off of you, that they're upset. This NLP helps you to know. And as somebody who's in business, you're able to serve your client better when you're able to understand them more, understand the things they're saying, the things they're not saying, and you're able to listen. Sometimes when you listen to someone, because of the power of NLP and coaching that you have, you know their pain points. And when you know their pain points, when you solve people's problems, the more problems you solve, the more money you make, the more results you get, isn't it? And that's the beauty that coaching, that NLP brings to the table.
Okay, so Omami, let's talk about women. I've not seen very many female life coaches in Nigeria. Why is that so? I
think, you have talked on two things, right? I think generally women are less, we put ourselves out there less than men do. There's, Stanford University has the results, they've done the research, even Harvard. There's so many researches that confirm. Even I have done some of my own qualitative research just to see, and based on my work as a PR consultant with my clients, the men are more vocal about their achievements. The women are more reserved. They want to keep things. They don't go for stuff, so there's that part. So men, they're more, and also there's the whole programming again, it's just the environment, your nurture. You can't do more than you know. You can't do more than you've been programmed to think. So it really takes a lot of unlearning and reprogramming to get to that place. When people are telling you a woman is supposed to be seen and not heard, a woman, you know, there's so many people who have grown to be that way. And then our society, not just Nigeria, even abroad, we're not ready. We're not comfortable with hearing women talk about their achievements, about themselves. We're not. Okay. And so you have to. So that's why they say, oh, she's too loud. She's too loud, too proud. But for men, they say he's assertive. He's an astute businessman. You know, it's true. But for women, she's too abrasive. You know, how can a woman be that? You know? And so women are able to, they want to protect themselves, but there's that confident level. So yeah, there's that part. But there are women who are you know, doing well as coaches, who are top there. For example, with the ICF, the first president, you know, was a woman. Also, our society would also like to get advice from men more. You know, a man will be like, what's a woman coming to tell me?
So why is that? Then how do we break? Because this like leads to my next question about, you know, women shying away from publicity and branding. So what do we do? What do women need to do to ensure that they get the same regard, respect from, you know, from everybody across board? Because I also feel like that even will affect pricing for the female life coaching. Like, you know, I'm not going to pay you as much as, because I feel like this guy, even though if he doesn't know anything that he's talking about, will, you know, deliver more than even the female. So how do we, you know, break that barrier? What do we need to do? We just need to keep, you know, pushing, keep doing it, and keep being there. Because some, like I said, there's some organizations that will be like, that's, you know, we don't want a woman to come and coach our CEO or our general, that sort of thing. But we just need to keep putting ourselves out there. It's all about perception. Perception is greater than reality. What people see is, it colors how they see. You know, how people see colors what they see, right? And also, how you perceive a thing is greater than what it actually is. You know, so we need to build that. We just need to keep pushing and keep building as women, talking about putting ourselves out there. Don't be scared to talk about your achievements and the things that you've done. As long as you talk about it from a place of solutions, a place of service. It's not bragging if it's true, right? So we need to do that and be comfortable in that. There was one lady, my work as a PR person, where they'd done an event. She's been there many years. She's done this beautiful event that we've done for them. We wrote a post-event article, and she was like, I feel like this article is saying this is hyping too much. It's feeling like a lot of hype. And I said, okay, let's go through this thing one after the other. Somebody in my team had written the article, right? And I said, let's read it together, me and you. Did you do this? Yes. Did you do this? Yes. Did you guys achieve this? Yes. Did you guys achieve this? Yes. So is this article hype? No. I said, you see now. She said, thank you for making me see my worth, for making me see my value, for making me see that, yes, we did this, for insisting that we're, a lot of people are not comfortable. Even when I'm booking some people, when clients are saying, we want this person to come and speak, this coach to come and speak, even amongst men, like you said, they will say, I said, no, this coach, because I'm a coach, I know that this person is actually will deliver this topic more than this person because he is more versed. He has to say, no, I want this person because he's maybe verified on Instagram, he's more vocal, he's this and all of that. We need him, we'll pay him more. Then maybe we want to pay this person 500,000, we'll pay this one 200,000. But this guy has more, he's more studied, he's more, he has more certificates, he's good. But they want to his perception. So you have to build, you have to invest in your PR. You have to build your reputation, your personal brand, even as a coach, regardless of the industry you're in. You definitely need to because it helps you. Interesting. Okay, on that note, we'll take a quick short break. And when we return, we'll be talking more about this publicity and branding. Stay with us. Thank you for staying with us. You're still watching One on One, and my name is Fumi Unwajefe. I have with me Omao Miogbe in the studio. We're talking about women and publicity and branding. So let's talk about publicity and branding. How do we draw the line? And now I speak as female. That how do you draw the line between getting proper publicity and branding and then being all over the place?
I think the first thing is purpose. When you don't know the purpose of a thing, abuse is inevitable. So it's important to understand the purpose of why you do anything. Sorry, back to coaching. This is where coaching comes. It helps you, right? So even when you're setting a goal, it just helps you to know that, okay, I want to, for example, you say, I want to be more known as maybe a broadcaster, a thought leader in the broadcasting industry, for example. So that's a goal. That's your purpose. That's why you're on there, right? For somebody else, it could be, I want to be more known on social media as Fumi, a beautiful girl, or I want to grow to become an influencer, a fashion influencer. How do you do that? So you have to, so it just helps you. The first thing is understand why you are on social, or why you are doing publicity, which is important, why you need PR, which is why it's very essential to meet a PR professional because of the strategy. Understand the strategy first, right? You know your purpose, why you're there, and then you create a strategy, and then okay, how do we now achieve? These are the strategies. We have 3 strategies that we want to use. These are my desired objectives. Then we create a strategy, and then we say, okay, maybe because it's professional, I'd say post on my LinkedIn every other day. So I'm not posting on LinkedIn every day. I'm posting 3 times in a week, and I'm posting on Instagram maybe every day if I want to grow. But you need to know. If you say, okay, I want to grow my following, you know that, okay, I have to post every day, for example. Do I have to post once a day? Do I have to post 2 times a day? When do I have to post? Who am I speaking to? Who are you? You want to know. Who are you going to be speaking to based on what you want to achieve? If you say, okay, I want to be known as a thought leader, a broadcasting thought leader in the industry, so you know that, okay, you're talking to young broadcasters, aspiring broadcasters, and even people, all stakeholders in broadcasting, right? Also people who employ, maybe you were looking to change jobs and get a bigger job, so there's all of that. And that will now inform the things you're telling them. Because you need, whatever it is that you're posting needs to be relevant. How is that shining the light on who you are, on your person, and also mostly on the people that you're communicating to?
Right. What does reputation management mean, and how important is it?
Right. So I'm going to give a very granular definition, right? Your network is who you know. Your reputation is who knows you and what they know you for. So what do people say about you, and what do they know you for? So if they call your name, would they say, that one, that does so and so, so, and that. So you need to be very intentional about building your brand reputation. And what's the first step in creating that reputation is, firstly, knowing who you are, and then what do you want to be known for, so that people will know you. Because if I don't know you, how do I buy from you? How do I buy regardless whether you're selling a product or a service or yourself, regardless, we're all selling. Even the doctor is selling. So the reputation, even with hospitals, you're like, okay, this brand, where they say, if you want to do for children care, go to XYZ hospital, because they built a reputation in that. Which means in building a reputation, don't be all over the place. Don't be, for everything. Be known for something or a few things. Build expertise for something. So that's where you're building a reputation, you're getting known. Let me also give you another formula for reputation. Okay. Results times reach equals to reputation. You can be the most, excellent doctor, the most brilliant student, right? Or whatever it is that you do in your field. But if you don't have reach, there's no reputation. The greatest tragedy for a brand is to do something great and nobody knows that they did it. So you want to, in whatever you do, first build expertise, deliver results, but multiply it with reach, buffer it with reach, boost it with reach. talk about two-faced. I always talk about this two-faced two Baba sons. Say, if nobody talks about you, then you are nobody, right? What are they saying about you? What emotion? At least be evoking some sort of emotion from people.
Okay, well, so in that, let me now extend to this follow-up question and say that, well, how do you now ensure that in trying to build a reputation and ensure that you are, you get good reviews, you do not become a people pleaser? Because I don't want to become a yes person, so that when people ask about Fumi, oh, she's nice, oh, anything you tell her, you just go and tell her this is what you want, and you get it and everything, and then that goes around. Then being a more, how do you now draw the line? Say, okay, I'm an assertive person. Some people will like me, and some people will not, and we'll get, the work done.
When you talk about the bad side, it's also about crisis management, for example. So sometimes, with brands, especially like corporate brands, organizations, or even celebrities or public figure, when they're good, they have something. Let's even look at the Will Smith slap, for example.
Yeah.
Right? And you're like, whoa, that was his bad side, right? So how do you manage that? That's crisis management. It's part of brand reputation. It's, and so with your brand reputation, you don't just build for now. You also have a plan, you have a strategy to build for when things are bad, for when things go bad. And also with what you have said is your authenticity, right? It goes back to knowing who you are. It goes back to understanding your purpose as a person, as a business, as a service, right? And who you're working for, who you're doing whatever it is for. There's that 5 W's and H, like W, who, what, when, where, how. It's a two-way street. You do that for yourself. You do that for your desired audience. So in building your reputation, authenticity is part of your reputation. So being your true self, authentic self, not being afraid to stand for something, to say, okay, this is what it is. As long as it's also knowing your values, your core values. Most people don't know their values. They don't know what's important to them as a business, as an individual. These are things you need to sit down with an expert, with a coach to create, even as a business. You work with maybe a branding expert, you also work with a coach. What are my values? What are the things that are, sometimes you may think, oh, kindness is my number one value. But when the coach takes you through, you will see that, okay, it's actually integrity, for example, And so you know that you have 5 values that guide us as a people. Authenticity is one. We want to keep our originality. We want to be ourselves with this and that. That could be your strategy.
Okay, let me ask you this question about, you're an expert. What would make you touch a client with a long pole? Even if the person brings you billions and millions and plenty money, what would make you touch that client and say, you know what, I don't think I want to handle this client?
Back to your values. Very important to know. For example, in early, I think it was last year, just after the new year, there was a client that had come to us and said they were bringing in some new products into Nigeria, bringing it to Africa. They want to start from Nigeria. We were referred to them, right? And when I looked at the product they are bringing, it goes against my personal values, it goes against our values as a business. And I said, I'm sorry, we don't do this. Because even before then, like in December, for example, I had written an article encouraging people not to do this, not to use this thing. Because it was detrimental. There was a lot of stories about it in the news. I had to read a lot and see that this thing is killing people. So because of money, if the money is so good, and I'm saying, because of money, we're coming to do it. And so, no, I won't. Then there are also some people, like some persons, and you see them, I'm like, I don't like the things that you do. I don't like your values and the things that you display. Unless you're bringing me to come and help you be better and not to do those things, I'm not going to come and be your PR person, regardless of how much you pay me, because I don't believe in the things that you do. So so it's very critical to know your values, even before you take a job, as an individual, as a business, know the things that you can handle. If not, you're going to self-sabotage. You're going to sabotage the person, you're going to sabotage yourself, because you're going against your value. Every time you work against your value, you won't achieve the goals.
Okay, finally, to wrap this up, let's talk about your vision and mission for life coaching in Nigeria, especially now that you have become the president of the association. What's your vision? What's your vision for life coaching in Nigeria, and how do you intend to go about it?
Yeah, so for us, it's about creating an association that standardizes, that regulates the coaching practice in Nigeria and Africa. Because there are people who are reaching out to us and saying, oh, come and create this in our country. Come and do this so life coaches of our Association of Nigeria is looking to become in Africa. We're working towards that, to create different spaces in Africa, and also to build an association, an organization that is, chartered, well respected, and people are proud to be a part of, to associate with, to volunteer in. From that point, build that perception where we are at the forefront of innovation and change in behavior, in solutions for Nigeria and the rest of Africa.
Interesting. I wish you all the best.
Thank you so much.
I hope you succeed beyond your expectation.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for honoring us with your time today.
For having me.
You would agree with me that this particular interview with Amami Ogbe was really enlightening. Sitting here, I've learned so many things, and I guess that's one of the perks of being a broadcast journalist. You interview a lot of people every day, and you learn so much. But that's all for this episode of One on One. Join us again very soon. My name is Fumi Onwajefe.
Good afternoon, I am Khadijat Balogun, and this is the news brief. 2 persons were burned to death, 3 injured, while 12 vehicles were also affected in an early Thursday morning tanker explosion at Iluawela Access, Songo Tollgate on the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway. The Public Education Officer, Federal Road Safety Corps in Ogun State, Florence Ope, confirmed the incident to newsmen in Abeokuta. She noted that the suspected cause of the multiple crashes was a mechanical deficiency, and that while the tanker was ascending, the vehicle rolled back and got hooked. The contents spilled off and there was a fire outbreak. The Election Petition Tribunal hearing the dispute arising from the June 18th governorship election in Ekiti State has adjourned the hearing following the non-availability of another witness listed to give evidence at its sitting. The tribunal chairman, Justice Wilfred Pochi, adjourned proceedings till today, after the counsel to the petitioners, Obafemi Adewale, raised an objection to a fresh application from the Independent National Electoral Commission. The INEC application referred to by Adewale was a motion on notice to set aside the subpoena issued by the tribunal on the witnesses from INEC earlier moved by its counsel, Chris Owobonu. Adewale was miffed that the 4th respondent, that is INEC, waited till late Tuesday evening to file an application that the witnesses would not appear in court on Wednesday. Now, the All Progressives Congress National Working Committee members of the Progressives Governors Forum and the Presidential Campaign Council, PCC, have resolved to work for the victory of the standard bearer, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, and his running mate, Kashim Shettima. Also, the 3 organs agreed to set up a conflict resolution mechanism for resolving issues that may affect the presidential campaign and the chance of the ruling party in the election. APC leaders were in one accord at their strategy meeting at the party secretariat in Abuja, which was at the instance of the party national chairman, Senator Abdullahi Adamu. Meanwhile, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, APC, Abdullahi Adamu, has met with 6 governors of the party and some APC National Working Committee members in Abuja over the Presidential Campaign Council PCC list of the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu. Also at the National Secretariat of the party in Abuja, The venue of the meeting is a former national chairman, Adams Oshiomhole. Adamu demanded the immediate withdrawal of the list, warning that any sign of disarray in the party's ranks would undermine the spirit of the campaign and give an undue alarm to party followers across the country.
That we are together on this, on the same page with the Governors Forum, same page with the campaign office now, and the National Working Committee. I believe this meeting that we've had is more than useful for all of us. For us, nothing short of victory is good enough for us. And the spirit of today's meeting underlines that fact.
When do we expect the commencement of campaigns?
That's what you wait. Don't be faster than the
Nigerians want to know. Maybe
Nigerians want to know. Well, whatever, no matter how much in a hurry you may be, the fact of the matter is, we at the party, as APC, we will determine when we do what, as long as it's within the framework of INEC's guidelines.
The Catholic Archbishop Emeritus of Abuja Archdiocese, Kaduna John Onayekon, has vowed to vote against the All Progressives Congress in 2023. Onayekon, who spoke during the first synod of the Catholic Diocese of Osogbo at Our Lady and St. Kizito Pastoral Center, Ede, explained that he won't vote for APC due to its Muslim presidential ticket. Archbishop Emeritus also stressed that the APC's Muslim ticket was a political calculation to win the 2023 election. Commercial activities were temporarily put on hold just as there was traffic gridlock in the Bauchi metropolis as the presidential candidate of the main opposition People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, stumped Bauchi, where he received 142,000 defectors from various political parties into the party. The Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Memorial Stadium was filled to capacity during the program, which was held and attended by thousands of members of the party from across the 20 local government areas of the state. The defectors included the majority of the members of the Bauchi State House of Assembly, led by the Speaker, Abubakar Sulaiman, as well as other notable politicians in the state, former Deputy Governor Abdul Sulay Katagum and former governorship aspirant of the APC, Farouk Mustafa, who is the Director General of the PDP Gubernatorial Campaign Council. In Imo State, the state chapter of the People's Democratic Party has told the state governor, Hope Uzodinma, to prepare his handover note or ahead of the state governorship election in the last quarter of 2023. The PDP, in a statement issued by its publicity secretary in the state, Collins Oporozo, accused the governor of planning to arrest and indefinitely detain some prominent leaders of the main opposition party. The statement said that the PDP in the state would resist any plot to gag the opposition in the state. Meanwhile, ahead of the 2023 general elections, the Federal High Court sitting in Umaya has affirmed Honorable Emeka Atuma as the All Progressives Congress candidate for Abia Central Senatorial District against Honorable Sam Onugbo. In a ruling, Justice Evelyn Ayadike dismissed that suit filed by Onugbo, who currently represents Okwano Umaya Federal Constituency, for failing to prove his case. The lawmaker had argued the court to declare him as the winner of the APC primary election for the seat held on May 28th, which the party declared inconclusive and rescheduled for June 7th. Justice Ayadike further held that the choice of candidate for an election is an internal party affair. The Court of Appeal in Abuja has challenged the federal government and the striking academic staff union of universities to resolve their dispute amicably out of court. The appellate court suggested 24 hours for the two parties to have a rethink, sit down and come up with a resolution that would make Nigerians happy. Justice Judge Biobele Abraham threw the challenge when the federal government and ASU appeared before for a hearing in the appeal instituted by ASU against the judgment of the National Industrial Court. Specifically, Justice Judge tasked counsel to the federal government, James Igwe, and that of ASU, Femi Falana, to first sit down as lawyers, take a patriotic position, and convey the position to their clients. Meanwhile, the 7-man presidential committee has announced the release of the 23 remaining passengers of the Abuja-Kaduna train attack held hostage by the terrorists on March 28th train attack. The presidential committee was assembled by the Chief of Defense Staff following the attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train, which occurred on the 28th of March 2022. However, the release of the victims was announced in a statement signed by the Secretary Chief of the Defense Staff Action Committee, Professor Usman Yusuf. Yusuf stated that the committee secured the release of the victims on Wednesday at exactly 4 p.m. Meanwhile, the Federal Executive Council has approved the proposed 19.76 trillion naira budget for the 2023 fiscal year. Femi Additional, the Special Assistant to the President on Media and Publicity, disclosed this while addressing State House correspondent on the outcome of the FEC meeting. He said the council gave the approval at its weekly meeting presided over by President Muhammadu Buhari in Abuja. Additional said Buhari would present the budget proposal before a joint sitting of the National Assembly on Friday, October the 7th. Also speaking on the hybrid FEC sessions, Additional said the council was abiding by the country's COVID-19 protocol. Now, the ASU in Kaduna State Chapter has joined their counterparts across the world to celebrate 2022 World Teachers Day by calling on both federal and state governments to provide an enabling environment for education to thrive in the country. They say investment in education in any nation is the bedrock for growth and national development of the country for the future generations. Plus TV's news correspondent Habila Darfal filed on this report, as presented in our studios. Every 5th October is set aside annually to celebrate teachers and honor their heroic effort in the lives of students around the world. The theme of this year's Teachers' Day is Transformation of Education Begins with Teachers. Speaking in Kaduna, the state chairman of ASU, Comrade Ishaya Dauda, says there is need to provide good learning environments for students as well as welfare packages for teachers to boost their morale to impact on the students.
The union is the government to ensure prompt payment of retiree benefits to our retirees in order to ease hardship faced by our retirees, to facilitate the promotion of our members whose promotion has been delayed since the year 2020 to date. Regular promotion of our members who are due for promotions will restore hope for our members and enhance industrial harmony, leading to better service delivery. However, the union wishes to appeal to the present administration to further introduce policies and programs that will cushion the inflationary rate of the 30,000 minimum wage.
Dauda added that insecurity, banditry, threatening corporate existence of schools in the state and the entire nation is a setback on education.
On security, the union is fully aware of the insecurity that is threatening the corporate existence of Kaduna State citizens in the entire state, especially our schools. We are equally aware of efforts being made by the state government towards the recruitment of Kaduna State Vigilante Service to secure our secondary schools. The union wishes to sincerely commend the state government for securing our secondary schools with a security outfit that is protecting both teachers and learners together with the school infrastructure. This measure is yielding better results through the provision of conducive atmosphere for both teachers and learners.
They lamented the high numbers of kidnapped teachers and students in the state, while appealing to government at all levels to intensify effort at tackling insecurity, to save the educational system from collapsing and ensure lives and properties of citizens are protected.
10 of our members have been killed in the hands of kidnappers, and then more than 50 have been kidnapped in Kaduna State. So if our schools are not secured, the issue of these very out-of-school children cannot actually work in Kaduna State. But once the schools are secured, everybody will be willing to go and teach, and then the students, parents will also like to release their students for learning.
The World Teachers' Day is celebrated by the United Nations Educational, Scientific and Cultural Organization, UNESCO, with United Nations Children's Fund, UNICEF, International Labour Organization, ILO, and Education International. It was adopted in 1966 and since 1994, UNESCO has recognized October 5th as World Teachers' Day in observance of the adoption of a recommendation regarding the status of teachers on that day. And as the world marks Teachers' Day, it is set aside to recognize, evaluate, and enhance the status of teachers around the globe and also resolve problems relating to teachers and education. The Secretary General of the Nigerian Union of Teachers, Mike Ikene, has called on state governors that hold teachers' salary arrears to use their remaining amount in office to pay it off. Ikene, who said that the new teachers' retirement age from 60 to 65 years and 35 to 40 years of service had attained 90% implementation, lamented over the inability and irregularities of some states to pay their salaries as at when due, following the current economic situation in the country. The theme for this year's celebration is the transformation of education begins with teachers. And in the spirit of the Teachers' Day, those in the noble profession have been enjoined to join hands together and build the education sector in Nigeria to an enviable standard that can compete globally. Our correspondent, Uyime Elijah, in this report, takes a look at the teachers' welfare and the possibility of keeping up with impacting the education sector in Nigeria.
Academic professionals all over the world no doubt gain prominence from the four walls of the classrooms. Today, the world celebrates Teachers' Day to recognize, evaluate, and enhance the status of teachers around the globe. A cross-section of Nigerians says that teachers need to be given the rights they deserve as they are the pillars of nation building.
If you are going to put 20 people that are passionate about education, some people don't care about the salaries. That is fine, but you can't evaluate and conclude your result on that. There are some people also that they are passionate about that, but nevertheless, that is what they do for a living.
You cannot teach when you don't have passion for it, because it's not easy to mentor somebody's child. So by doing that, you have to be passionate about it.
Let them do the normal thing. Teacher, they say they are reward in heaven. It's not in heaven, it's here. They won't be like us. Let them do something new for them, for their life.
Nigerian teachers have over the years raised an alarm over their poor welfare and salary debt owed them by some state governors. This purpose-driven profession takes so much livelihood out of them to benefit others as they live below the impact they give.
If you look at the theme for this year's celebration, you would the theme is the transformation of education begins with teachers. You will discover that it is only the teachers that can transform education completely, because they are the drivers that is driving the vehicle of education all over the nation. And the thing could not have come at a better time than now, when you discover there is a global turn down, there is an economic turn down globally. And I want to believe teachers can transform education all over the nation, Nigeria inclusive, provided the government is ready to invest in them, provided the government is ready to improve their working condition, provided the government is ready to better their welfare. I want us to note the fact that this transformation we are talking about cannot be done in isolation from the living and working conditions of teachers. Fees are fees, where they work, their condition of service and everything. Teachers can transform education if they are treated well.
Many Nigerians argue that the current budget for education is far below expectation for a country with about 10.5 million out-of-school children, the world's highest number. A data from 2017 shows the downturn trend in education spending in Nigeria. In 2021, the budget allocation was 5.14%, a 0.01% increase from 2020. This year's theme is giving more responsibility to teachers as transformative agents, but the reality in the country where the cost of living keeps rising and the take-home cannot actually take the teachers home. Much is left to be desired. Uyime Elijah, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And as the devaluation of the Naira has continued to cause untold hardship on citizens and the nation's economy, the Northern Christian clerics have called on the federal government to, as a matter of urgency, redouble effort in stabilizing the economy. They also say that the high cost of food and other commodities is another thing of great concern and a threat to the growth and development of the nation. Plus TV News correspondent Habila Darufal filed in this report, as presented from our studios.
The rising cost of food and other commodities in recent times, many families in Nigeria have continued to battle to feed their families. To this end, Christian clerics in northern Nigeria are saying that this is unacceptable and must be addressed as a matter of urgency. Speaking to newsmen at a gathering in Kaduna, the president of the United Church of Christ in Nigeria, known as HECAN, Reverend Amos Kiri, appealed to the authorities to rise to the challenge. Reverend Kiri pointed out that even though Nigerians have every reason to celebrate the 62nd independence with hearts full of joy, the federal government must put a stop to borrowing, as this is causing untold hardship to the citizen.
It is sickening too. It is disturbing. Naira is dwindling every now and then. And yet, we keep going out to borrow and borrow and borrow. Enough of this borrowing. It's not helping us. don't leave this nation as slaves after you have left.
The Christian clerics lament the lingering strike by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, and appealed to both parties to shift ground to resolve the crisis in the interest of the future generation. On the 2023 general election, Kiri said that Nigeria is a secular state and no religion is superior to the other, and also kicked against the same faith ticket of the ruling political party.
Our appeal goes to the government to please, if they can spend billions, trillions on elections, why will they not give this peanut to this staff to return to class? The presence of our children at home, these students, is nothing but an attempt to tempt them into doing and committing atrocities in this country. Why is everyone surprised about the hike of prices? Why is anyone surprised at the dwindling of the economy when you have failed to develop the people that will come up with initiatives, with creativity, that will come with things that they will at least sustain the country with?
Prayers for peace, unity and development of Nigeria, as well as the success and peaceful conduct of the 2023 general election, were offered by the cleric.
And as Nigeria joins the globe to mark World Teachers' Day, Nigerians expressed disappointment in the nation's education system. They call on the government to reconfigure the system. That's on our series. Take a listen.
I think the government also have to work hand in hand with some of these teachers, these lecturers, to make things good. One thing is that if you are not listening to teachers or you are not listening to lecturers, that means you are not trying to get what they want. And I believe some of these lecturers, what they really want is for the best of the education system.
Not really very encouraging. Not really very encouraging. And our teachers who, let me just say, it's teachers that made us who we are, because we started from them. And they are not being taken care of as it's supposed to be. Every sector is being well taken care of, but educational sectors were like being abandoned. For instance, ASU has been on strike for a very long time now, for about how many months, 6 or 7 months, years. And the hope of getting them back, getting the students back to the school, we are not seeing it. So it's not encouraging at all.
In Nigeria is very zero. That's why you see people are going to Ghana. They are not even what that we can go and study there. You see, our leaders are not serious about education because all of them send their children to go outside to go and study. Like I spent almost 7 years in school because of strike. And then you know who is educated to give as the Minister of Education. You don't give somebody who doesn't know about education. It will be zero.
It's very, very poor. Because I believe teachers, aside the parents, teacher has a very big role in the child's life growing up. So they impart a lot. So I believe a teacher or teachers should be paid very, very well.
And so other parts of Africa, Burkina Faso school leader Ibrahim Traoré has assumed the presidency following last week's seizure of power by military officers. A statement read on national television said Ibrahim, an army captain, was also appointed supreme head of the armed forces. The power grab, the second this year, was triggered by an apparent dissatisfaction with the failures of the previous military government to curb a spreading Islamist insurgency. Meanwhile, a global alert has been issued over 4 cough syrups after the World Health Organization warned they could be linked to the death of 66 children in the Gambia. The WHO added that the syrups have been potentially linked with acute kidney injuries and 66 deaths among children, and that the products were manufactured by an Indian company, Made-in Pharmaceuticals, which had failed to provide guarantees about their safety. The firm has not yet commented. And outside Africa, authorities braced for major floods in Australia's east after Sydney recorded its wettest year in 164 years, with more heavy downpours expected to fall over the next 3 days. With almost 3 months of 2022 still to go, the country's largest city already recorded by Thursday afternoon 87 inches of rain in a year. Official data showed that it was the first time total rainfall in Sydney surpassed the previous record of 2,194 millimeters set in 1950 since records began in 1858.
So every La Nina event is not going to bring the same amount of rainfall. It also depends on various local conditions and what's happening over the other ocean basins around us. But they do increase the odds. And the really unfortunate thing about having La Nina events back to back is that if you get 1 year of intense rain and flooding, you fill up your dams, the soil is saturated with water, and then if you have a subsequent year of heavy rainfall, you need a lot less rain to cause a flood. So it's a lot more damaging to have these events back to back. As of now, the forecasts are looking a little wetter than usual. The La Nina is predicted to last into the summer months and possibly dissipate by February, but it's quite hard to predict that far out. But as of now, the forecasts do say a wet summer.
At least 15 people died when their vessel sank off the Greek island of Lesbos in the central Aegean Sea early in the second maritime disaster involving migrants since Wednesday. The country's Coast Guard said that the sunken boat was carrying about 40 people, citing 5 people that have been rescued so far. A Greek Coast Guard vessel and an Air Force helicopter were conducting a search and rescue with strong winds blowing in the area, where 3 were found trapped in a remote area. And in business news, the Manufacturers Association of Nigeria has criticized last week's decision of the Monetary Policy Committee of the Central Bank of Nigeria to hike interest rates, saying it portends danger to manufacturing. The committee had increased the monetary policy rate by 150 base points to 15.5% with an asymmetric corridor of plus 100 to 700 basis points around the MPR and cash reserve requirement by 750 base points to 32.5%, while retaining the liquidity ratio at 30%. Man said the increase was aimed at moderating the high inflation and narrowing the gap between the MPR of 14% and the inflation rate, which stood at 20.52% in August, to improve the level of real interest rate. MAN's Director General, Segun Ajayi Kader, said the implication of the MPC's decision portend worrisome negative consequences for the manufacturing sector, some of which include increased cost of borrowing by manufacturers. Now, the Ogun State Governor Prince Dakpo Abiodun hosted World Commonwealth and African 100-meter hurdles champion Oluwatobiloba Amuson and named her as the Ogun State Sport Ambassador. According to the governor's chief press secretary, Kunle Shamori, Abiodun equally announced a cash reward of 5 million naira and a house gift in Ijebu-Ode.
International athletes, so they can see and take a look at where you are from. You know you're coming from a very people that have a very rich culture.
All thanks to my governor for supporting me, and I feel like the federal government can do the same. When it comes to supporting athletes financially. Well, I just got the role, so when it's time to work, I'm gonna show up. A lot needs to be done when it comes to sport development. I hope y'all look into it and help the young talent grow and not die. Keep believing, keep working at it, and the sky is the starting point. Look at Toby, she's doing it, so there's no limit to what a child can do.
And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
sees it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Booking November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usaiwa Mesale, and today I'm joined by the amazing ladies. Hello, Mary. Hello, Glory. Hi. Mary, Glory. Glory to Jesus. The mother of Mary, the mother of we continue like that. But how are you ladies doing?
Good, fine. I'm fine.
So what are we starting with? Let me start with Glory, our accountant.
So I decided that today I'm going to take a new leaf. You know, the last time, straight to the point. So I'm like, okay, the reason is because if I have to start telling you what is going on or my days, like we're just going to stay here. But then today was really good, except for the traffic coming to work wasn't really easy at all.
Yeah.
So yes, you know, when you start your day being stressed out already, you're a little bit disoriented. But I'm thankful that I was able to catch up and do whatever. And I'm here, you know.
I heard you saying you are rejecting a trip to Dubai.
That kind of trip, work trip. You know, those kind of trips that have
they have conditions.
Yeah, conditions.
But is there anything that does not have conditions to it?
At this point in my life now, if I want to go on leave or vacation, I just want to go for it. Nothing. I just want to rest and be taken care of. That's just it.
It's not easy, but you know your area of specialty is we are in need of it. Everybody needs an accountant. But hey, don't worry, you live, you survive. Hi Mary, how was work today?
Hi, work was
how is the
good.
luxury business doing?
I was off to a pretty good start, you know. Orders from clients and
correct.
Stuff, so I was really happy about that.
So all these people shouting Sakpa, it does not near you at all.
It does not really, it's not my concern. You know, focus on the business. Make the money, that's
wow,
it.
that's lovely.
Yeah.
That's lovely. I mean, there's nothing like a great day at work. Today I had from opening my eyes at 8 a.m. in the morning because I slept pretty late. Okay. I saw a message, oh, you need to be here. I said, hey, walk. Like back-to-back walk. It's good because you're collecting the money, but at the same time, Mama, it's not easy, but hey, we'll live, we'll survive.
These are the days we pray for.
Yeah, these are the days we pray for, actually, you know. I was speaking to a few friends of mine, and they were talking about how it's so difficult now because everybody's leaving the country. That now, if you put in your resignation, you know, they'll tell you, please, do remote work for wherever you're going to. Just make sure you're working remotely. Companies are not even accepting resignation letters anymore because it is so bad.
Yeah, and I didn't know that the person had resigned. I was talking with one of my bosses the other day, and she was like, do I know this person just resigned and is in the UK now? I was like, what happened? I literally spoke to this person about 2 weeks ago. It means he's been planning this all along. And even talking about work and so even when I was like, it's time for me to take my leave, I was like, you've not made enough money, you want to go on leave. It's not people that have money that go.
Wow, it's a lot, honestly. It's a lot. I mean, the brain drain that is going on in this country, I don't even know how the country will survive from this. I saw a video online. The airport is jammed. A lot of people are leaving the country. And guess what? More people are going to leave prior to the elections. Because I know so many people now that they say, oh, I'm not going to be in the country from December. Once I take my Christmas break, I won't be back until March or April. And until the coast is cleared, and I'm sure that, everybody's apprehensive, but hey, God help us. We'll survive. We'll survive. All right, so today, last week we celebrated World Heart Day, and we just decided that we needed to talk about, something around the charity world, humanitarian work, all the people that are running NGOs and all of that. And here's what we found as today's quote. It's quite lengthy, so let's go. There is one kind of charity common enough amongst us. It is that patchwork philanthropy which clothes the ragged, feeds the poor, heals the sick. I am far from decrying the noble spirit which seeks to help a poor or suffering fellow human being. However, what advances a nation or a community is not so much to prop up its weakest and most helpless members, but to lift up the best and the most gifted so as to make them of the greatest service to the country. So we know that where we are right now in the country, some people need to be empowered so that other people will benefit from it. And I think that is the important role that NGOs, right, non-governmental organizations play. Because you see them, they have certain kinds of funding to help people that are unable to access, maybe healthcare, education, whatever it is that they're playing. So a non-governmental organization, an NGO is an organization that is neither a part of a government nor a conventional for-profit business. Usually set up by ordinary citizens, NGOs may be funded by governments, foundations, businesses, or private persons. Today, we will be discussing leveraging reputable NGOs towards nation building. We have a lot of challenges in our nation today, and we know that there's a huge role that NGOs can play in building the nation. And we have Nuhu Fulani Kwajafa. He'll be here to discuss this, but first, let's quickly go on a break to see what we found in the news.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. From the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
All right, thanks for staying with us. In case you do not know, today is International Teachers Day. And where's my video? I want to play one short video quickly. Yes, there's a video from Tenny the Entertainer. If they can just quickly cue my video for me.
Your integrity and how hard you work. So I decided to buy you a car.
All right, so October 5th recognizes today as World Teachers Day by the UNESCO, and it started in 1994 with the aim to honoring the adoption of UNESCO ILO recognition. The theme of World Teachers Day is the transformation of education begins with the teachers. Everybody that knows know that whether you become, so teachers are, how do I put it? Teachers have the capacity to actually put you on the trajectory for growth and success, you know, very early in your life. So they are very important. I remember my oldest son, the first teacher he ever had. In fact, when he went, I think when she went on leave, he kept on crying non-stop. She was such an inspiration. She made him love everything about literacy, you know, everything about schoolwork, everything about, what they call the thing again? Don't forget the elementary level. When I know Vex, they are older now, you know. Everything about math, English, and at that level, he fell in love with schoolwork because of Mrs. Ego's way. I can never forget her name. She was such an amiable person, you know. And, you know, for every time we get the opportunity to celebrate teachers, we must tell them they are loved. And I am hoping and praying that we get to a Nigeria where it is not the people that are unable to pass JAMB, that are combining 10 WAEC results, are the ones going to teachers' college. We are now getting people that have straight A's. We have people that have, like, you know, 300 over 400 or 350 over 400 in JAMB. They're the ones, yes, and they are passionate, you know. We want the most brilliant minds to be in the educational space compared to what we have now. But what's your experience with your teachers, quickly?
So what you said about teachers discovering talent, so I take my reference from Beyonce. I think her teacher was the one who discovered and told her, you can sing, you're a performer.
Yeah.
So teachers have the ability, and I feel like being a teacher is even a special grace because it takes a lot to become nurturing, especially for the smaller ones, the younger ones. You have to be very patient, and not everyone has that capacity. I've had very good experiences with my teachers when I was small, and I still remember some of their names, and I still speak with some of them because they had so much good impact in who I am and, you know, my focus right now. I've had teachers that told me you're talented in this, and some of the things I'm doing today are some of the things which some of these teachers have told me in the past. So I celebrate teachers today.
We love you. How about you, Mary?
I think my dad was my biggest teacher, you know, especially for maths and, you know, all of that. I mean, he was very strict, but he would flog me. When you get it right, he'll say, hey, now you're my daughter, and, you know, stuff like that. So he really did. My parents were very active, you know, with my schoolwork. My mom was for English, because she was also an English teacher as well. You know, so she's English homework, dad is math homework, you know. So they played a huge role for that teaching experience for me. In school, I did get close to some of my teachers, you know, but it was never that, you know, some people are extra with the closeness, you know, you see. So I was just that low-key student. They know, okay, oh, yeah, we know her, you know, hey, we know her talent, you know, they guide me and stuff, you know. But for me, my parents were my biggest, you know, teachers for me.
Well, I've had really nice teachers over the years, you know. But there's a particular teacher I had. She used to take us English and TRS in my secondary school, New Breed. You know, Mrs. So till today, if you walk around me and you are, you know, those who that walk with slipper, you've been hearing the noise. Hi, she hated it. Who is that walking down the, like she will punish. So don't you know you are a lady? As a lady, you're supposed to walk straight. You're supposed to, you know, you walk like noiseless walking. So till tomorrow, if I hear people dragging their feet while walking, anything irks me. No.
You know, I went to a Catholic boarding school, and trust me, it did play a whole lot, you know, the whole how you have to be in line, how you have to do everything, there's refectory, there's timing, and I was a laggard. But you know, I was really small, so they just used to pity me. Everybody out of the hostel, and you just see me with my shoes and everything. It's just like, what's wrong with this fine girl? What exactly is your problem? And then all the seniors would like me, so I didn't really used to get punishment. So I just, you know how you silently just escape from things. That's how I was. You know, grace. That's really how I was. All right,
Glory, let's start with you. What did you find for us in the news?
Today I found something rather interesting and historical. In the Isie, sorry for those who are coming from Umuahia, if I don't pronounce it correctly, in the Isieni Ugu town of Amakama, in Umuahia South Local Government area of Abia State, is a famous and ancient tree known as Amakama Wooden Cave. What makes Amakama Cave unusual is the fact that it has a huge hollow that can comfortably contain up to 20 adults. The gigantic size of the hollow is not so surprising, as the tree is said to be as old as the ancient community of Amakama. It's a whole lot of write-up. It was gathered that the tree dates back to the era of slavery, when it served as a refuge for persons who were fleeing from colonial and slave masters. So what caught my attention about this is it took me back when I was small. So I did not grow up in Nigeria. I grew up in Cameroon. So when I was small, my dad would bring us to Nigeria for holidays, and we would go to the village. And when we go to the village, he would take us around, showing us some of these ancient trees, the stream, and all of that. So when I saw this, I felt like something interesting because it took me back to those times when I was small.
Okay. We will visit the tree soon. How are you, Mary?
I have Ethiopian embassy reportedly bans visa on arrival for Nigerians. This is becoming disturbing. Turkey is doing it, Dubai has done it, and now it's Ethiopia. I mean, what's our foreign affairs doing for the country? Because it's like having a green passport now is almost not, you know.
But wait, this is interesting, no? Because I was looking for flights, and the cheapest I found was Ethiopian airline.
Okay, no, so it doesn't happen to
for transit.
If you're transiting overnight, you know, you don't need to.
Okay,
have, you know,
so it's not affecting us.
It's not affecting that.
Let me just be checking.
You know, but I mean, but it's sad.
It's very sad.
It's very, very disturbing.
It's very
Foreign
sad.
affairs, we need to look into it, because at least we were comfortable that, you know, our African countries, at least, if UK and America is so hard to get, we started exploring Zanzibar and all of that. So imagine if we can't go freely to these places again. Maybe Ghana herself will tell us.
They will soon tell us so. The way it's going.
We need visa.
So I found this interesting. Says terrorists on Wednesday, that's today, released about 23 remaining victims of Kaduna train attack. If this is true, I'm happy. It's really sad that it took this long, but the fact that they've been freed, I hear they were freed at 4 p.m. today. The Secretary of the Chief of Defense Staff Action Committee, Yusuf Usman, confirmed their release. So, I mean, thank God that they are safe back home with their families. I'm just praying and hoping that we do not see this kind of evil again. And really, that's all I can say. All right, so let's go on a break. When we come back from the break, we'll be discussing the impact of NGOs in nation building. Stay with us.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. Right, no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, I know.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity. No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Thanks for staying with us. Now, the existence of NGOs is proving rather to be a necessity rather than a luxury in societies throughout the modern world. NGO activities include, but they are not limited to environmental, social advocacy, and human rights work. They can work to promote social or political change on a broad scale or very local level. NGOs play a critical role in developing society, improving communities, and promoting citizens' participation. NGOs contribute to curative health services, service delivery by providing human and financial resources, materials, and equipment, sharing information, developing joint projects with the government, and developing national health policies, as well as creating joint committees with the government. In what ways do you think we can start to leverage, right, reputable NGOs in Nigeria towards building our nation now? That's a question. Please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation, send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-4663. You can also tweet at us at WayShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WayShow. So I'll hear your thoughts in 2 minutes, then I'll bring in our guests. What do you think? Because so many NGOs. I know Project Alert. I know, what's this one, Mirabel Center. I know a lot of NGOs that are doing great work, you know, promoting different things, right? Some are for girls that are suffering abuse. Some are for women suffering domestic violence. You know, the guest we have today, he's focused on around the healthcare sector and the educational sector. He'll talk more on that when he comes back. But hey, what do you think? Because now we're also at the time where elections are drawing near, and I know there are some NGOs that have started doing a lot of advocacy for PVCs and all of that. But let me hear your thoughts quickly, Mary. Gloria, then I'll come to you, Mary.
NGOs, yeah, they have a very vital role to play in the society. I mean, some NGOs go to areas where it's even most of these local areas and all of that. So encouraging them, especially now, if you notice, the problem now is, which I would say is, in as much as there are reputable NGOs, there are some NGOs. So I watched the video the last time of the guy who, I don't know if it's an NGO or who sends kids out to beg for alms. I think there are also non-reputable NGOs. So if we're able to differentiate the reputable and reputable ones and able to support them in however way we can, I think goes a long way, be it financial and all of that.
Well, yeah. Let me hear Mary's thoughts.
Yeah, I think in the country we've, let me say Lagos.
Sorry.
Excuse me. There's been a lot of NGOs and they've been doing great work, although I still feel like there's a gap that needs to be filled, you know, in general.
Absolutely, sorry. That cough will reject it. Sorry about that. So let me just bring in our guest. Now, with a deep-seated love for humanity, Mr. Nuhu Kwajafa has been a natural giver since early childhood. After a brief stint of work in his father's security consulting company, Kwajafa Security and Investigation Services, Nuhu registered his NGO, the Global Initiative for Peace, Love and Care, and has since used this humanitarian platform to implement various charity projects for and on behalf of vulnerable women and children in Nigeria and other parts of the world. And he's joined us live from somewhere in the north. I'm not sure where now. Hi, Nuhu. Thank you so much for joining us. Can you hear us? Hi, good. Thank you so much for having me. So where are you joining us from tonight?
I can hear you guys. Can you hear me?
We can hear you now. Where are you joining us from? Abuja. Okay, thank you for joining us. All right, so Nuhu,
yeah.
I mean, this conversation actually started when we celebrated World Heart Day last week, and we're talking about, I mean, the Kanu Heart Foundation, how, you know, I didn't know anything about holes in the heart until Kanu Wankwo's, what's it called, his life story was brought out in the open and all of that. And since then, he's been doing a lot of work in that space. And of course, your name popped up, and, you know, and that's why we reached out to you to have this conversation. And the reason we try to broaden it beyond just heart issues, there are so many things that require that we start to be deliberate about if we truly must solve certain problems that we have in Nigeria. There's a problem of hunger, there's a problem of poverty, there's a problem of poor education and all of that. And I believe that NGOs, right, reputable NGOs, can actually make much more impact than government organizations, right? But if you were to look at, you know, the situation, current situation in Nigeria, how do you think, you know, because you play in that space, how do you think NGOs can truly come in and make real impact?
Okay, you know, from my past experience and from what I've seen practically and whatever is, you see, the NGO thing has been bastardized in Nigeria.
Absolutely.
Or in Africa, where people believe they look at the NGO as the goose that is laying the golden egg. And where sincerity is 10%, then insincerity is 90%. So the reason why you found that a lot of NGOs today in Nigeria, they have so many reputable NGOs, but you see there's so much headache for them to further ahead because of the skepticism of donors, because of what had happened in the past before, where NGOs embezzle funds meant for less privilege. And you know, 80% of Nigerians, when they think about opening an NGO, all they think about is they're opening it because of foreign donation, foreign donors from foreign NGOs. And even the foreign donors, it became an issue where they don't really want to support NGOs in Africa because of the insincerity. They have to go through government, through Nigerian government or through an African government. And even sometimes the government agencies that they send money to are not really too sincere in those projects that money were sent for. So you see, it had the good and they had the up and down of it. But you see, for me, the way I look at it is, you see, government have a lot to play. Differently from the way we look at it is, NGOs are supposed to be non-governmental and non-faith-based and the rest. But you see, they need to partner with government, the reputable ones, to make it work out well. Because you see, partnering with government gives you more room for creating forum to enforce things like patriotism. You see, patriotism is so important that because you can't say you love your country without showing love to your fellow Nigerians. So patriotism, dedication, hard work, commitment, it is not easy to set up an NGO. I remember 16 years ago when I decided to set up this NGO in the year 2006. I worked for 5 years, no donation from no one. I sold my car, sold my watches, sold my clothes, sold my land, sold everything. I was practically naked. But I wanted it to work. I wasn't looking for, I wanted to be compensated. I wasn't looking for, that was what I felt at that moment, that life is no life without showing love to other lives. That is it, basic. If you're alive today, you think you have it all. Life is boring without having people. Life is, you're lonely. No matter how much you have, how many houses can you live in? How many cars can you drive? It makes no sense. It makes no difference. So my belief and the reason why that has been my driving force is smiles on the faces of our beneficiaries. Some guy called me last night and said, "Oh, dude, it's so surprising that you've been on for 16 years. You've raised over $5 million for children all over Nigeria. You've gone to South Sudan. You've been hosted by the president of South Sudan. You've been hosted for everywhere, even in the US. Martin Luther King Foundation hosted you. How come you're not on the national honor play?" I said, listen, for me, award is not really important for me. What is important for me is the success stories.
Okay.
What is award? Just a play.
I'm happy you jumped the gun when you... Go ahead, Nuhu. So I'm happy that you jumped the gun when you brought up the issue of fraudulent activities that go on within the Nigerian, within the NGO space, especially here in Nigeria, right? It's something that even I have also suffered because I have an NGO and people are actually, apprehensive when it comes to donating. Because you see abroad, for instance, was it who gave what now? Was it Warren Buffett or Bill Gates that gave Warren Buffett? Somebody gave somebody 90% of their income, right? Saying that because they trust that you are doing something good, I want to give you 90% of this money so that you can use it to impact lives globally all over, globally over the world. We can't have those kinds of reputable institutions here. A lot of things that are happening, a lot of education funds, scholarships that have been awarded globally. So many people are leveraging on NGOs, right, in building communities, building estates, building so many things, right? But we are not able to replicate that in Nigeria. I like the fact that you have actually brought it, you know, real home truth that we are the cause of this problem, because a lot of us see NGO work as an opportunity to just collect free money. But let me come to Glory. I think she has a question.
Okay, Mr. So I had the opportunity to go through some of the work you've done, and I would say it's quite commendable. I see one of the things I notice is the level of accountability. So I see you say, okay, this day, this is what you're giving to this. There's transparency. So my question is, do you think NGOs, the existing NGOs in Nigeria, are accountable enough or should be held accountable for the funds received from the public or the government or whosoever is donating to them?
As an accountant. Go ahead.
I like that. You think, for me, since it is not your money, you're accountable to the people. It is not your funds. You know, I give an example. Like a couple of weeks ago, I think the reason why it's so funny in Nigeria, today I'll give an example now. Okay, my name is Nuhu Kwajafa. I will say I want to contest for governor of Borno State, which is my state. I know I'm not going to win. I know I'm just still young in this game, but I'll set up a campaign team. I want to raise 50, 100 million. At the end of the day, money will be raised by friends for well-wishers and the rest. At the end of the day, maybe out of the 100 million that was raised, I spent only 10, 15 million naira for the primary and I lost. And at the end of the day, the balance of 75 million, I'll start buying G-Wagon and Range Rover. It belongs to me. No accountability. When in America today, today you're contesting for an office as a president and they raise $50 million for your campaign, and at the end of the day, you won or you lost, and 10 million was spent or 20 million was spent, the remaining balance does not belong to you. It is not your money. That's how in Nigeria it is. In Nigeria today, everybody, the moment you want to raise 4 million naira for a sick child, at the end of the day, you raise 8 or 10 million. The remaining balance becomes your family business. Yeah, you want to pay school fees. But you see, it's not really done that way. You need to put, you see, the major catch is like you going to a casino, you gambling. You see, no matter what, your donors are the one keep you going alive. Without your donors, you can never be alive. No matter how good you are, no matter your success stories, without you having good donors, they're all going to fade away. But you see, accountability, that's what I tell you. Today, if I have 1,000 people that can give me 1,000 naira every month, that's 1 million naira, it's okay. Using the power of volume. I don't need to have an Adenuga or Dangote. No, they cannot be consistent like you give me 1,000 naira every month. You're more consistent. And the only way I can make you to be consistent in what you're doing, I need to be showing you reports before and after. Before and after. We've raised about 5 million here, remaining 3 million, which is good. What we're going to do, we're going to give the remaining balance of 3 million to the next child. That has been done. You know what? I'll give you guys an example. A couple of years ago, we said, you know what? When we're raising money, we'll put the account number of the parent of the sick child. At the end of the day, the family of the sick child always turn the sick child to be the goose that are laying the golden egg. I've seen a situation where we're raising 2 million for a sick child, and then when you at the end of the day, the account, they had almost about 11 million in the account.
Wow.
And they still allowed us to continue campaigning. So, you know, the irony about it, the saddest part of it, see, if you say you pay money direct to the family of the sick child, you don't trust them. If you say you want to pay the money direct to the hospital, you can only pay direct to a private hospital that whatever they need, they'll buy it outside. But you pay money to a government hospital. If it's today now in Abuja, I'm owing one of the Abuja hospital 1.3 million. How? We paid, some donors said, oh, no, you know what? I don't trust your NGOs and I don't trust the family. I will pay direct to hospital. He paid direct to hospital. Time for surgery. They said, Oga, we don't have item 1 to 7. You have to go and buy it outside. And guess what? The money has been paid for that. To have to start looking for new money. So 80% of the materials you use for treatment and surgeries in government hospitals, you have to buy them outside manually. So some donors need to really understand. If you're dealing with a private hospital, if they give you bill 5 million, pay them the 5 million, everything they need. Even if they have to go to Afghanistan, they'll go and buy it and bring it because they have billed you. But the government hospital wouldn't. They will tell you, okay, yesterday we had this, but today we don't have it. So you have to go and buy it outside. And if you ask them, okay, we have already paid you for the money for the solid, they'll tell you money has gone to TSC account.
I understand. But let me come to you, Mary. I think Mary had a question for you.
I would like to really commend you because I know that you're doing a very good job. At the same time, I would like to know what has been your biggest challenge so far and how can we overcome it? Also, how do we imbibe the culture of charity, from a very young age to people? Because I feel like a lot of us also have the perspective that until I have Dangote's body before I should be, doing charity work. It's for the people who have, such and so amount. At the same time, we also have people who are very deceitful. They've turned the begging into a way of making money for themselves. You see a story online and the person is very touching, the person is in the hospital, and then you're skeptical, should I transfer this money to this account or not? So what has been your challenge so far, and how do we overcome, such issues, in the NGOs industries?
Giving is a gift and it's a privilege. It's a privilege to be in a position to give, and it's a privilege to be in a position to help. And today you have a friend who has $1 million, but he can't give you 1,000 naira. Tomorrow you have a friend who has only 10,000 naira, he can give you 5,000 naira. So you see, giving is a gift. It's all in the heart and in the mind and the way you relate to people. And you see, I told a couple of people before, I said, listen, we need to grow this culture of giving. Let it be like a way of life for us. The way you wake up every Sunday, I want to go to church. The way you wake up every Friday, I want to go to mosque. The way you wake up every Wednesday, I want to go to evening service. The way you wake up every day, you want to use the bathroom. The way you wake up every day, you want to eat. The way you wake up every day, you want to hug your child to say, I love you. Then that giving should be an everyday thing. Because let me give you an example. 51 years old, and if I multiply 51 years by 365 days, I've spent over 18,000 days on earth. I'm not talking about the hours or the seconds or the minute. So if I'll be sincere to myself, over these 18,000 days I've spent on earth, have I really thanked God enough for the gift of life? I haven't. Let's not lie to ourselves. It's not all about you waking up in the morning, going down on your knees, telling God, oh, thank you for today, thank you for the gift of life, thank you, I have my gift. No. Every day you wake up in the morning, as long as you found out that you are alive, you are healthy, then look for someone to touch his life. It doesn't have to be your megad or your driver or your cook or anyone. So you see, when our children see us, oh, mommy, every Sunday or every Saturday or once a month, mommy is showing love to those in need. Mommy is showing love to those kids that can't go to school. Mommy is showing love to those kids in the hospital.
It becomes a part of them.
Junior, look up your old shoes, your old clothes, you're not using it. You're building the capacity of the child. You're building the capacity. Let me even tell you one story. A couple of years ago, my friend's younger brother, they asked him in school, what do you want to be when you grow up? If you want to be like that, you say like how they want to have houses in London, Dubai, America, and Paris. That is what he knows about daddy. But why can't he know what about daddy and giving back to those in need? Showing love to the widows. Let me get one point. You see, people fail to understand something. Every prayer from a father or a mother is, let my child bury me. No mother or father prays to die before his or her own child, but it's not within your power. It's between the power of God. But you see, whatever you see today you neglect, tomorrow it will destroy you. Whatever you see to neglect today, I was once kidnapped by Fulani men. And what saved me was one of the Fulani boys was wearing my NGOs t-shirts.
Ah.
Yes. He was the one that recognized me. He told me, I know you. You are the one that gave me t-shirt 1 year ago. So we will not hurt you.
Wow.
You and your team can go.
Wow. Wow. You know, so I like where Mary asked that question because I read somewhere, I'm not sure where now, that GoFundMe has banned Nigeria as a country. You know, people that create a GoFundMe account, they want to do some things and all that. Nigeria, okay, you read that too, right? That Nigeria was banned.
Yeah,
I've never really used a GoFundMe account, so I don't know how that works. And there's something else again that was banned, I'm not sure, that is still in line with these organizations. And that is because of the unique challenge that Nigeria just has, right? And that's why Mary's question, I really want you to hit the nail on the head. There's the part of that what's it called, nonchalancy, that people are not willing to give and all of that. But there is a unique problem because you mentioned something. You were trying to raise 2 million naira for someone. The parents did not even alert you when the funds had hit the 2 million. You understand? It was already at 11 million. So there is fraud in every one of us in Nigeria, right? So there's a unique challenge that Nigeria poses, right? So even if we were to deal with this, because now the donors are not trusting of the NGOs, it's okay, let me give it directly to the people that need it. I mean, there was a year that Kate Henshaw had raised money for some child. I can't remember. It made news because it was all over. She had to come out to say, please, or, you know, because she does that a lot. When there are cases, she would go on her page and please ask for funds and all of that. Even most of these celebrities now are a bit wary asking the public for funds because of this shroudiness or the cunning nature that Nigerians just have, right? So how do we surmount this unique, because it's a big problem in Nigeria. There's just that level of everybody just wants to be fraudulent when there's an opportunity to be.
You see, for me, there are some cases where a sick child that I handled, I took pictures with the child, but I was seeing the picture going online. People are raising funds for the child while I'm still in the picture. Yep, I've seen numerous pictures. So you see, if you really want to help, just the way the other accountant lady asked a couple of questions, if you really want to help, you will go deeper. If I see a sick child online and I believe is a fraud or I don't believe with the storyline, I will go deeper to inquire, where is the child? What is the phone number? How can I see the child? What state is the child? Can I come over and see the child? So you see, you can go deeper.
Thank you. Nigeria has happened
if
to
you really want to help. It's like your houseboy telling you, oh, I cannot pay my child's school fees. And the story really touch your heart. You say, okay, what school is the child? Can I go and see the principal? Can I get an account number? Because some stories might be true, but just because of some other scavengers, some other activity that you have been through, you will shove it. You say, no, that was the reason. That's the reason why no matter what story they bring to me, I will follow it to the latter till I see the block that there's nowhere to go again. This is a fraud, because some are true. I know, yes. Even the GoFundMe, see, like I keep telling people, I say, listen, the money is in Nigeria. I don't need foreign donor. Within 16 years, we'll be able to raise over $5 million for children, all donation within Nigeria. I've not received $1,000 from anybody, maybe $1,000 from Nigerians overseas, but no foreign donor, no foreign organization, no foreign individual. Everything is here.
Okay, let's take some comments. I think, Mary, you have a comment, right? If I'm not mistaken. Go ahead. Or is that me or?
I think that's you. I don't
Okay.
know.
All right, let me quickly just take it. Perfect topic. Perfect topic you have on today on non-governmental organizations can be leveraged, how non-governmental organizations can be leveraged in Nigeria. The main problem is that many so-called NGOs are all scam. You don't see them, we don't start. And an avenue for pure corruption, just like Uwa earlier said, NGOs like the Kanu Heart Foundation that done tremendously well in support of people with heart problems. We lack accountability in many NGOs around our country. Gracias, great ladies at Ways. Bobby Kennedy from Jalingo. All right, so, I mean, this issue cannot be, this issue of, what's it called? Fraud and corruption. It's everywhere. But let's piggyback to the topic, right? Do you really think that the NGOs are powerful enough to create an effective change in Nigeria, especially bearing in mind the unique challenges that we have? We have issues in the educational sector. The poverty gap is widening by the second. There is problem to access to good water, clean health care, and all of those things. Do you think NGOs can really make a difference in Nigeria?
Yes, they can, sincere ones though, but I can tell you, with the number of NGOs we have in the countries, if everybody is sincere, with the number of NGOs we have in the country, if all NGOs are sincere, I believe by now we'll be able to solve almost maybe about 50 or 60% of the problem from education, from children have no access to water, girls have no access to sanitary pad, with the amount of NGO. But if you know the amount of monies NGOs receive in Nigeria, then you will look at it again with the level of work being done. Nothing is being done. People are getting rich every day. People are buying SUV. I'm sorry to tell you that, but it's real. And even if government confused, that's why government needs to get into this NGO thing, to scrutinize every NGO to know what you're doing, what you're not doing. Are you supposed to work or not? Because of those, some NGOs are just scammers. If you see their office, it's not like face you or face me. That's all. Get a picture. Do you know? You know me even tell something. Do you know that like every year, every December, like this year, December 11th, Sunday 11th of December 2022, every year my NGO always organizes like an end of year / Christmas party for 2,000 to 3,000 orphans. Do you know that there's some people that will go to my party hosting 2,000 orphans and they will start taking pictures there, and the following week you see it on their own website about their events? Because you know what, for you to get foreign donation, you need content.
Yeah.
Well, I can actually agree with you. I agree with you because I have, go ahead, sorry. I have an NGO, right? And we deal with children and they play games every year. So because my event is really big, it's one of the biggest events, even the people at first, they were skeptical that is it possible that you can actually pull this through and give what you say you will give. So because after that first year, they were skeptical. By the next year, we were swarmed with people. I know smaller bodies that come into the NGO, bring in their players, and make it look like it is also, and take pictures and go and post and all of that. So for those things, well, it's not really so much of a big deal for me. As long as you're doing what you're doing, right? I am not bothered with that. But all I'm saying is that for whatever it is that is trusted in your hand, at least do your bit, right? Don't collect money. I had to put my event on a pause because it takes more from my personal account than, people think that, when they see the event so big, they think I have made money. I always end up in negative. In fact, my sister, I owed her for 2 years because she borrowed me. She borrowed me, I think, about 2 million naira to finish my payments and everything. I owed her that 2 million naira for 2 years before I finally paid the final dime. So... But hey, I get it. It's a big deal, but it's a big issue that we'll keep talking about it. But hey, do you ladies have any final words?
What I would say is you're doing a great work. I know NGOs really they have an impact in nation building. Just keep doing what you're doing, and also if there could be a whistle, I don't know, the policies, government policies that are regulating these NGOs. I feel like something NGOs can come together and look for frameworks and policies that can regulate them and put off all these bad eggs that bring in the bad names to the good ones. That's what I have to say.
Well, do you people have whistleblowers? Mary, go ahead.
I think what's doing.
Go ahead.
I mean, what's the quote that says? Doing good.
What is what doing is what doing well.
Yeah, so regardless of the fraudulent activities, there will always be fraud and, you know, all these cunning things. I think what matters the most is your vision and your goal. You know, the people that you have truly helped will spread the word for you, regardless of anything. And as long as you have those, you're honest to yourself, you're true to yourself, you'll make a mark in the world. You're doing a great job. NGO is a good initiative, and definitely it might not have made a great impact like in our country, Nigeria, but let's be honest, we've gone far, you know, and it's commendable.
Absolutely. I want to quickly speak on something, and if you can pardon me, 2 minutes, answer it very short. So I recently heard that Rolex is a non-for-profit organization. Okay. But what they then do is that whatever profit they make from the sales of their wristwatches, they then push it into organizations, into education, into different, you know, non-governmental sectors, right, to do charity work. How can NGOs begin to think in that system, that you are a non-for-profit, but you are a profitable non-for-profit? Because even some schools I hear are also non-for-profit, but they are profitable. So what they then do with their profit is that they then push it to other causes, right? So maybe they're solving hunger, solving whatever problem it is that they're solving. So how do we start to get NGOs to think in that direction? So you're not just sitting cap in hand waiting for a donor. How do we start to have that?
You see, for that, we have to have participation from almost every Nigerian to be part of it. Now, I keep telling people every other, listen, the success story of my NGO is not one person donation. If I want to raise ₦1 million now, I will look for 1,000 people to give me 1,000 naira. Or I'll look for 10,000 people to give me 100 naira. So everybody, no matter how poor you are, you have your own level that you can donate and the rest. Sometimes I'll look for 100 people to give me 20,000 naira, and within 72 hours, we'll be able to raise that amount of money. I'll give you an example. In 2013, we had a baby. The baby's name, Okiki Jesu. She was born without a skull. The first child ever born in this world, no skull. And how much she needed was about $234,000 she needed that money for surgery. And you know what? We say, this is no issue of crowdfunding again. Let's look for reputable donors. And within 72 hours, we'll be able to raise that amount of money. We flew the child to the US. Dr. Ben Cassie conducted surgery, and they live in the US with a green card now. So you see, for this to work, there have to be participation. Today now, if Don Jazzy, Davido, Whiskey, Tiwa, say, you know what, if you love me, every month donate 200 naira to save the life of someone. 200 naira by $1 million people is 200 million naira.
Absolutely.
And see, all this thing about no accountability. If you put your mind and you put the structure together, there will be accountability.
Absolutely. On that note, thank you. We ran out of time. Like when we're having fun, the time just goes. But thank you. No, we have to bring you back because I love the conversation, and I think we'll keep on talking about this. We need to start getting people to be a lot more conscious of what needs to be done. Thank you so much, Nuhu. Thank you, Mary. Thank you, Gloria. I think we had a fantastic conversation. Now, before we go...
Good night.
Good night. Thank you. All right, before we go, ensure you follow us everywhere at Wayshow Africa, TikTok, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, all of them. You can drop your comments. More importantly, follow the engagements, like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. There is one kind of charity common enough amongst us. It is that it is that patchwork philanthropy which clothes the ragged, feeds the poor, heals the sick. I am far from decrying the noble spirit which seeks to help a poor or suffering fellow human being. However, what advances a nation or a community is not so much to prop up its weakest and most helpless members, but to also lift up the best and the most gifted, so as to make them the greatest service to the country. I mean, this is very, very important. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. It's our Ladies' Night Out, as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African Writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. The next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books to just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that would, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think, what would be the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? Book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to to set up something, and then if you're looking to do do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Hello and welcome, property lovers, to yet another exciting episode of Space and Style, your gateway into the world of real estate, architecture, interior design trends, and much more. My name is Olamide Onifade, and today on our main discussion, we're going to be talking about off-plan sale in real estate transaction. And aside that conversation, our interior decorator will be sharing tips on how to take our DIY decor to another level. And lastly, on the show is the Artisan Spot of the Week. And as usual, we have a craftsman who will take us through the nitty-gritty of his craftsmanship. But before we start the conversation, let's check out a unique property to inspire you to join the real estate ladder on the property of the week.
Welcome to our 5-bedroom duplex here in Chevron. Just take a look at the anteroom. Wow. We have the pantry. Come. Here's the pantry. Quite spacious. We have so many storage spaces here. So wow, this is beautiful, spacious. Just look at the cabinetry. This is the bathroom. Comes with a jacuzzi and a walk-in shower. And over here we have the floating vanity. I love this floating vanity.
Welcome back, and thank you for staying with us. So, to discuss the intricacies of off-plan sale, with me today is a legal practitioner, Mr. Paul Anyibonwa, who is the principal partner of Sinclair LP, a law firm with specialization in real estate transactions and property acquisition. Thank you, Mr. Paul, for sharing your time with us today.
Thank you so much, madam.
So, how's practice been?
Well, it's been fine.
Has inflation in any way affected your practice?
Absolutely.
How?
Well,
quickly, before we go into the main conversation, yeah.
Well, inflation has affected us in several ways. For instance, as relates to clients and patronages, when you give your bill.
Bill.
To a client. And, you know, sometimes you don't anticipate that some clients do not want to go in immediately, only for them to come up 2-3 weeks later or a month.
After you've labored and all that, they just...
And, you know, and they want to proceed with that same bill you gave them. So, but we thank God, we're moving forward.
Okay, so off-plan sale, what does that mean to a layman? Please, can you really explain what it means?
Off-plan sales in real estate transaction. Off-plan sale is simply the art of buying into or keying into a property that is under construction or a property that has not, that the developer hasn't really started constructing, you know. And in that aspect, it infers that a buyer or a subscriber to such a property would need to rely on the architectural designs of that property in order to see or get a finished, an idea rather, of how the property would look when it's fully completed, you know. Off-plan is a viable venture. In a country like ours, it behoves on everyone. If you have the means, I would advise go into off-plan purchase because not many persons would, in their lifetime, save up to 50, 60, 70, or 40, as the case may be, millions now, you know, in order to accurately pay for a property. But via the instrumentality of an off-plan purchase, you can buy into your dream home without, at a very relaxed state.
Okay, so what you're saying is, even for the fact that you buy into something that is unseen, it still has its benefits.
Oh, absolutely.
Okay, so we'll go into that, but I have some other questions I want to ask before we get into that. Okay. So what are the critical areas that you must look into before deciding to jump on that train?
All right, the critical areas to look into. One, if I'm a buyer, for instance, and somebody introduces me to a property, the first thing I would do is to learn or have a grasp of the antecedents of that company. What are the antecedents? What have they been doing?
The reputation of the
What
developer.
is the reputation, you know? How have they developed properties in the past? How have they been able to meet the yearnings of subscribers or buyers in the past? And what are the recommendations with regards to such companies? So when you want to buy into an off-plan purchase, it is imperative. Firstly, study the company. You have to study the antecedents, the track records of such a company. Because you wouldn't want to buy into a company that probably just started or probably have not, that you have not really reviewed, as the case may be. So that's one. Secondly, it's imperative to also seek professional advice. Very, very key. Professional advice. We have several disciplines, but you cannot be a master in all. You know, so when you want to buy into an off-plan purchase, get a lawyer, get a surveyor, get people to advise you strategically on what you want to do. You know, so you have to seek professional advice. You also would need to evaluate the title documents of such a property.
Okay, before we go into that, you just mentioned that we should seek the services of a surveyor. What's the business of a surveyor with an off-plan sale? Okay, the business of a surveyor in tandem with an off-plan sale, for instance, it's to know. For example, you have properties that are caught in layouts, right? Industrial areas, what's it called? Residential areas, commercial purposes, and all of that. So when you get a surveyor, you'll be able to know where and how the layout of such a property is. Even though it's not under construction yet, you also be able to evaluate the survey. The land, the expanse of land must have been surveyed.
before construction. So you'll be able to evaluate the survey, critically understand, okay, is the survey, is it free from government acquisition? Is the area free? You know, can I go into it? Are there some skirmishes involved that, okay, with this I don't need to go into it. So you need to get a surveyor also, then a lawyer to understand their documents, to evaluate their documents, to study their documents, you know. Then also you need to conduct your due diligence. Well, this is where a lawyer comes into place. If your property is up for sale, okay, we have XYZ as documents for this property. You don't just go into it without having to conduct your searches, having to do your due diligence, you know, in making sure that you are not buying into a problematic property. You know, so you have to do your due diligence, and also, fourth, you need to ask the company, what are the modus of funding? How do you intend to fund this project? How do you intend to fund it? Some persons, or rather some companies, would they obtain bank loans to fund their projects. Some other companies would want to bring in other subscribers. Just like you are coming in, other persons will have to come in for the project to keep moving forward. So it's imperative you ask the company, what are the modes of funding this project? You know, then another critical area is the term of completion of the project. You also would have to look at that very critically. Of course, you are buying the property at your convenience, right? But then you also have to look at the time
schedule.
Yes, time schedule, within which the property will be completed. So I think we have quite a number of other areas, but for time
constraints. Okay.
Yes,
so what are the benefits of buying into an off-plan sale?
Okay, there are several benefits of buying into an off-plan sale. Quite immense. One, you get to buy a property or your property without breaking the banks. And what?
How does that work?
Okay, what I mean by that is you don't have to borrow, you don't have to take a loan. Okay, there are some companies that have, for instance, you pay 2 million to key into the project, you spread your payments for quite a number of months, some 24 months, some as the case may be. So you get to buy a property without having to break the banks. Not super expensive, you know. So that's one of the benefits. Two, I think the benefits are actually interwoven. Two, you get to buy a property with which you pay for a long period of time. So that's where also convenience comes in. You are not under pressure. Yes, that's the word. You are not under pressure to pay up. You know, so for instance, you key into a project and 24 months, you can spread the payments in tandem with what you earn or what you are expecting, and nobody is rushing you, sir. You have to do this, you have to do that. There's a schedule of payment, you know. Then another benefit is, unlike a situation where you buy a finished property, at that point, when the property is finished, you have to break or do some alterations that would have effect on the foundation. In an off-plan purchase, you don't need to do that. You don't need to do that. While the building is under construction, you can make alterations. Okay, I want this here, I want the garden here, you can make some modifications on how the building can, on how you want your property to be built, you know. So you come in, they may have a fashion. The real estate companies usually have a design for everybody, but then you can make some little modifications in tandem with, maybe you are having to add more money, just a little anyway, you know, so as to make sure that, okay, when this property is built and completed, you have actually gotten what you want, as against buying a finished property. What they have there is what you buy.
Hold your thought, Mr. Ayimbuam. I hope I got it right. We'll be back after the break. Please stay tuned. Welcome back, everybody, and you're still watching Space and Style, and we're still discussing the intricacies of off-plan sale in real estate transactions. So thank you, Mr. Paul Ainyiboa. Thank you so much. I hope I didn't murder the name. Yes, thank you for staying with us. So at the time you were talking about the risk, the benefit, and of course anything that has benefit must come with risk. So what are the risks involved?
All right. There are several risks involved in an off-plan purchase. However, the benefits outweighs the risk. I must be very frank. But one of the risks is you get to buy, when the property is completed, it may not be in tandem with your standard.
With your standard,
yes,
okay.
With your standard, yes. And at that point, you are left with little or nothing with regards to what to do at that point, So that's one of the risks involved in buying an off-plan property. Then secondly, if you intend to renege on the agreement, mind you are paying money every month, perhaps you're paid up to 80% as the case may be, your money cannot be given back to you straight up. Yes. Most developers would like, okay, you have to wait, let's sell the property and, make the returns available to you. Or some other persons would like, okay, even when we're making the returns available to you, we'd have to deduct some administrative charges as the case may be, So that's also one of the risks involved in buying an off-plan sale. Another one is the fact that a property developer is not a bank per se. They are not finance institutions. So when you put money, you don't expect interest when you want to, when you renege or you have a cost to go back on your agreement with them. So the money that you put in, you should expect that if there's any eventuality and you have to...
There'll be no interest, so the money has depreciated.
Exactly, the money has depreciated as compared to what it was when you placed it there. Then, of course, another risk is that the area in question where you have the property development, there can be, assuming there are fire, disasters, or other acts, what we call acts of God, for instance. Let's say you have wind, rainstorm, and all of that, and the property comes down. Probably you have seen that, okay, my property is already at 70% completion, and of course, we don't pray for anything.
Yes, Mr. Paul Ainyiboa.
Yes.
An example is what happened in Ikoyi last year.
Very well.
A lot of them subscribed off-plan to the sale. And look at what happened. It was pulled down. So that's a classic example of what can go wrong.
Yes.
Wow. Because of time, we need to move quickly to the next topic. So in all of this, there are benefits, there are risks. As a smart person, how do I buy in a smart way?
Okay, how to buy in a smart way. The way to buy in a smart way is to do the smart things when you are called upon. And that is akin to the areas you have to also look at for. One, when somebody brings up, okay, I have a property to sell, after doing your due diligence and having the other checks, you don't wait for it. You invest. If you are sure that, okay, this property is without encumbrances, it meets your location, because when you buy real estate, you buy location. When you buy real estate, you buy future. So if you are confident that, okay, this property is in tandem with what I want, it's in this suitable location, and futuristically, 2 years, 3 years from now, this property would have astronomically, the price would have increased, So what do? You move smartly. So the way to buying in a smart way is to invest at the earliest opportunity. Yes, is to invest at the earliest opportunity.
So what about precautions that you should take so that you don't fall into the pitfall of breaches and all of that? What are the precautions?
The precautions, that's why I said, I made mention of having professional advice. There's no way you have a lawyer, there's no way you have engineers, there's no way you have surveyors that you would, and fall into all of those pitfalls.
So how can you cater for example, when the property is completed, it doesn't fall into your expectations? So at the inception, how are you supposed to cater for this kind of breaches?
Okay, that's a very critical area also. I usually advise when you have an off-plan purchase to invest in, get an independent engineer, get an independent evaluator. Let the person be into the building line, you know. If possible, from time to time, maybe twice a week or 3 times a week, the engineer can go there. Okay, site engineer, my engineer is also here to supervise what you are doing. And at the points where you notice that, okay, this is not going in tandem with what we had discussed or agreed upon, then you can raise alarm. So the way to avoid some of those precautions at the earliest is when you want to invest or when you have invested, get an engineer. And you know, you can be sure that, okay, the engineer will not, of course,
compromise.
He will not compromise. Yes.
So to the last question, in all of this, what are the legal remedies available when there is where there is a breach, not even potential breach, when there is a breach? Sometimes, as we have said, it might not be up to expectations, substandard. Sometimes they might not even deliver at all. Sometimes there might be delay in the completion period. Sometimes the company can go into bankruptcy. So what happens to the money?
Okay.
What recourse does a potential buyer have?
Okay, this is a very pivotal area also to look out for. When you have an engineer, as in the case of the property coming up still under construction, and the engineer notices that, okay, the developer is doing something else outside of the contract or the agreement you had with the person, at that earliest opportunity, raise alarm. You know, so some of the legal remedies are that you can, before we go into litigation and all of that, you can use the ADRO mechanism to resolve the impasse or the problem, as the case may be. You know, so this infers that, okay, your attorney would have to meet with theirs on a roundtable discussion and have a way towards ameliorating or finding a solution to the problem. Also, the contract is very imperative. The documentation involved, your deed of assignment or your contract of sale, since it's an ongoing project, is very imperative. The covenants there also should make provision for eventualities, you know. So then the completion period needs to be clearly stated. You don't say, okay, this property will be completed in the shortest possible time. The time frame needs to be clearly stated. You have to put, okay, is it March, April, May, within this year and what year, you know? So those contracts, those covenants needs to be stated in your agreement so as to make sure, okay, where the developer has done X, Y, Z, you revert to the agreement you had with him. Then the last one will be to approach the court for another specific performance. Okay, Oga, you told me when I came in that you would do X, Y, Z. So you approach the court. The court should mandate him to perform specifically in tandem with what he had agreed with you. Or also you can sue for damages, you know, general damages, monetary damages, and all of that. Yes, so these are some of the remedies that are available.
Wow. Mr. Paul, I knew no more. We have run out of time, and I really hope that, I was hoping that we could extend time, but we've done very well, and I hope we'll come again when we have issues around off-plan sale or any other issue. So thank you so much for coming.
It's a privilege.
Unfortunately, we have run out of time and we have come to the end of our conversation with our guest. And I believe that you have gained more knowledge and insight on what to do when involved in an off-plan sale transaction. And this takes us to the next segment of the show. Let's hear what our interior decorator is preaching to us this week.
I'm Dr. Morenike Basharu, creative director and founder of Dewey Options Limited, which is an interior design company. So today we're going to talk about colors. We're going to talk about color psychology in interior design. So when we talk about the elements of design, we talk about space, we'll talk about form, we talk about colors, and so many other things. So today I'm going to focus on colors. Now, color is very important in interior design because you can use it, to create an ambience or to affect the mood of the people that are going to be in the space. So you can have colors that you get into a space and you're really energetic, like the color red. You have colors that you get into a space and it's playful, like the orange or the yellow color. You have colors that you get in a space and it's kind of serious, like the blue or the black color, and there's some colors that you don't want to use too much of it in some situation. For example, if you're decorating a nursery, you don't want to use too much of the color yellow because it's an irritable color. So you can put, if you put too much yellow in a space, you can have your baby cry. And you don't mind using the color yellow in a study, right? Then in another situation where you have old people in a house. So many times when you're designing a space, it's important you know who are the people that will use the space. So for example, if I'm going to have a space where I'm going to have an elderly person stay in, you don't want to use the color red. Because of the color red can actually increase blood pressure. It can make you overtly excited. So you don't want to use a color like that. You want to use colors, and you don't want to use white. As beautiful as white looks in a space, you don't want to use it for someone that is really old because it can make that space look too bland and a bit, put them on that edge, So colors, there are study colors that you can use in a space on which you can lay other colors on. Colors like the white color, you can use black, you can use gray, you can use different shades of these hues, right? And when we use the color white or black, for example, you want to put other colors on it, to kind of put like a burst of color, right? So if I have a white room and I put a bit of black in it, and I want to put like a touch of red in it, depending on the people that are using the space. So when we are designing a space, it's very important to understand what the space is going to be used for. It's important we understand the kind of people that want to stay in that space.
Space and style.
I hope you enjoyed the tips given by our amiable interior decorator, and I hope you incorporate them into your DIY interior designs. And lastly on the show is the artisan spot. Let's hear from a highly skilled workman on his work craftsmanship.
Actually, pé kí nǹkan wá nǹkan ṣe ni pé a fẹ́ báyàn máa tajà náà ni mí náà ń báyàn tajà gẹ́gẹ́ bí ọmọọṣẹ́. So láti bẹ̀ mo ti rí pé ọ̀nà tèmi náà lè ṣe lélẹ́yìí mo dẹ̀ fojú sí. I spent like 15 years lọ́dọ̀ ọ̀gá tí èmi náà wà kó tó di pé mi náà dómìnira ti tèmi náà. Actually ẹni tó bá lówó ó lè tà àmọ́ ó gbọ́dọ̀ train nípa ẹ̀, ó gbọ́dọ̀ mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ torí pé bí situation Nàìjíríà ṣe rí nsìn tí o bá ní o kówó lórí ọjà kan tó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ bóyá kíní ẹ̀ ti fall nínú market nsìn ò mọ̀ tí wọ́n kàn lọ rà tí wọ́n bá fẹ́ ta tiẹ̀ nsìn wàá tà ní bad price ni àfi kó mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀. So bó ṣe ń lọ wàá mọ̀ quality wàá mọ̀ quantity pé tí n bá rà tó báyìí iye báyìí náà lè dí mi lórí ẹ̀ tó o bá ti mọ̀ nípa ẹ̀ o lè ṣe àfi kó train nípa ẹ̀. It's all imported. Local wa náà wà but kò tí ì pọ̀ ń ta bí imported. The same thing even tá bá ní ká tún fojú wò nsìn ní local one títí wa gan ó yìí fẹ́ stand ju foreign lọ but kò ń ṣe nǹkan tí tó wà famous táwọn èèyàn ti mọ̀ lọ́pọ̀lọpọ̀ àwọn èèyàn ń fi ojú pé local títí wa náà fi ń wò tó bá ká wo how long durability rẹ̀ bó ṣe long sí tiwa gan yìí tún ní àlàáfíà ju ti foreign one lọ. Fún àwọn táǹtà ń sìn àti wádìí lọ́wọ́ àwọn tó ń lò wọ́n ti sọ fún wa ifun ẹlòmíì tó mọ̀ ọ́nù wọn máa ń request ẹ̀ pé nírú eléyìí o nǹkan báyìí ni kò bá mi wá thickness ẹ̀ ojú ti foreign lọ torí ní foreign yẹn àwọn náà máa fún wọn ní measurement nǹkan táwọn fẹ́ látọ̀hún yẹn wá but ti local ti wá ń sìn kó size tí a ti ń lò láti pẹ́tipẹ́ làwọn yẹn sì ń ṣe àwọn náà kàn lè dídí ẹ̀ kú ń bẹ̀ so quality yẹn sì wà ń bẹ̀ bóyá heavy bóyá strong sí.
We have come to the end of the show this week. I am Olamide Onifade, and thank you so much for watching. Until I see you again next week, this is Space and Style.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Buki November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Good afternoon, I am Khadija Balogun, and this is a news update. 2 persons were burned to death, 3 injured, while 12 vehicles were also affected in an early Thursday morning tanker explosion at Iluhawela Access Songo toll gate on the Lagos-Abeokuta Expressway. The Public Education Officer, Federal Road Safety Corps in Ogun State, Florence Okwe, confirmed the incident to newsmen in Abeokuta. She noted that the suspected cause of the multiple crashes was a mechanical deficiency, and that while the tanker was ascending, the vehicle rolled back and got hooked, the content spilled off, and there was a fire outbreak. The Election Petition Tribunal, hearing the dispute arising from the June 18th governorship election in Ekiti State, has adjourned the hearing following the non-availability of another witness listed to give evidence at its sitting. The tribunal chairman, Justice Wilfred Bochi, adjourned proceedings till today after the counsel to the petitioners, Obafemi Adewale, raised an objection to a fresh application from the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. The Independent National Electoral Commission applications referred to by Adewale was a motion on notice to set aside the subpoena issued by the tribunal on the witnesses from INEC earlier moved by its counsel, Chris Owobonu. Adewale was miffed that the fourth respondent waited till late Tuesday evening to file an application that the witnesses would not appear in court on Wednesday. Meanwhile, the national chairman of the All Progressives Congress, Abdullahi Adamu, has met with 6 governors of the party and some APC National Working Committee members in Abuja over the Presidential Campaign Council list of the party's 2023 presidential candidate, Bola Tinubu. Also at the National Secretariat of the party in Abuja, the venue of the meeting is the former national chairman, Adams Oshiomhole. Adamu demanded the immediate withdrawal of the list, warning that any sign of disarray in the party's ranks would undermine the spirit of the campaign and give an undue alarm to party followers across the country.
That we are together on this, on the same page, with the Governors Forum, same page with the campaign office now, and the National Working Committee. I believe this meeting that we've had is more than useful for all of us. For us, nothing short of victory is good enough for us. And the spirit of today's meeting underlines that fact.
When do we expect the commencement of campaigns?
That's why you wait. Don't be faster than the
Nigerians want to know.
Nigerians want to know. Well, whatever, no matter how much in a hurry you may be, the fact of the matter is, we at the party, as APC, we will determine when we do what, as long as it's within the framework of INEC's guidelines.
The Catholic Archbishop Emeritus of Abuja Archdiocese, Cardinal John Onaiyekan, has vowed to vote against the All Progressives Congress APC in 2023. Onaiyekan, who spoke during the first synod of the Catholic Diocese of Osogbo at Our Lady and St. Kizito Pastoral Center, Ede, explained that he won't vote for APC due to its Muslim ticket, presidential ticket. Archbishop Emeritus also stressed that the APC's Muslim ticket was a political calculation to win the 2023 election. Non-commercial activities were temporarily put on hold just as there was gridlock in the Bauchi metropolis as the presidential candidate of the main opposition People's Democratic Party, Atiku Abubakar, stormed to Bauchi, where he received 142,000 defectors from various political parties into the party. The Abubakar Tafawa Balewa Memorial Stadium was filled to capacity during the program, which was held and attended by thousands of members of the party from across the 20 local government areas of the state. The defectors included the majority of the members of the Bauchi State House of Assembly, led by the Speaker, Abubakar Sulaiman, as well as other notable politicians in the state, led by the former Deputy Governor, Abdul Sulay Katagum, and former governorship aspirant of the APC, Farouk Mustafa, who is the Director General of the PDP Gubernatorial Campaign Council. Now, the 7-man presidential committee has announced the release of the 23 remaining passengers of the Abuja-Kaduna train attack held hostage by the terrorists on March 28 train attack. The presidential committee was assembled by the Chief of Defense Staff following the attack on the Abuja-Kaduna train, which occurred on the 28th of March 2022. However, the release of the victims was announced in a statement signed by the Secretary, Chief of Defense Staff Action Committee, Professor Usman Yusuf, on Wednesday. Yusuf stated that the committee secured the release of the victims at exactly 4 p.m. And as the world marks Tuesday, those in the noble profession have been enjoined to join hands together and build the education sector in Nigeria to an enviable standard that can compete globally. Our correspondent, Oyime Elijah, in this report, takes a look at the teachers' welfare and the possibility of keeping up with impacting the education sector in Nigeria.
Academic professionals all over the world no doubt gain prominence from the four walls of the classrooms. Today, the world celebrates Teachers' Day to recognize, evaluate, and enhance the status of teachers around the globe. A cross-section of Nigerians says that teachers need to be given the rights they deserve as they are the pillars of nation building.
If you are going to put 20 people that are passionate about education, some people don't care about the salaries. That is fine, but you can't evaluate and conclude your result on that. There are some people also that they are passionate about that, but nevertheless, that is what they do for a living.
You cannot teach when you don't have passion for it, because it's not easy to mentor somebody's child. So by doing that, you have to be passionate about it.
Let them do the normal thing. Teacher, they say they are rewarded in heaven. It's not in heaven, it's here. They won't be like us. Let them do something new for them, for their life.
Nigerian teachers have over the years raised an alarm over their poor welfare and salary debt owed them by some state governors. This purpose-driven profession takes so much livelihood out of them to benefit others as they live below the impact they give.
If you look at the theme for this year's celebration, you will the theme is the transformation of education begins with teachers. You will discover that it is only the teachers that can transform education completely, because they are the drivers that are driving the vehicle of education all over the nation. And the thing could not have come at a better time than now, when you discover there is a global turn down, there is an economic turn down globally. And I want to believe teachers can transform education all over the nation, Nigeria inclusive, provided the government is ready to invest in them, provided the government is ready to improve their working condition, provided the government is ready to better their welfare. I want us to note the fact that this transformation we are talking about cannot be done in isolation from the living and working conditions of teachers. Fees are fees, where they work, their condition of service and everything. Teachers can transform education if they are treated well.
Many Nigerians argue that the current budget for education is far below expectation for a country with about 10.5 million out-of-school children, the world's highest number. A data from 2017 shows the downturn trend in education spending in Nigeria. In 2021, the budget allocation was 5.14%, a 0.01% increase from 2020. This year's theme is giving more responsibility to teachers as transformative agents, but the reality in the country where the cost of living keeps rising and the take-home cannot actually take the teachers home. Much is left to be desired. Oyime Elijah, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And now to other parts of Africa, the Sudanese Red Crescent has revealed that heavy rains and flash floods in Sudan have left 80,000 families in need of humanitarian aid. In the farming village of Zaid village in South Darfur, tens of thousands of homes, boreholes, and agricultural fields have been destroyed or damaged over the past month in what residents says is the worst flooding in a decade. The head of the SRCS branch in Nyala, South Darfur, Murtada Adam Fadul, described the season as different from the past seasons, even as the United Nations revealed that nationwide, more than 150,000 people have been affected by flooding this year, doubling the number at the same stage of last year's rainy season. And outside Africa, authorities braced for major floods in Australia's east after Sydney recorded its wettest year in 164 years, with more heavy downpours expected to fall over the next 3 days. With almost 3 months of 2022 to still go, the country's largest city already recorded by Thursday afternoon 87 inches of rain in a year. Official data show that it was the first time total rainfall in Sydney surpassed the previous record of 2,194 mm set in 1950, since records began. At least 15 people died when the vessel sank off the Greek island of Lesbos in the central Aegean Sea early in the second maritime disaster involving migrants since Wednesday. The country's Coast Guard said that its sunken boat was carrying about 40 people, citing 5 people that have been rescued so far. A Greek Coast Guard vessel and an Air Force helicopter were conducting a search and rescue with strong winds blowing in the area, where they were found trapped in remote area. And in business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries and its allies popularly known as OPEC, have slashed Nigeria's oil output by 4.6% to 1.742 million barrels per day, excluding condensate for November 2022 market from 1.826 barrels per day in August 2022. This was part of the measures adopted to achieve market stability following increased volatility, which witnessed the prices of many crude oil grades, including Nigeria's Bonny Light, dropping below $90 per barrel last week from about $100. In its review of the market, OPEC maintained that the situation was still clouded by some uncertainties and that it remained committed to achieving stability. And in entertainment news, Afrobeat star Teni has surprised a secondary school teacher with a brand new car during a visit to her alma mater. In celebration of the 2022 World Teachers' Day, Teni visited a secondary school at Patton Memorial High School in Ondo State, where she was excitedly received by students and staff. During her visit, she gifted a mathematics teacher, Ofuje, a brand new Lexus car for what she describes as his diligence, integrity, and hard work. The clip circulated on social media as fans and users praised her for a kind gesture. And in sport news, today at the Novara Stadium in Kobe, the Super Falcons of Nigeria lost 2-0 to a dominant Japan side in their friendly clash. The encounter, which was the third ever between both teams, saw Minato Nakana scoring the 2 goals for the Nadeshiko. Takana got Japan in the lead in the 64th minute, tapping home from a free kick before doubling the advantage 4 minutes later from the spot. The Super Falcons are now without a win in their last 5 games. And that's the news updates. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limex on www.limex.tv and Glow TV apps anywhere in the world. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games, Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach, all right? The stomach, which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach, recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically, it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs, or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach. And it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people. Okay, just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with a doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid-containing diet should be minimized. All right. Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers. Okay. When you do all kinds of acid-containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for an example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right. So you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's urine breath test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headaches. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business. I'm your host, Moremi Akon. Our guest today is the lead photographer at Mimi Creations Studio, a child photography business that was birthed about 7 years ago. She has a theatrical background with first degree in performing arts from the University of Ilorin, after which she bagged a master's in theater art from the University of Lagos. She is currently running a doctorate degree in theater art at the University of Ilorin. She has worked in the media industry with portfolios ranging from production assistant, content scheduler to channel manager for about 7 years before she set out to do photography. Our guest is Marianne Aboshi. Thanks for joining us on the show today, Marianne.
Thank you for having me.
Great. So why did you carve a niche for yourself in child photography? Because I know working with children is not the easiest thing to do.
Okay, so apparently I didn't even intend to do photography at all. And at the time when I was to have my second child, and I had a friend who was into photography, and my sister also was a photographer. And those were the major two influences. And although they were not into child photography, they were doing regular events, studio portraits and all that. But I think child photography came to me naturally because I had 2 little kids, and as at the time I didn't have a studio and I just resigned from my last job. So I was just using my kids to take pictures and learn whatever I was being taught. And I think that was how gradually I grew to love shooting children.
Interesting. So what makes the experience different with children? I mean, compared to adults. You know, with adults, you just say, oh, sit, turn this way, and they turn. Let's talk about the experience with children.
Okay, for children, it's pretty amazing. You're working with innocent people. They are not going to stress you. Okay, maybe for me, they don't stress me because I'm used to having children around. And then for adults, you can say, okay, I'm taking this picture. I want my waist slim. I want my boobs bigger. I want to look taller and all of that. You don't have all of that with children. You just shoot them the way they are.
But how about getting them to stay put?
Oh, it's a lot of dancing and playing and singing songs and rhymes and all of that. It's usually very much fun working with them.
Well, I'm surprised that you find it easier working with children. Okay, actually, let me ask you, do you find it easier working with children than adults?
Yes, I do find it easier working with children because adults and drama. With children, you don't have any form of drama. It's just innocent conversations and playful times and all of that. So it's not complex.
And are they usually camera ready?
No. Except the older ones. So when you have children from, say, the age of 4, 5, 6, 7, those ones, they've planned out their shoots. They know what they want to do. They know what they want to look like. They know how they want to pose. I want to be like Princess Elsa. I want to be like any of the Frozen characters or any character that they already admire on TV, Barbie and the rest. So for the older ones, most times they are camera ready and they know what they want to do. But for the younger ones, it's moments. We just capture moments. We might be lucky to get smiles. We might be lucky to get giggles at some point. We might be lucky to get them in a very playful state. So
amazing.
That's how it is with kids.
Okay, so what are some of the points to note before going into the business of photography?
First of all, I think you need to have an eye for photography. Because a lot of people think that photography is a job where if you probably don't make it in school, maybe you are a dropout, you just pick a camera and start shooting. Or sometimes people feel when I started photography, when people come to my studio, they're like, okay, how come a woman and a woman that looks quite okay, how come she's doing photography? It almost looks like it's a line of work for the less privileged or for people who did not make it academically or did not get all company jobs and all of that. So I believe you have to have an eye for photography, and you have to be passionate about photography. Once you have those two, the next thing is for you to learn. You need to learn and keep learning. There's no stopping points because new technologies come out every day, new styles of lighting, new equipment to make your work better. They come out every day, so you have to keep learning, even when you have the passion for it, you don't just stop at that point. You have to keep looking out to see what more you can do to make your brand grow.
Yeah, because photography has evolved. If you look at photos from 10 years ago, there's a difference between photos from that era to this era. So it keeps changing.
Yes, it keeps changing. Photography has really, really grown. So I used to tell people that photographers are in two categories. You have the people who want to just be shooting and shooting. We call them photographers of numbers, meaning I have a studio, anybody can walk in at any time and pay a certain amount of money and take a picture. Then we have those of us that are luxury photographers, the ones that you have to have a booking. You don't just walk into my studio and say you want to shoot. All of that was not there, say like 10, 15 years ago, because photography was basically you having a studio, people walking at any time, you quickly take a shot and probably even give them pictures immediately and all of that. So photography has evolved over the years, and I think we're on the good side of photography.
Okay, so what do you think is the future of photography in Nigeria?
Okay, so with the advent of very smartphones, like the iPhone 13s and all, I think people who do what I call the regular photography would need to really sit up. If not,
they're out of business.
Yes, in like 2-3 years, you won't have people taking pictures like that again. And people at this point are beginning to see those of us that we call ourselves the luxury photographers, because you cannot bring me a picture from your phone. You can never compare your picture from your phone to what I would shoot you, because yes, it's going to be different. It's going to be different.
So there's going to be more professionalism.
Yes, more professionalism with mine. So I'm not scared of being chased out of business, because constantly I work towards getting better at what I'm doing and not being on the wrong side.
Yeah, I completely agree
so
with
to
you.
speak.
But we'll speak more about this after the break. We will go on a quick break. Please stay with us.
What we do not understand, we will stigmatize.
What you can see is the remaining of the tanker that exploded.
The suspect equally confessed.
Now 500 naira they collect them. If you no talk, then go beat you. Now 2,500 they pay.
Thanks for staying with us. This is Still Ladies Talking Business, and our guest is Marianne Aboshi, founder, Mimi Creations Studio. All right, Marianne, let's talk about some of the strategies that you have devised to help you work with children. You know, we were talking earlier about how it can be, especially with the much younger ones. So what has worked for you in this business?
Okay, so over the years, we've come to realize I've been able to grow a team that works brilliantly with me to make this whole process very seamless, as it seems. Because people look on my Instagram page or on my website and they're like, this child is smiling. I want my child to look like this when we take a picture. And I'm like, no child looks like this when you take a picture. It might be after like 10, 15, 20 shots that we get that one lucky shot. But I have a team of staff that assist that are very child-friendly. They play with the children. Immediately the children come into the studio, we don't just start shooting. We first try to get them to acclimatize to the place. We ask their parents what they like. Do they like certain songs? Do they like nursery rhymes? Do they want to watch cartoon or any of those? So we get to know the child, first of all, when the child comes in, and then we start relating with the child. Whoever among the team clicks with the child first.
The person takes.
Yes, the person takes charge. And usually, we are 3. So the guy in my system is the one who usually gets that click. Almost every child that comes in wants to play with him. And then once that happens, it's very easy on my side. So I just have to stay and be shooting pictures while he and the other person are playing. So first of all, they come in, we get to know them, we get to know what they like. We try to do what they like and see how they can get used to the environment before we start taking pictures. And over the years, it has worked. It has worked. It always works.
Interesting. So how can one stand out in this photography industry and also remain profitable? You know, the goal of every business to make profit. So how can I ensure I'm making profit in this industry?
Okay, so to stay in business and to make profit in photography, in child photography, like I said earlier in the first segment, you have to keep learning. You have to keep learning because there are a lot of when I started photography, there were not so many child photographers. There were a very few. I could actually count everybody who was doing child photography. But right now, the numbers are endless. And if you want to stay relevant, you have to keep being at the top of your game, meaning you have to keep learning, you have to go for workshops, you have to keep trying new things to make you stay afloat and stay unique in the business because so many people are doing really pretty pictures. And you have to just keep being a step ahead by learning new ideas for setups, learning new ideas to bring in clients, learning new ideas or learning about new equipment or new things or new plugins you can use on your system to make the pictures look exceptionally unique so that people will keep coming over. And if you have people coming over consistently, most definitely you meet your profit margin every year, every business year.
I agree. And about those people who come in consistently, how do you try to keep them?
My studio, once you come in, if you come to visit me when I have a client, you actually think that I've known the client since. So we have this very friendly atmosphere. And when you come in, we start talking. I always make sure that I leave an impression. You don't just come in and take pictures. I'm not one of those photographers that you come to the studio and they're all serious and they're all, okay, let's take this picture. When you come in, we'll play, we'll gist, I'll yab you. So there's no, when you're leaving, you leave with an impression that you've made a friend. So even if you don't intend to come back, if you came not intending to come back, by the time you're leaving, we're already friends. You don't even have an option. You have to come back. We will deliver great pictures. So we have the customer friendliness and we have the quality of images that you're looking for. So sure, you're not going anywhere.
Amazing. So let's talk about this interesting bit that people usually have so much to talk about. Challenges you faced. I saw that face coming. Let's talk about some of your challenges you faced running your business so far.
Okay, so I want to start from the beginning. When I started child photography, like I said, I started with my kids. They were really little, and I was learning. After learning from the guy who taught me, I would come back, because the guy who taught me was not into child photography. He was doing events and everything, so I self-taught myself child photography. From YouTube to subscribing to online foreign photographers online and following their tutorials and all. That's how I started doing child photography. Because when I started child photography, like I said earlier, there were just a few people. And when you reach out to people and say, please, I'm a child photographer. I'm trying to do child photography. Could you please, can I come over to your studio? How do you do your backgrounds? How do you... Nobody. It was a major challenge. And if not that a very persistent person, I probably would have just stuck to doing events. Because at a point, I was doing a lot of events, and I was doing portraits since I couldn't figure out what they were doing in particular. Nobody was ready to teach anybody. Nobody was ready to teach anybody. It was a very big challenge. Thankfully, YouTube, foreign photographers who would give their tutorials out at a cost. I was doing all of that. And over time, I started understanding, and then I started being very creative. So when I see, for instance, backdrops that they use, I'm like, how did they get these backdrops? And I'm saying, okay, you have to probably go online and order it. It might take like 3 weeks or take 1 month to get to Nigeria and all of that. And then I came up with my own way of doing it. I improvised. Background. I have my background in theater arts. From set designs to costume to makeup to all the things you do to make believe, all the arts and acts of the theater. I have that as background. So it was really helpful in making me being creative and improvising on so many of those things. As time went on and I started becoming known, and other photographers would be, okay, there's a Mimi creation somewhere. At that point, people started opening up. But already...
It was too late. You already gathered the knowledge.
It was too late. So it was really, really challenging. Another challenging part of photography. Back then, maybe 5 years ago, photography was better in terms of costs. It wasn't so expensive to get a gear. It wasn't so expensive to get lights or to get memory cards or any of the things that you need. But now, dollar, Lord. If you are starting photography now, you had better be related to a very rich, to be related to a very rich person. Because you cannot just get up from the streets and say you want to do photography right now because of how exchange rate has affected the cost of everything. A brand new camera, a fairly good brand new camera you would have bought like 2 years ago for 450K, you will get like for 700K, fairly used, not new anymore. Wow. So right now, it's a big challenge for, especially photographers that are just coming up. Luckily for me, I've gotten most of what I would need from the beginning pattern.
Wow. Well, we'll talk more about this after the break. More conversations with our guest coming up after the break. I'm still here with Marianne of Mimi Creations Studio. So, Marianne, so you've been in this industry for 7 years and counting. What major improvements would you like to see in this industry?
Okay, so when you're talking about the industry, I'm thinking child photography,
Okay,
specifically.
Okay, so you want to limit it to child photography?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
So I would think maybe there should be a body of child photographers.
Is there a body of photographers, first of all?
No. Okay. But because child photographers were mostly female, so I'm sure something can be, we mostly know each other.
Then you guys should set up the body.
Mm-hmm. But it's not going to be me. I won't be the person to set it up, but it would be a good idea to have a body that sort of brings us together and help to learn from each other. I know the concept of learning from another photographer is almost impossible because everybody likes to kind of hide something. Okay, this is my strong point. This is my own style and all of that. But I think having a body that can help us to push things further and help other people grow, help us grow, those of us that think we're there, per se, help us grow and help other people grow. I think it would be a fantastic idea.
Are you open to training people?
Yes, I do train people. Okay. I do train people already, so I'm open to training people.
Okay. So, major improvement, you like to have a body that regulates and trains and oversees how child photography works.
Yes.
What else? Because most people, well, except you're very savvy, if you want to take photos of your kids, you probably would not even think of going to a child photographer. You just want to go to any photographer, right?
Yes, because until recently, many people did not understand why there should be a genre called child photography. Yeah. It took a lot of time and educating when clients come in and I say, I'm a child photographer. And they're like, okay, I don't understand. I want to take pictures of myself. I do take pictures of adults though, but I push out child photography because that is what I want to be my niche. That's why I don't push out adult pictures and all of that. But it took a lot of educating, and right now in Lagos especially, a lot of people know that there's a difference between a regular photographer and a child photographer. And some 3-4 years back, you will have to be explaining. I remember when I first got my studio, someone came in to make an inquiry, and the person asked, and I told the person I do child photography, and the person said, oh, you're not hungry yet. The person said it to you, but I said, when you're hungry, you will snap anything that you see. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry, I didn't know that was offensive to you.
Really?
So, yes, so I think it took a lot of educating, but now with Instagram and a lot of other platforms, so many people are seeing that there are actually people who do strictly children. And
they can actually see the difference.
And they can see the difference because a regular photographer, when you walk in, just wants to take your picture and you walk out. A child photographer is patient with you. Sometimes your child needs to sleep, they let your child sleep. Sometimes your child needs to eat, and maybe it takes maybe like 20-30 minutes to feed the child and clean the child up, and a child photographer will wait for you. There's time for all of that. You can't get there anywhere.
So roughly how many hours does a session take for child photography?
So, all things being equal, 2 to 3 hours. All things being equal. Sometimes you will postpone the rest of the shoot till the next day or another free date that you have because the child is probably too cranky or the child is running temperature or the child is sleepy and all of that. So
I must commend your patience in all of this. Okay, so let's talk about photography. Can you tell us some interesting facts about photography that we laymen that are not into photography may not know about?
Okay, so one of it that usually cracks me up is if you notice older pictures, like say 80 years ago, kind of pictures, you will not catch any, you don't see any picture where somebody is smiling. And that is because then they used to use large format cameras to shoot. Okay. And those ones, you can be in the process of shooting for the next 1 hour, you've not taken one picture. So you have to just stay still like this and not move. So you can imagine somebody having to smile for all of that period. And that's why if you look at very old pictures, you see that all of them have this straight face and they are all
like
very
rigid.
There's
a posture.
Yes, and then don't move. You can't move because if you move, while the camera is trying to process the image, you distort it and you can now start getting blurry images. So sometimes you'll have to use a cape to hold them in one place. So that used to be very funny. I'm glad I was not in that age.
In that era.
Because I always tell my clients, smile, smile, please smile. So it won't have been funny. Then another thing. So many people used to feel that the left side of their face is their most flattering side. And that is because it is believed, or it has been researched, basically, that your left side intensifies more emotions. So if you're smiling, your smile looks better on this side. Right. So people generally just, this is my good side. This is not my good side, this is my good side.
Okay, so which is my good side?
All sides. All sides. And okay, so another fact. Okay, photography it was gotten from the Greek word photographia, which meant drawing with light. And basically that's what we do. So without light, you cannot shoot. You cannot take a good picture. So photography is basically using light to draw an image.
Okay, so your light is very important in photography.
Yes, not necessarily physical light. It could be sunlight or any source of light. Window, from any point. So light is key to photography.
Amazing, amazing. I've learned one or two things about photography and child photography today, Marianne. Thank you so much for coming on the show.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for watching this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. And don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Moremi Akongo. Bye for now.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here. Rivers APC sends warning shot to Buhari, NEC and Bola Tinubu. And supporters show strength as political rallies hold across Nigeria. Tonight, we discuss solidarity marches and their significance to the 2023 elections. This is Fast Politics. I'm Mary Anacon. The All Progressive Congress APC in Rivers State has sent warning shots to President Muhammadu Buhari, the party's presidential candidate Ahmed Bola Tinubu, and the National Executive Council, urging them to address their grievances or lose their participation in next year's presidential election. At an interactive session convened by the party's National Vice Chairman, South-South Victor Gyadam, on Sunday night in Port Harcourt, Rivers State, stakeholders accused the party leaders of working against the interest of Rivers APC by their actions and inactions. And joining us to discuss this live is Sugbeye Eli. He's a legal practitioner and a member of the All Progressive Congress in Rivers State. Mr. Eli, so good to have you join us. Good evening.
Good evening, Miriam. It's my pleasure joining you tonight. Good evening, Nigerian.
Great. Let's start by looking at the tone of this and, of course, the basis for which the APC in Rivers State is putting out this warning. One would have said that the APC at this point will be trying to put its house together, being that one of your very staunch former chairman had moved and, of course, moved to the PDP. And then we also saw Senator Magnus Abe moving to the SDP. What exactly, first and foremost, is the state of the APC in Rivers State?
Thanks for your question. The APC, like every other political party registered under the Nigerian Constitution, is not a secret cult, and therefore there is the freedom of entry and freedom of exit. People move in accordance with their vested interests. So, proceeding from that perspective, one would say that those who left probably left not because the APC had collapsed, but maybe because they could not realize their expectations vis-a-vis being the ballot for one office or the other. Or maybe they left because some ethnic interests became a higher calling. But whatever is the reason, there have also been enough entries between then and now, except that you do not hear too much of those noise making because it's not in our nature to advertise what will catch the big fishes. But going back to the issue you raised, I think we want to proceed. Talking about putting our house in order. You recall that on Sunday, the National Vice Chairman, South-South, Chief Victor Gyadam, led a full executive committee of the party at the zonal level. And now they've been going around the 6 South-South states to check the health of the party in each of the state chapters. So when they arrived Port Harcourt on Sunday, you expect that the state chairman, Chief Emeka Bekee, and the governorship candidate, Architect Toye Patrick Cole, who happens to be the state coordinator in the presidential campaign council for Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, will raise issues of concern such as they did. An honest party man would do that. If they have gone to Delta states and then they do to the Cross River, the issues cannot be the same because we haven't seen APC governors come to those states to hobnob with the opposition for any reason. So in Rivers State, the situation could have been different. And honest party men are duty bound to lay the complaints at the right quarters. Who would better take the reports of the state chapter than the zonal chairman, to the National Executive Committee, of course, to the president, who is the leader of the party. So it was within our constitutional rights to file complaints, particularly because those governors are leaders of the party in their own right. They're members of NEC, and they know that the actions flout Article 21 of the APC Constitution.
What exactly are these actions that you make reference to? Because I'm looking at this statement that was made by Mr. Gyadam. First and foremost, he talks about the fact that the government, or rather the leadership of the APC, is being seen to, the leadership of the party's flag bearer, rather, are seen to be hobnobbing with Governor Nyesom Wike. And you see this as anti-party because, of course, Governor Nyesom Wike is a PDP member. Why is that so much of a bother for the people of River State?
Of course, you don't need rocket science to understand what that means. Article 21 of the APC Constitution lays very bare to the practical details what constitutes anti-party. Whatever you do to undermine the interest of the party in the favor of an opposition party qualifies as anti-party. For instance, the last time I was in this program, you were talking about another round of court cases that the opposition PDP led by Nyesom Wike have filed again to delete the APC from the ballot. So when these governors come to River State to meet Wike, are they discussing Wike withdrawing those cases, or they come to discuss about Wike supporting Asiwaju for president? Now, if you don't know how that hot sauce, then you're not a party man. If you go to Lagos, for instance, let's assume without conceding that Rachel Amechi was the flag bearer of this, the APC for 2023 presidential elections. He arrives in Lagos and then goes to look for Jimmy Abaje or Chief Olabode George to seek support to the total exclusion of the APC in Lagos. It does not visit the party secretariat, it does not see the party leader, it does not consult anybody, and goes walking straight in bed with PDP leaders in Lagos State. The reaction will not be different. So we have not done anything different. We're only sounding alarm bells. The same thing happened in 2020.
So are you saying that because Bola Ahmed Tinubu is seeking for, to run for president in the country, he should, one way or the other, be in enmity with members of other political parties who seem to be his friend, devoid of the fact that they are members of other political parties? He should not, in any way, have conversations with them, whether it be for political reasons or not.
Mayor, that's absolutely wrong. You're misunderstanding me.
Well,
nobody's talking about enmity here. Nobody's talking about enmity here. We must be able to draw a clear line between pursuing support from other Nigerians for a ticket and doing so to undermine the local chapter of the party. I have an example here. As we speak here, the man they come to meet a party that's already in court with virtually every political party in River State. It's in court with the APC, the PDP is in court with SDP, the PDP is in court with Labour Party. Go around this country. Go around the 6 states in Abuja. If you find any matter in any federal high court filed by any PDP state chapter against other parties, only in River State. And so because he's worked in 2019 and we're off the ballot and it's become an easy ride for him, he's back again. So then the state chairman of the PDP, that's when Akawo, was in the federal high court, leading House of Assembly candidates who are members, leading local government chairmen, and the party who is in was there, even central candidate. So they have an interest to protect. So why would an APC leader come to the state while he goes to woo Nyesom Wike and others to support him? We'll never check on the party, the local chairman of the party, to know how we're faring. He wants to undermine us because of chasing an interest. For God's sake, this is an election where the Electoral Act has made it so easy for Nigerians to exercise the power of the ballot when they choose to do so. We have other potential aspirants in the field. Would Asiwaju Bola Tinubu and his handlers be comfortable to find the APC River State observing with P2P openly, observing with Atiku Abubakar openly, all presidential candidates. It's not done. So we have filed the report, and we hope that Victor Gadam, the National Vice Chairman of South, will take the message home, and then we'll watch their reaction. You know, Harold Wilson, former British Prime Minister, warned. He said, in politics, a week is like eternity. We'll have from now to February. So much can happen. If we think our interest does not matter, then I think that whoever thinks so is in for a surprise.
Okay.
Do not forget, there's no state chapter, and I stand to be corrected. There's no state chapter of this party that paid the price that the APC University has paid from 2015 to date. None. And if anybody thinks
what exactly is the price that you're talking about? Because you sound like someone was crucified. But then explain to us what you mean by the APC in River State have paid the price up until now. What exactly is the price that they've had to pay?
I won't waste the time. I will enumerate it at my fingertips. Miriam, I come from Begema local government area. During just membership registration in 2014, when somebody was shot and killed in a Boroma compound, was 5 Bakana at the registration grounds. Because that killing was so gory, his elder brother, Ombo Ombi, aka Master Rhymes, after a while, got disgusted and defected from the party. Lives are at stake. Before President Bode arrived, River State to flag off his campaign in 2015, contingents arriving the Electoral Mexican Stadium from Kana local government, from Begema local government, from Malakuta local government were ambushed and shot up. This president visited the Cancer Artisan Specialist Hospital to commiserate with the injured and gave them promises. Now, because we could now retain government after 2015, given the circumstance of the genotype factor, we couldn't appoint an Attorney General who will prosecute those known criminals who are behind those murders. The APC does not understand that until we have the government house, those murders are walking away. And those things discourage the people from bringing their chest out to fight for the party.
So you're saying that the APC has to be in power for justice to actually reign in River State. So is there no judiciary? I'm sorry, the judiciary that is in River State, is it a PDP judiciary? Are you telling me that the lawyers who make up the bench, including you, are supposed to be people who only understand justice in light of a particular political party? Are you throwing all your colleagues under the bus here?
Madam, the Attorney General of River State and Commissioner for Justice is an office created by the Constitution, but appointed by a governor who is partisan, who comes from a political party. So if the Attorney General of River State fails to prosecute crimes reported and police have investigated, what do you do? The Attorney General has morally prosecute powers.
Again, I ask, you're telling me that the whole judiciary in River State is at the whims and caprices of one man who's an Attorney General, a government appointee. I'm trying to understand where you're going with this. Please help me.
Yes, listen. Before you talk about the judiciary, there's a key to the judiciary. The Attorney General of the state, by law, will take over the criminal proceedings, even if the police commences it. That's his power of morally prosecute. The Attorney General has the right to commence, to take over, to continue, or discontinue the criminal proceeding. So if the Attorney General comes and fails to prosecute, you cannot prosecute. And from what I've seen in this country, the Federal Attorney General cannot prosecute crimes that happen in the state. You cannot say Attorney General prosecuting murder cases.
So what this means is that the Attorney General of the Federation would only prosecute matters that would benefit the APC government other than every other Nigerian. If this is what you're saying is happening in River State, this is what you think is obtainable. Because whatever you say, Subeye, one way or the other, is going to be interpreted as what's happening across the country. Because if you are making a case that the Attorney General in your state and the whole judiciary is at his whims and caprices, you're also in turn saying that that's what's obtainable everywhere else, even at the federal level.
You're wrong. And let me tell you why you're wrong.
That's why I'm asking you that whatever explanation you're giving me now, you have to be careful to make sure that it is legit and it's right.
Let me explain to you why I said you're wrong. Maryland, there are, in the constitution of this country, there are offenses triable by different courts. There are also offenses that certain categories of persons cannot issue action on. A murder in a state is triable by the police and Attorney General of that state, not the Federal Attorney General. So if I say that under this government, from 2015 to now, Rivers State has had 2 Attorney Generals appointed by Wiki, the late Chimewo Emmanuel Agoma, and now Professor Zakis Adango, SN, both of them, the other one to attend SN, and not one person has been put on trial. Don't forget that in this matter we're talking about here, in 2015, Nyesom Wike issued an action challenging the jurisdiction of the Rivers State Election Petition Tribunals being moved to Abuja instead of Rivers State. Now, the Supreme Court, in dismissing that challenge jurisdiction on the note of finality, said that Rivers State was, quote, a theater of war before, during, and after the 2015 election. So if judges cannot sit in safety to adjudicate on election petitions, how much more helpless voters? So these are the issues that have been there.
Okay.
They are not novel.
Let's come back to party politics here. Now, you and members of your political party are holding the feet of Mr. President to the fire. I'd like to quote exactly what your group said. Now, they said that they're calling on the national chairman and President Muhammadu Buhari to call the presidential candidate to order. And the group also said that the president and the candidate should stop dividing the APC in River State for personal interest. And you said that the APC in River State is a family. I'd like to ask again, what's the, since the leader of the APC in your state, of course, in the person of the former Minister for Transport, Right Honorable Rotimi Amechi, we haven't really heard after the APC presidential primaries from him. What is he doing as the leader of the party to guard against what you are all worried about? I mean, should he not be the one who's putting the house together? He used to be an aide to Mr. President, and he should be the one leading the charge for the presidential campaign in your state. So why are you directing your aggression to the candidate when you have somebody who's supposedly a go-between?
Madam, I don't understand. Rotimi Amechi
is the leader of your party, isn't he?
He has the same rights that I have in the APC. He was a minister. He was a governor. He's the leader of a party. Nothing in the APC constitution says that only he can raise complaints to the quarters he's gone to.
But he is the leader of your party,
the former governor of Lagos State, the former governor of Lagos State, who is now our presidential standard bearer, is a member of NEC. And in terms of discipline, there are procedures. He knows what the party leadership has done through the state chairman and the candidate, governorship candidate, who happens to be the coordinator of Asiwaju Bola Tinubu in the PCC for River State, to ECHO, is very much in order. They have routed the complaint through the national vice chairman South-South. So we're moving from the state to the zonal level. The zonal level is asked to take it to national level. It's the appropriate route. Nothing has gone wrong. It's not something to do with Rotimi Amechi or whether I said the thing or not said the thing. He ran the primaries and came second. The vice president, who came third, is not discussing, he's not complaining about something in a good state. The Senate president, who came fourth, is not discussing what's happening in the Yobe State because these issues are not there. Now, so if it happens in River State, it must not be Rotimi Amechi that will talk. Those with the constitutional powers to do so have spoken. Okay. And that's what is germane. We should not look at the messenger. Let's look at the message.
Okay.
We saw these things coming in 2020 in Edo State. The governor, who was an APC governor, was forced to abdicate to leave the party to go to the PDP against all warnings. At the end of the day, Governor Batsky left with that ticket, went to the PDP and defeated us because we were not listening. So we're not here to massage anybody's ego.
Okay.
We're simply saying that One will raise the red flag. You must listen. Because we too will have alternatives in presidential candidates in other parties.
Okay.
Who can also woo us for votes.
Okay. Let me go back to some of the things that were credited again to this, in this warning shot to the neck and, of course, Tinubu. I'd like to quote a statement here directly. In Inasia West, I hope I got his name right. Now, he said Tinubu cannot be
in Inasia West.
Yes, in Inasia West said that Tinubu cannot be sitting on the fence anymore when it comes to River State. He should come out and say where he belongs so that we who are still in the party know how we move. He also said, we're here ready to win election, but Tinubu must make a clear statement in River State. So I ask, how on the ground is the APC in River State? You lost elections in 2015, you lost elections in 2019. How certain are you that you can win River State for Tinubu?
Well, let's assume that you don't follow Rivers politics. When they ask the question, how on ground are we?
That's a very flawed assumption, but I'd let you slide.
Let me clear it out. In 2015, we ran an election against the sitting president, who had the proxy in the current governor. The facts are there. I don't want to rehash it. In 2019, the court stopped us. So between us and this PDP, that is stopping this chest at the owner of River State, there's really not been a direct contest. We adopted the candidate of the AAC 24 hours of the election in 2019 in the person of Engineer Bipowamba Awara. And all of the South states had the elections concluded. In 21 days, INEC could not declare a wicked winner. We were busy writing results at the backyard. So to declare a winner, we don't want to go through that. In 2016, we had rerun elections in at least 2/3 of the parliamentary seats, National Assembly and State Assembly. At the end of the last count, we had 2 senators. We had how many members of House of Reps and how many members of House Assembly? Is that the party says on the ground? In 2018, we had a runoff election, a by-election rather, in Port Harcourt 63. Okay? The INEC could not declare results to this day because we are
what does that amount to?
In 2019,
because
the Judiciary
if INEC is unable to announce the result, but I'm clearly just asking, can you certainly say that you will be able to deliver the state for Tinubu?
Marian, this
it's a yes or
election
no
is
question.
about...
It's a yes or no question, Mr. Eli.
No, it's not a yes or no question.
Can you or can you not?
This is not the script written from the dark room of somebody. The voters have a right to vote. INEC is the umpire. The outcome of the results will show on the from each series up. So it's not for us to sit and tell you, yes, we can deliver, not to deliver.
Okay.
You don't undermine us. You do that at a peril.
All right. Well, so where Eli
As for Inasia West, Inasia West is a candidate for the House of Representatives as Electoral Federal Constituency.
Okay.
His election will happen the same day without our civil just Group. So he's within his right on time to decide, to ask questions, where does the candidate stand? So he will know how to run his own campaign.
All right.
It's as simple as ABC.
So we're out of time, but I want to say thank you. So Eli is a legal practitioner, also a member of the APC in River State. Thank you so much for being part of the conversation.
It's my pleasure. Thanks for having me as always.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we will be talking about solidarity marches that has been taking place across the country and outside the country. And we're talking about the significance that it will have on the elections come 2023. Stay with us. We'll be right back. Supporters of the Labour Party presidential candidate, Mr. Peter Obi, held simultaneous rallies across the state of the country to drum up support for Obi as Nigerians marked 62 years of independence. The hugely attended rallies, which was saw the supporters of known as Obedience marching through some major cities in Lagos, Delta and Abia, Osun, Kaduna, Akwa Ibom, Edo and Bauchi, among others, caused traffic snarls in some areas. Now, also, back here in Lagos, women in large numbers on Monday shut down vehicular movement as they stormed various parts of the state in support of the presidential candidate of the All Progressive Congress, APC, Asiwaju Ahmed Tinubu. Now, videos of women comprising artisans, traders, market women, and even professionals were marching on the streets with banners having trending online since yesterday. Well, joining us to discuss this is John Shaibu. He's a former member of the Presidential Convention Committee, and unfortunately we cannot have Andy Akposibe join us. But let's start with you, John. Many people have asked and wondered what the significance of these rallies, whether they be for APC, for PDP, for the Labour Party, and how this will, one way or the other, win these people the position of a president come 2023.
Well, thank you very much for this opportunity again. Elections, rally, when it comes to rally this period, you find out that rallies by experience are said to be to create awareness and to exert collective identity for a brand or a name or a political party or a candidate. So for me, rallies this season is to create that awareness for any candidate who want to support it. And especially when you look at the three leading political parties, you have PDP, you have APC, you have Labour Party. Now you find out that a lot of them are holding rallies. What is it for? Create awareness for your brand. That is what rallies are meant for, so that people can actually key in to whoever you're rooting for in an election. So for that, every political party wants to showcase what they can give and who they are presenting, so that people can actually get to know them better, and also probably to allow for people to make a better judgment. Because, also rallies are mostly, to show a strength of power, a strength of force. And the more the merrier for a lot of people. But don't forget, rallies don't actually make for voting at the end of the day. So rallies presently creating awareness for every candidate and for the party.
Again, looking at the essence of these rallies, yes, it's to show solidarity, yes, it's to create awareness, but then the target of every politician, the target of everyone who holds the ticket of any political party is for whatever is being done, whether media-wise, in person, to, change to votes. Are we doing enough as a country, as political parties, as social, as civil societies to pass the right message? Because it's one thing, we see the social media movement, we see, the PR movement and all of that, but how much information is out there as to the vote casting, the importance of the PVC, and how these solidarities would translate to votes at the end of the day?
Now, the truth of the matter is, rallies, by experience, does not translate to actual voting, because you find out that the same people that come out for one political party come out for the others, majority. So some people that win votes might not even come out on such rallies, because you don't know what might occur on such rallies, because rallies in a sense have a negative and positive effect. Sometimes look at what happened in Lagos, where some people were being brutalized, someone was brutalized on Saturday. Those are kind of the negative effects. Some people might not want to make a statement on election day with their votes. And for me, I see rallies just, like I said, awareness. But when it comes to the nitty-gritty of it, creating that voting strength, or who they pander to vote for, you find out that it has to be an engagement, exercise at different forums where you have meetings, town hall meetings, you have engagement on social media, you have, meeting of stakeholders, telling them what you can present, and then you have, people, being able to key into your activities or what you want to present for the nation. So that is, what I feel is rally is all about. It's not about singing on the streets. It's not about carrying placards. It's not about wearing T-shirts. Because I can tell you, like I said, rallies are empirically, like I said, to be for awareness. Because I remember some years, last election, some people came out, what they want, T-shirts. They want face cap. They want souvenirs you can carry home. But on election day, you'll be so shocked that you see such people. So that is why political parties, especially my party, engaging beyond rallies, engaging people, meeting them at their doorsteps, meeting them at their various, platforms, to tell them what actually we need to do. That is what I call rally for me. It's not the street jamboree that we see all around. The party is doing that, but yes, but the main issue of rally, if you tell me, is the awareness and identity for that brand is at every forum where they can meet with stakeholders and tell Nigerians what they are ready to present.
I know that you're a party man, obviously, you're from the PDP, but then let's look at it from a very objective perspective. Take away the bias for a second. The candidates for the presidency, they all have their job cut out for them, whether it be the Kwankwasos of the NNPP, Labour Party, APC, and of course the PDP. Now, over the weekend, it was a battle of who could work out better, who's fitter than the other. And we could see that happening between your candidate and the candidates of the APC, which, of course, came as a result of, rumors that people were wondering what was wrong with the presidential candidates of the APC. But then, how well do you see these presidential candidates faring in terms of the PR, how they're handling these issues, what they're putting out there as opposed to what people need to hear? How well are these guys doing in terms of knowing that, 2023 is not going to be a walk in the park?
Now, straight to it, Atiku has his 5-point agenda, which has been promoting over the years. On the inauguration of the Presidential Campaign Council at the ICC International Conference Center, what the focus there, you see, there was book presentation of what he has done, the restructuring plan and all his plan for the nation. He has been speaking about it at different forums, at the MBA, stakeholders at the MBA conference. He spoke at the Lagos Business Community conference where they had a town hall meeting and all that, and on different platforms in social media, at different PDP platforms. So for me, Atiku was just catching fun when he had to do with that bicycle or that exercise thing, because he has presented, out of all the candidates that we have, it's only Atiku that prepared, only Atiku that presented his position, what he intends to do for the nation, and how he's going to go about it, not missing word about it. So
I did say you should be unbiased, but you seem to be very biased. But go ahead.
No, well, for me, I can talk about my principle. I can talk about my candidate better.
As a Nigerian,
why? Because I know
how well do you think that these presidential candidates are selling themselves? I'll ask again.
No, he is selling himself very well, because he appears at every function he's called for to explain what he wants to do for Nigerians. But we didn't see an APC candidate there. We didn't see him appear there. Only the Labour Party, only Obi, Atiku appear. And from day one, the preparedness even can tell you from what the party did, nominating our vice presidential candidate, having a conference, presidential convention. We named right on time our vice presidential candidate. We inaugurated our presidential campaign council right on time, and our candidate has a prepared and reviewed plan, covenant he has with Nigeria. So this is not a thing of bias, it's a thing of truth which everyone can identify. I remember in one of these meetings that one of the presidential candidates had then when he was our vice president, He said Atiku is ready, Atiku is prepared to get going. And in one of his interviews also, Atiku said, look, my first objective when I get in, I am going to have my cabinet ready. That means that's the man that's ready to work. That's the man that's prepared to work, who has a focus and have a timeline for every issue. You don't have to delay for 6 months, 1 year to have.
Since this conversation is not about promoting Atiku, I'll leave you because you don't seem to want to answer my question. But I'm going to tackle you on Atiku. If Atiku was unable to win hearts previous years, he was unable to win hearts in 2015. Nigerians did not want him in 2019. Why do you think that we would want him in 2023? Again, what has changed from the story he's been telling and all of the, the ideas he's been churning out in order to get Nigerians to vote for him? Why would Nigerians change to look in his direction in the first instance?
Now, look at the power of incumbency. With all that transpired, the shenanigans that transpired in that election, you could tell PDP won the election, but as it is, this is Nigeria. We accepted the result, all right? But every Nigerian will tell you truly that Atiku Abubakar won the election. But let's leave that. But I can tell you, someone that has a plan, that's been saying it, that is prepared for it, that has it articulated, what else do you expect of such a person? That means this man has an agenda. And what is the agenda? To move this nation, restructure this nation, devolve power to down to local government, in which everybody will feel impact of governance by also making sure that he engages the legislators who will also buy into this plan. He pushes it in and ensures that everybody key in. And when you key in, you find out that you interrogate all his plans. They are workable plans that is ready to set Nigeria on the right footing, to rescue it and rebuild it back to where APC have kept it in a dire state that needs.
But many will say that the APC inherited this so-called corruption, or what state? I mean, nobody's saying that what's happening right now is any fault of the PDP. But then, since we're talking about precedents, the PDP ran this country for more than 8 years. And of course, it was inherited by the APC. Why should we in any way want to give that power back to the PDP if they themselves were voted out because of incompetence, because of corruption, because of lack of, a certain kind of willpower to deal with certain issues? Why would we want to give that power back? And again, let's not forget, in 1999, your candidate was also part of the ticket that started the democratic rule or democratic run in the country. So again, I ask, what story does he have to tell us that is any different from what he's been telling us over the years? And what has changed in him all of a sudden that would make Nigerians really warm up to him?
You cannot take away experience.
This
is a ticket. This is a ticket of Obasanjo Atiku ticket. Don't forget, when you talk about corruption, who initiated having EFCC to check financial corruption? Who initiated ICPC to check corruption? That same ticket did it. That's the same ticket that came on $29 per barrel and ran this nation, managed it to the point in which the next administration took it up, and Jonathan took it up to a nation that you can say that is almost the largest fast-growing economy in Africa. So what are we saying? We understand what is playing out, the propaganda that went out that the party is corrupt and all that. Don't forget, individuals, they have even been taken out of the party because most of them are returned back to APC, where they turned them to say, yes, we're not saying that there is no corruption in any system, political system. There is. But when you look at it, what is the state of Nigerians at that period compared to now? If you're talking about corruption, what were you buying rice? Tell me, Marianne, what were you buying rice back then? How much were you transported to your village? How much were you entering flight? Same government people call corrupt. How much was school fees? How much was dollars at that time? So when we look at this issue and place it beside what is happening now, please, Atiku is ready by experience to ensure that such system does not such system does not, kind of grow again from what APC have put us in. If they could push in for EFCC to come up, if they could push in for ICPC to come up, what do you think you're going to bring on board?
Well, I want to say thank you.
So for me, yeah.
John, unfortunately, we don't have time, but I would have tackled you on some of the recent happenings within your party and the allegations by Governor Wike.
Don't forget, we are doing everything. We are in peace. There is peace. It's a family affair, and when you fight, you make up, and what you do, you get united. Yes.
Well,
yes.
I wish you all the best.
Today at the meeting,
wish the PDP all the best.
Wike said there's peace and we're united.
Okay.
Listen to it.
I wish the PDP all the best. I say may the best man win, but Nigerians will be the ones who determine that. But always a pleasure. John Shaibu is a former member of the PDP Presidential Convention Committee. Thank you so much for speaking with us tonight.
Thank you, Maria.
All right. And that's the show tonight, but thank you so much for joining us. Before we go, I would like to quickly give you my take. Here's my take. Party politics is always a difficult terrain to find a consensus. Every election brings with it one faction or another with a laundry list of grievances that the emergent candidate is expected to appease. From dissatisfied primary candidates, better known as sore losers, who would rather burn down the party's chances at the polls, to contingents of the party that have been waiting since the last election to assert their influence. It is a part and parcel of the process. Now, serious candidates must be ready with a big bag of favors to satisfy such people. This is the one reason why it seems no matter the promises of aspirants, things don't ever seem to change. While a consensus may be difficult to arrive at in our politics, we can all agree that everyone likes free stuff. Even I do. Now, it's certainly true that some candidates face, this kind of internal crisis more than others. However, it may simply be evidence that such candidates are harder for the egos of many within the party to swallow. Hence, we get reports of a refusal of some party leaders to work for the candidate and even demand for interest to be pacified. But when it comes to elections in Nigeria, 'tis the season to be greedy. I am Mary Anacon. Have a good evening.
Zamani ushanga ambayo tulikuwa tunashona. Ushanga alikuwa anashona, ninashonea hii kidole, ninashonea masikio, ninashonea shingo. Hatuna biashara yoyote ya kuwa tunauza ushanga. Utauzia wapi? Sina juu pahali ambapo unajua. Hata tulikuwa hatujui kwanza ushanga unauzwa. Tuuzie nani?
Kina mama wa Kimasai alikuwa atoka afanya kazi kwengine, maana kuna majukumu ya nyumbani. Yeye ndio anatafuta kuni, yeye ndio anatafuta maji, yeye ndio anaenda sokoni kununua chakula ya watoto. Kazi ya mzee ni kung'ang'ana na mifugo. Najua mifugo iko mara ngapi? Mara 3. Kuna ng'ombe, kuna mbuzi, kuna ndama wale wadogo. Sasa kazi ya waume ni kazi ya mifugo peke yao. Kwa hiyo sio rahisi mama atoke aende afanye kazi kwingine, maana mzee akitoka kama anaenda kung'ang'ana na mifugo yake, anayobaki pale nyumbani ni mama. Kwa hiyo si rahisi apate nafasi ya kwenda kufanya kazi.
Mama tu ni kukaa tu kuangalia mali na kukamua na kupika basi. Mzee alikuwa anashughulika mambo zingine sote.
Sasa akishika ng'ombe mmoja ama mbili na ana mahali nzuri anafuga, kwa miaka 10 utakuja kuta hiyo ng'ombe mbili imefika ng'ombe 50. Maana ndio kazi yao. Lakini sasa kulingana na hali ya anga vile ilivyo, imekuwa ngumu pia wafuga hivyo.
There was a lot of slash and burn agriculture in this area. People could just cut down forest. We had natural water pans in the forests, but those water pans have already dried up. We had some rivers which were flowing down from the top of the hill, and that water could stay for a longer time. But these days, those rivers are no longer there. This is because of the change of weather patterns, and it's because people have destroyed the forest.
Sasa hivi huwezi kupata mzee ako na ng'ombe 100 hapa. Kwa mfano mimi ndio nawaongoza. Niko na bibi 2. Niko na wakasa wanangu, bibi za vijana wangu 4, kwa hiyo jamii yote kuna mama ni 6 na ng'ombe haifiki hata 20. Silikufa hata imebaki kama ng'ombe 15 hivi. Sasa una shida ukigawanya hizo ng'ombe 15 kwa hao kina mama kwa kila nyumba pale.
Anyasa na lenyoroi anya na ribanga samu kutunyago anyebo nwenga Musa kwa juu kazi nyingine, kazi yake tu ni ya mfugo. Ikitaka chakula mpaka ause mfugo. Sasa hizo mfugo ndio hizo sasa hausiki. Sasa tutabaki tu kuangaliana na hao wa zetu. Ndio sasa naweza patia ruhusa, si ndio nimekuja sasa kupatia ruhusa sasa. Aenda afanye hizo mamradi. Ndio sasa tuangalia kama atapata kitu kidogo ya kulete nyumbani. Halete chakula nyumbani.
Hiyo shida ya mume wangu vile amekuja paka akaja kaaga, imeletwa ni hiyo. Kumbe kitu ambayo unaizamini, unaifanya kama mtoto. Mzee wangu ameanza peresha hapo, na mwisho wake amekuja kwangu kuchukuliwa ni hiyo peresha. Amejamu tu, kumpeleka Voi hapa na ikawa ya kwake imeisha. Na peresha imekuja kwa ile mfugo yako. Watoto kama hawa wote, ng'ombe zimeisha, nitawapa nini? Tunenda tukashonee wazungu hizi bangili. Gari za wazungu zinakuja kama hapa, maana ilikuwa gari za wazungu zinakuja. Unaweka pale. Unanunuliwa penginepo, maana penginepo una nyoo moja ni shilingi 500 wala shilingi 300. Unakimbia, unajua mtoto wako atakula nini? Atakula nini?
Mwanaume sasa Kimasai sasa akifika mahali yeye anachua watoto, aisee, hiyo ndio inakuwa ngumu. Lakini sasa mama sasa ndio akaona kazi, na asipoenda hatutapata kitu, itabidi tuvumilie. Na bado kuna shughuli za mifugo pia, wadogo hao hajatoka pia, unaangalia pia hapo. So tumekuta sasa sisi wanaume tumekuwa na kazi nyingi nyumbani kwa sababu mama kutoka kwenda kwa kazi yao ya kikundi.
Kitambo wasee ndio wanatafuta wamama wakaa kwa nyumba, nakamua, naosha hiyo kibuyu yetu ya kukamua maziwa, alafu nafanya kazi yao kwa nyumba. Mzee naenda kutafuta jioni na kuja kukula, nafanya kazi wa boma. Lakini siku hizi wamama ndio wanatafuta, wasee siku hizi hakuna kazi. Angalia tu watoto, mbuzi, ile watoto ndogo ya ndama, alafu mimi naenda kutafuta na kuja kukula wote na yeye.
Wanataka mind zao zimepanuka sasa, wamekuwa na mindset tofauti. Wanataka amke asimamie wengine, wanataka kwenda mbele, register zile vikundi kama za walemavu kwao. Naona tu wamebadilika, hawako kama vile walikuwa
zamani. Ulikuwa unaambiwa kichwa ya nyumba ni nani? Kichwa ya boma, si ndio? Unaambiwa ni mwanaume. Sasa mimi naona kichwa ya boma ni mwanamke. Kwa nini si kwambia hivyo mtoto wangu? Naona wajukuu wangu anatoka huko Wachija, anakimbia kuliko aende akamwambie babake nimepokuzwa skuli. Anakimbia hata kama ni kumsalamia, anamsalamia tu kwa kichwa, anakimbia. Kwa nini umekuja mama? Nimepokuzwa ni mwalimu. Nenda kwa mamako. Zamani ilikuwa kuna hiyo.
Sasa hii ukikaa mtoto anakuambia mama siende kushona, nipate chakula. Sasa utabidi utatoka. Anajua mama ametoka, akirudi anaka mfuko ya unga, hawezi kulala njaa.
Mimi kama mama ninafurahi, maana kama naenda nje kutafuta pesa yangu, nakuja kukula na familia yangu, nyumba nakuwa mzuri. Kama pesa ni nyingi, najenga nyumba yangu, najenga nyumba ya kupanga. Sasa hiyo kazi imekuwa mzuri sana. Naona kwa nyumba yangu iko sawa, hata kwa familia yangu. Maana kama naweza kupata pesa, hata mama yangu naweza kupata kitu kidogo, ndugu zangu sina kula wote.
Maisha yangu sasa hii imebadilika sana, kwa sababu vile nimeona maisha imebadilika. Watoto wanaenda mbele, kwa sababu hii pesa ambayo napata naendeleza watoto wangu kwa masomo, na naendeleza kwa kila kitu, kwa sababu nguo ya shule mimi naendeleza. Sasa hii nimeona mbali sana, kwa sababu watoto wameenda shule kubwa sana, na kwa sababu ya hiyo miradi yangu.
Kule tumetoka tunataka tu hiyo nguo ambayo tumelikuwa tumelalia tuitupe. Tunataka nguo mpya. Tunataka mabadiliko. Ndio tunataka.
Thero's body would have been manure for the motherland. Listen to the words of a corpse. You cannot win this war.
My production career started off practically by some form of divine intervention. I work in TV production, and I've done that in advertising for over 20 years. I do storytelling as well. I do narrative. I've done films, TV series, etc. I taught myself to draw, and that meant 4 hours of sketching every day, minutely competent, where people will say, this doesn't suck. You actually had to practice.
For God's sake, Emeka, we don't even have enough guns or food. What were you thinking?
If you and Uzogo had not unleashed your unique brand of madness last January, we wouldn't be swimming in beers and blood.
It was a revolution!
I was one of my uncles, and he got me a job in, then it was Vanguard newspapers in Apapa. And I got to meet all my heroes because in those days, I knew every cartoonist of every Nigerian publication by name because I would always look for the signature. Advertising was obviously the way to go. English then, if you're doing English, you're either going to be a teacher or something. I was like, no, this is a cool industry. This industry is really cool. It's really being paid to be creative. I was sent around the agency to learn every aspect of advertising. And when I got to TV production, the then head of TV production of ESO and you, then Mr. Greg Odutayo, said to me, okay, I want him. So he just made a request. There are many highlights. I've won awards for films I've made, TV series I've done. But let me just jump forward. The most recent thing I've done I'm extremely proud of is being one of the 3 directors on MTV Sugar, Niger. Then you have to learn. So when I came into production, I was always asking questions. So I was on a quest to know why this visual image was better than this visual image. And that got me into studying and learning about production. It helps to be always focused on what will make you win. There's a very healthy sense of motivating yourself to always get things right. Make sure your work is up to standard. It resembles anything else across any other platform across the world. The second thing is it must have your identity. It must have your strong cultural identity.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
A very good evening to you. This is News Update. I'm Loretta Chiogo. President Muhammadu Buhari has claimed he inherited a country at crossroads with bombs detonating in cities of Nigeria. Buhari was speaking during the passing out parade and commissioning ceremony of cadets of regular course 69 of the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna State. He, however, said his administration has been able to manage Nigeria's security crisis since assuming office in 2015. A total of 239 cadets, including those from sister African countries such as Liberia, Sierra Leone, Niger Republic, Chad, and Uganda, passed out from the academy as junior military officers. The FOBA Global Development and Rights Initiative has called for justice from the federal government over the killing of pastoralists in Kaduna and Taraba states. The President General of the group, Salim Musa Umar, in a statement, said in the last few days, images of innocent FOBA pastoralists butchered and maimed in Taraba and Kaduna states have flooded the media. The group observed that in Bali Local Council, unsuspecting pastoralists were lured into a deceptive meeting by an armed vigilante group, alleging that it ended up being defenselessly attacked and mercilessly massacred. The lawyers for the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities, ASU, have told the Court of Appeal that both parties could not resolve the 8-month-old strike despite the out-of-court settlement as advised by the appellate court. The presiding judge, Justice Hama Baraka, thereafter stepped down the matter for an hour to enable the counsel for ASU, Femi Falana, to file a reply to the counter-affidavit deposed to by the federal government in opposition to the hearing of the appeal. At the resumption of the hearing, Falana said they had begun consultations which would continue at the end of the day's proceedings. Meanwhile, there are indications that ASU is set to sue the federal government over the registration of the Congress of Nigerian Universities Academics, CONUA, and the National Association of Medical and Dental Academics, NAMDA. In Rivers State, the House of Assembly has recognized Celestine Omehia as a former governor of the state. Omehia has been asked to refund all monetary entitlement he received as a governor as benefits amounting to 600 million naira within 7 days. He is also expected to return about 96.5 million naira he received as pension. He will also cease to be addressed as His Excellency. Omehia was removed in 2007 by the Supreme Court 6 months after he was declared winner of the state governorship election. The court ordered that former Governor Rotimi Amechi be sworn in as governor. As Nigeria joins the globe to mark World Teachers' Day, Nigerians express disappointment in the nation's education system, call on the federal government to reconfigure the system. That's on Street Views.
I think the government also have to work hand in hand with some of these teachers, these lecturers, to make things good. One thing is that if you are not listening to teachers or you are not listening to lecturers, that means you are not trying to get what they want. And I believe some of these lecturers, what they really want is for the best of the education system.
Not really very encouraging. Not really very encouraging. And our teachers who, let me just say, it's teachers that made us who we are because we started from them. And they are not being taken care of what it's supposed to be. Every sector is being well taken care of, but educational sectors were like being abandoned. For instance, ASU have been on strike for a very long time now, for about how many months, 6 or 7 months, years. And in hope of getting them back, getting the students back to the school, we are not seeing it. So it's not encouraging at all, at all.
In Nigeria is very zero. That's why you see people are going to Ghana. They are not even what that we can go and study there. You see, our leaders are not serious about education because all of them send their children to go outside to go and study. Like I spent almost 7 years in school because of strike. And then you know who is educated to give as the Minister of Education. You don't give somebody who doesn't know about education. It will be zero.
It's very, very poor because I believe teachers, aside the parents, teacher has a very big role in the child's life growing up. So they impart a lot. So I believe a teacher or teachers should be paid very, very well.
The Sudanese Red Crescent SRCS has revealed that heavy rains and flash floods in Sudan have left 80,000 families in need of humanitarian aid. In the farming village of Zaid in South Darfur, tens of thousands of homes, boreholes and agricultural fields have been destroyed over the past months in what residents say is the worst flooding in a decade. The head of the SRCS ranch in Nyala, South Darfur, Mutala Fadul, described the season as different from the past seasons, even as the United Nations revealed that nationwide more than 150,000 people have been affected by the flooding. And outside Africa, at least 30 persons have been killed after a gunman opened fire on a daycare facility in Thailand. Police spokesperson confirmed this, saying the assailant, an ex-police officer, shot and stabbed his victims in Nong Bua, Lampu, northeastern Thailand. A motive is yet to be determined, although reports suggest the officer had been dismissed recently. And authorities brace for major floods in Australia's east after Sydney recorded its wettest year in 164 years, with more heavy downpours expected to fall over the next 3 days. With almost 3 months of 2022 still to go, the country's largest city already recorded by Thursday afternoon 87 inches of rain in a year. Official data showed that it was the first time total rainfall in Sydney surpassed the previous record of 2,194 mm set in 1950 since records began in 1858.
So every La Nina event is not going to bring the same amount of rainfall. It also depends on various local conditions and what's happening over the other ocean basins around us. But they do increase the odds. And the really unfortunate thing about having La Nina events back to back is that if you get 1 year of intense rain and flooding, you fill up your dams, the soil is saturated with water, and then if you have a subsequent year of heavy rainfall, you need a lot less rain to cause a flood. So it's a lot more damaging to have these events back to back. As of now, the forecasts are looking a little wetter than usual. The La Nina is predicted to last into the summer months and possibly dissipate by February, but it's quite hard to predict that far out. But as of now, the forecasts do say a wet summer.
In business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, and its allies have slashed Nigeria's oil output by 4.6% to 1.742 million barrels per day, excluding condensate for November 2022 markets from 1.826 MBD in August 2022. This was part of the measures adopted to achieve market stability following increased volatility, which witnessed the prices of many crude oil grades, including Nigeria's Bonny Light, dropping below $90 per barrel last week from about $100. In its review of the market, OPEC Plus maintained that the situation was still clouded by some uncertainties and that it remained committed to achieving stability. In entertainment news, Afrobeat star Tenny has surprised her secondary school teacher with a brand new car during a visit to her alma mater. In celebration of the World Teachers' Day, Tenny visited a secondary school, Akpata Memorial High School in Ondo State, where she was excitedly received by students and staff. Now, during her visit, she gifted her mathematics teacher, Refugee, a brand new Lexus car from what she described as for his diligence, integrity, and hard work. The clip circulated on social media as fans and users praised her for the kind gesture. And the Minister of Youth and Sports Development, Sunday Dare, has inaugurated the Engineer Musa Kida-led Nigeria Basketball Federation Board at the Moshood Abiola National Stadium in Abuja. Dare described the inauguration as significant for the growth of basketball in Nigeria and a forward leap in the mandate of the ministry in superintending and supporting federations for the development of sports. The sports minister noted that the NBBF board was the only board recognized by the Ministry of Youth and Sports Development and, by extension, the federal government of Nigeria.
Hereby, solemnly declare, swear, and pledge that in the service of my country, I will be faithful and faithful allegiance to the Federal Republic of Nigeria at all times.
And that's News Update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limits on Glow TV mobile apps anywhere in the world. I'm Loretta Achiogo. I'll see you again.
It for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Nigeria is witnessing an increase in entrepreneurs, startup companies, and small and micro-scale businesses. Economists say one of the major reasons for this is a problem that has plagued the country: unemployment. Many Nigerians spend several years at home jobless before securing their first jobs or settling for other options. The National Bureau of Statistics puts the country's unemployment rate at 33.3%, the highest on record. Rather than sit at home and complain, more young people are becoming innovative and turning their hobbies into businesses. Olayanwaju sold clothes in his undergraduate days to make extra income. He now does the same thing, but this time around to make a living.
It came as a motivation for me since my university period, because I actually went into selling of NYSC kits, selling all these basic minor clothes. Then after a while, after going to service, it occurred to me that the kind of set of people I roll with, this is what is going on in town. This is the fashion store. This is the brand. And I've been known as Roger Wears. So why is Roger Wears still selling this? Why can't he just move up from this business into the main industry?
Samuel Joy learned to cut hair during her days of unemployment. It's now what she does for a living.
Actually, it hasn't really been easy though, but a lot of challenges ahead of it, and some I've faced though, and it's cool. But I love it being, I was once a tomboy. That's when I learned barbing. And ever since then, I think I've been able to convince people to believe my skills.
Unemployment and poverty also forced Willie to be a barber on the streets of highbrow Victoria Island in Lagos.
When I was growing up, father actually wanted me to do something good. Wanted me to go to school, wanted me to have a good grades in school. Well, you know the system in the country. When after the school stage, you come back, you graduate from the school, you still don't have good jobs out there.
On the flip side, unemployment has led to the stagnation of some individuals who find it tough to adapt because of their specializations. Wale Scott, a professional sports broadcaster, lost his job at the peak of his career. His unemployment journey lasted about 7 years. Moving on and getting another job was more difficult than he had imagined it would be.
A Wale Scott with all that talent doesn't have a job. But I realized that every office I went to when I picked myself up, when I get there, the guys who are in my department there are like, I beg, I space no day. Because they have job security problems. As in, if this guy comes, he's going to take our job. That was my major reason why I didn't get a job that early. Everybody felt like, it's good. If he comes, he's going to take our job and all that. So I didn't get a job for a long time.
All this doesn't mean there aren't people who still get white-collar jobs. But what factors make some people employable and others unemployable?
As a job seeker, you need to position yourself to get that fresh information. The longer a job opening is out there, the reduced or the more reduced your chances as a job seeker to get shortlisted. So that's the first thing first is the information and the network. Then the next step is actually your own preparedness, which is your documents, your marketing tool, your CV. Anything that will sell you best should come first on your CV or should be prominent on your CV. There are some schools that if you are a graduate of that school, just put it at the bottom of your CV. So if your CV is a 3-pager, let it be maybe like the second to the last item on your CV. There are some schools that you need to put proudly on the first page because those schools are considered to be thorough and rigorous in their processes. So how do you apply? If you're applying to an online portal, fine, you have to upload your CV still. Or you could apply to an email. Usually such vacancies, there's always an email for you to send your email. So when applying, ensure that you're applying properly. And the basic rules are the subject must be the job title you're applying for. So for instance, if it's an accounting role, the subject should be accountant or accounting opening, something like that.
Everybody's got talent, but are you actually the right talent for that particular role? Then again, what exactly are you prepared? When I mean the right talent, you have the right skills, you have the right qualification, experience. So all this, and also it has to do with your behavioral attributes for the role. So if you have all this, yes, maybe you could actually get qualified for the role. But when you don't have this, it becomes like a misfit for the role. What makes people unemployable is also a determinant of your readiness. Are you available? Are you actually what we want for that role?
At a point in my life, I actually did consider it. And I was back in school. I did consider going into Yahoo Yahoo.
All right, so what changed your mind?
It's something that when I tried to, I felt this adrenaline rush of being scared of being caught, being scared of sitting in jail. It's something that I did try for like a week, not even, it didn't take up to 2 weeks, just a week. And within that week, it's something I understood that, no, this is no way for me. Because, for example, there are a lot of youths that are just like me in the same markets that were into this business. And I've seen a whole lot of them that have bought cars just from this business, that have gotten a house just from this business.
There is no lady that is willing to do something that is illegal. Yeah. It's just due to the, what is it called? The bad economy in our country. Because I see myself as somebody that has really been focused from my childhood. There are some ladies that doesn't have patience in doing some things they do. That's why you see some runs girls around.
Our Nigerian youths won't try because go easy. At Ibere, kind of primary, from primary to secondary. Secondary, most of them are in university, not graduate. After graduation, on the serve, if you have a year, you will to be serve. So on serve that, most of them want to send the federal, on serve the federal, and on can serve the state. Instead, to the country, me one, Sibe, on that one le. So I'm out quickly on fashion. Most of them want online business, non she. About one no agency, our youth not quite in business dancing.
So I feel a lot of people actually have this mindset of they want to go into legal ways and make it out of legal ways. So one day they can always say, back then I never had it, but today I have it because I set my mind into this market business and not the other shady business, because no one knows tomorrow.
The problem is not the guys on the outside. It's actually from the inside. You don't get any more respect at home anymore. The wifey doesn't respect you anymore. Your mother, your parents don't respect you anymore. And if you are fortunate that you have siblings who actually have jobs during that period, the parents, people around you tend to actually give the respect to those people, and you lose your respect as the elderly one. So the time I felt I lost was the time I got into drinking, because people at home expect you to come back and they want to talk to you, they want to insult you, and to forget it, to get a deaf ear to the insult. You get to get drunk, get high, just come home and sleep. Whatever they're saying, you can't hear them. And it's a terrible mental state when you can't bring money out to feed your family. You can't bring money out to take care of the house. The worst part is when you go out in the mornings, early in the mornings to go and look for a job and come back in the evening, your neighbors are wondering, where does he go every day, Seth? As in, when it's time for them to pay for the woman that sweeps the floor, he can't pay. Time to pay for the rent, he can't pay. So where does he go every morning? But you can't stay at home as a man. But you still go out all day, come back at night, no luck. And then nobody at home is understanding that there's no luck, it happens. They're like, why would you have luck?
Most of my friends are already well made. And probably there are times when they will just call me, what's up? Knowing that I'm this kind of person that likes going to parties. I like going out. What's up, Proja? Come on, let's go out. Let's hang out. But due to the fact that I'm jobless and probably have no cash on me, I will just respectfully decline the offer.
Both the private sector and individual have roles to play as far as employment-related issues are concerned. Take the private sectors, for example. Private sectors, or private sector rather, not sectors. The private sector have, they have to help to drive the public sectors in every area where it is failing. I give you a very good example. In the ongoing pandemic, the government of Nigeria has not been able to take to life any vaccine. Not because there are no researchers, not because there are no research institutes, but there were other factors that go into that space to make it happen. One of it is funding of research. We have to start changing the orientation of people. There is the mentality of quick wealth all around, all over the whole place, which is why a whole lot of young people are involved in Yahoo, in code, and all other things. And when you speak with them, they tell you, oh, it's because there are no jobs. That's why I have to go that way. But in the real sense, there is a due paying process period when people are supposed to commit to a job or a role or a work or a vocation and learn the ropes, become experts.
Everybody has a skill. Yeah. But it's just sacrificing the time and creating the time in making that thing grow in you.
When we talk about vocational trainings, right, I've come just like you said, not
like white-collar jobs is not for everyone. I mean, we've come to realize that. At the moment, at Japa, we are in partnership with the MasterCard Foundation. We are upskilling about 5 million. Well, the mandate is 5 million young Nigerians over 5 years, right? And place 3 million of them in work. And of the 3 million of them that we're upskilling, some of the things that have come up is the importance of gig work, the importance of internship. So it's not just having a full-time employment, but having dignified employment, right? And blue-collar jobs also fall under dignified employment. However, because of the country that we're in, a lot of blue-collar jobs are not regarded as dignified, right? So you go anywhere outside the country, so maybe the developed world, and you have like a plumber, you have like a carpenter, and they are regarded and they are respected, right? However, in Nigeria, you have carpenters, you have plumbers, and most times those professions, although not white collar, are not regarded, right? So what we really would love to do is to make these blue collar jobs dignified. And how do we make them dignified? By teaching these people, or teaching people who are going through vocational trainings, the necessary skills that will make them stand out. So yes, white collar jobs are not the only answer when it comes to employment. Blue collar jobs as well are our answer to unemployment.
After all said and done, changing the public perception that white-collar jobs are the only dignified form of labor may just be a start in the eradication of the stigma of unemployment. More people are building businesses from their talents, passions, and hobbies.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to The Advocate, your Sunday reminder that important conversations are among the necessary tools for a saner society. I will be talking about Nigerian independence and solving chronic illness of the past. Iposu Elijah Oluwakayode will be talking about Nigeria, a great country. Comfort Booth will be talking about a short letter to Mama Africa. We'll be right back after the break. Stay with us. The Action Group, AG, supported primarily by the Yorubas of the West, at the National Convention of Nigerian Citizens, NCNC, whose prime support came from the Igbos of the East. These parties expect the whole country quickly to follow the Ghana pattern of constitutional change. But any elective Central Assembly was bound to be dominated by the North, which had 57% of the population, and whose economy and social development had lagged far behind. The North political leaders, most of whom were conservative Muslim, aristocrats closely aligned with the British through indirect rule, were not all eager to see their traditional paramount invaded by aggressive and bitter educated leaders from the South. The first political expedient was to convert Nigeria into a federation of 3 regions. In 1957, this allowed the East and the West to achieve internal self-government without waiting for the North. But it left open the question of how politics were to be conducted at the center. and how Nigerian independence was to be secured. At this juncture, it occurs to the northern leaders that by allying themselves to one of the southern parties, they might maintain the local monopoly of power and gain prestige in the country as a whole by asking for its independence, hence the emergence of the Northern People's Congress, NPC, from the north, and the National Council for Nigeria and the Cameroons, NCNC. The problem of central politics does resolve when the northern leaders enter a coalition federation government with the NCNC. And in the 1960s, Nigeria became independent. Without doubt, ideology, cultural heritage protection, power control, among others, have reshaped happenings in the government evolution from regional to central, to military-led administrations, and finally, the current democratic dispensation with a lot of wounds created without proper healings. Our diversity has aided the versatility in the way we ensure results are delivered in unique ways. It is necessary we focus more on understanding the strengths in our diversity, learn from the errors of myopia political sentiments, seek forgiveness where necessary, and work towards building a better country. There are 3 major regions in Nigeria. If operating in unity, we manifest our true potential as a country. The time is now, most especially as we head towards a change of government.
Well, what you've said is a description of how we got to where we are.
Exactly.
But the question I always ask, because we've heard this narrative over and over again, but the question I ask is, do we learn anything from this story whenever it's told? Because we've not been able to properly analyze our situation as a people. These are my views.
Okay.
Now, where we are as Nigeria, where we were back then, many countries, that had diverse cultures were there at some point.
Exactly.
But at a time, they got to realize that, listen, we need to live beyond the regions we represent. There's a nation that must be built. Fortunately, unfortunately for us, yes, we have education. Yes, we have so many things, but we have not been able to forge ahead as a nation.
So, just before we have comfort to have our own view, I think what is missing is actually the goal. You know, if we try to narrow it down, the region are actually fighting for the goal, for the good development of their people, which is a
That's
goal.
before.
Which is the
Not
goal.
now.
That's what I'm saying, which is the goal. The goal was to protect, individual goal was to protect my people, right? It happens in all the regions. And if we all understand that we are fighting for the same thing, the same goal, it will help us to move ahead. But what we are not saying is we are fighting for the same goal. At the same time, we are saying it must be somebody from my own region.
Yeah, but even
to
beyond,
fight for the goal.
Even beyond that, one of the things I see is that, listen, whether we like it or not, colonialism and a fight for independence and all that happened, you see each of the regions found it more convenient aligning with the West than aligning with any other region.
Okay.
It was because of the approach. What we failed to do is to come up with an approach that shows seeming sincerity. Because the sincerity of the West there wasn't really sincerity, but it was enough to make you down your tools and say, okay, let me align with you. What we've not been able to do, and it might be because of our cultural values, which brings about pride, which brings about a very high esteem and all that. And the West have been able, what they understood was make them feel good. Make your chief feel good,
okay,
and it downs his tool. But for us, we are not able to say, okay, you say there's this addict that says, if you want to catch a monkey,
you act like a monkey.
You act like a monkey, or you break banana, you play with all those things. We've not been able to come together, and that's why till date, it's even gotten worse because our greed, our selfishness, bad leadership, poor development of the local community has made it such that so many parts of Nigeria are not developing. Okay. And now people have to move from their place of comfort and pride. This is where I come from. They have to go to another city to make a living. And when they get to that place, because of their normal pride, they come up with the same pride. And then you have another sectoral clash in that city. So we need to come to an extent where we need to come together as a people. First of all, identify that, okay, it's like you've been shut up in a room. For us to come out of this room, we must work together. And that is where we are now. We need to work together as a people.
So I agree with you. And I think before we can actually get to that point, we need to undergo a healing process. I will tell you why. You see, the formation of Nigeria came from the three major regions, which is the NCNC, MPC, and Asian. But if you look at the 1966 coup, it redefined every other thing. So that means the Northerners are aggrieved because people that are aligned with the Northerners are actually more of the people that went with the coup, right? And there was a retaliation coup, you know, back and front. So everybody has not actually take responsibility of their lapses. Nobody is perfect. And now today you see an Hausa man seeing an Igbo man as a threat. The same thing you see in Yoruba, because we've not healed. We have our fathers, stories upon stories. You see the Biafra agitation. You know, it's if you look clearly, you see that Biafra agitation is only talking about the federal character. That why will the federal character favor a part? Say the Southerners are the Southeast and South are one. Southwest are also one, but all of them are Southerners. That means we have the South to be three as against two before. Now, we now have the North to just be one.
But that's not true.
You understand? So what I'm saying is we have the northern part, the southern part. When you are giving quota system, you give it to the North, the equal amount to the North. You will give equal amount to the South. By the time you share it, the North tends to have...
And you see, that's why, before comfort comes in, right? That's why I believe that, yes, we need a healing process, but we need beyond that. We need to face the fact. Wake up and smell the coffee. Number one, even based on what you're saying, the North, those who are in the North, if they tell you the differences are in the North, you will marvel. The differences and the clashes between the Fulanis and the Ulcers, the Kanuris, and every other tribe. There are so many tribes in the North. But what they've been able to do is that they are able to come together when it comes to leadership. Why? Because the people have come to realize and they sing one song. In the South, our pride, and one of the challenges we have in the South, which is what I see, is that we were educated early, but we had the wrong education. I agree. The education we had then made all of us feel like kings in our own parts. So the Easterners feel we are kings, we have this. The Southerners, the Westerners feel we are kings, we have this. Unlike the North, where the education did not really permeate, so they still had the rural, communal ideology. And they believe that, okay, let us forge ahead as a people. For us here, it is difficult to move. If you hear today, people are telling you that, okay, even the ruling party might not give it to the Southerner because of the North. You see, that mentality, that belief system is still there.
Exactly.
But for us, and that's why it is easier for an Easterner to move with a Northerner and a Westerner to move with a Northerner. Because the Northerner has a laissez-faire attitude. He's ready to move with everybody. As long as you're not too oppressive, he's ready to move with you. But these two guys feel, I am big, you are big. You must, like they say, you rather say, Teriba Fumi, you must.
We need to heal.
Yeah. So, but the healing, we need, that necessarily is not healing. That is sensitization.
Okay.
Because healing is, you've heard me, and when we talk healing, I know Comfort to come in now, she has a lot to say, but let me say this quickly. When you talk healing, look at, these problems have been there forever. In the 80s, it was tough. Now, between the 90s and now, okay, in the 80s, it was tough for a Yoruba person to marry an Igbo person.
Exactly.
For an Igbo to marry a Hausa or anybody, it was a very tough thing. Even when you get there, you are not respected by the family and all that. Now, between the 90s and now, it is easier to marry across Nigeria. We have an increase in cross-cultural marriages. Yet, we are saying we can't live together. That's why I believe that while we need a healing, especially with those that are now spreading falsehood, We still now need to sensitize ourselves that what is your problem?
Exactly.
If you believe this guy doesn't like you, why have you increased the cultural marriages and you're getting married and you're so
exactly.
So it's that's why I said we need to wake up and smell the coffee.
Understand the process.
What we think exists doesn't really exist. We're just impeding our growth as a nation because a lot more Yorubas are marrying Igbos. A lot more Hausas are marrying Igbos. A lot more Igbos are marrying Efik. We are marrying ourselves more, and that is where it is more dangerous. Being able to cohabit in a home and and a lot of them have happy homes.
Exactly. So let us have comfort view on this.
What exactly do you want me to say? Because this country, every time we talk about it, it's a confounding issue. Now, you have even gone as far as now talking about, and I love the way you ended on the issue of intertribal marriages. That what is the driving force? And you see, this is it should be studied. It's a very good question.
I agree.
Why are the tribes finding it easier to intermarry, but refusing for it to show in our political, our economic lives and social lives, even our social lives? Why, as you've asked, is it because this person is from the south, east, I'm not going to vote him because I'm a northerner? I'm not going to vote this person because he's a northerner. How come it's easier to do that? But meanwhile, in their houses, they have the relations that are, in fact, you hear them posting, my father married an Igbo woman. My brother is married to an Efik, my Hausa brother is married to an Efik woman. So I think it's not something lightly we should take, but we should look at it. There needs to be some empirical study about it. But if you go down again to another point that you made, Kaide, about how the three tribes behave, the most consistent tribe among the three is the Hausa tribe. Because they are focused, they have one interest, is power. How to get it, how to hold it. And they don't pretend about it. And you see, when you are sure about what your goal is, what you are hoping to achieve, as you said, they're going to have an attitude of whoever is ready to work with me according to this, my interest. This my interest. As long as you don't come to impede it, we will be going. But once you begin to impede it, we won't. I like the way you said also about the Igbos. Igbos are in silos. The Northerners are not. The Northerners are a community. And that is how you perpetuate power, because there's hierarchy. But with the Igbos, every man is a lord unto himself. So so there isn't a central holding, there isn't a center that holds. If all of us are gods in our own right, as opposed to, as I said, where there's a community and there are, there's the ogas at the top and then the serfs, the followership. So the followership will follow the leaders. You have a pyramid. You go to the southwest, as you said, and they are more educated. And if I'm educated, you're educated. What am I beholden to? Now, unless, it's true, and as long as you said, unless all these individual regions, all the regions as we have broken them down now, southwest, southeast, south, northeast, north, blah, 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 have one unifying factor, we will never get it right. Even the so-called religion that we're shouting, isn't that what is still polarizing? You would have thought that all of us, since we all, in quotes, love God, Abi, we're religious, every small thing is about God, you would have thought that should be our rallying point, isn't it? But because there are different forms of expression, everybody is saying, I believe in God this way, I believe in God that way. It is even the one that has polarized us the more. So what exactly then is going to hold the 6 regions for the purposes of this conversation together? We don't have patriotism. We're not patriotic. We don't think that we should think all collectively for the future of the country. We don't. Everybody is in silence. So I really do not see how these chronic illnesses I won't even give the past here. How long are we going to dwell in the past, for crying out loud? How long? You mean up till now? Both sides have not understood what even the tenets of their own religions teach, which is forgiveness. There has to be a place where it ends for it to say, okay, we are hurt, we're healing, but for the better good of the majority, we've let this go. But I'm happy to break it to you that I don't see it in the nearest future.
Yeah. Thank you, Comfort. I think one unique factor, jokingly, it will be money, if I have to say, because when you see when you see the legislator, the executive talking money in the house,
they are united.
there is nothing like religion, there is nothing like tribal and stuff like that. That's one unique factor. So I think we should be looking at business to unify us. Probably we should, as individual, as a country, should think about solving problems that will be giving some money back to this legislator.
We need to look for a way around that, because even in business, I would like to bring my brother in, you like to bring your brother in. So we are fighting over who to dominate that business as well.
Exactly, that's it. But technology, when you introduce technology, it makes everything obvious. Who is dragging the team backward, and you can actually move forward from that. So Olukayode is next. Stay with us after the break.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamode Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamode Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Seven steps to building a nation. Nigeria is a great nation, and I dare say, Happy Independence Day, Nigeria. Nigeria is 62, and yes, it is normal to wish Nigeria a happy Independence Day. Those who benefited from the heydays of this great nation, Nigeria, celebrate the existence of this nation. Others, however, particularly the millennials, have very little interest in identifying with Nigeria. Many of the developed nations we run to now were nothing at 62. Many were struggling with identity crisis. Many of them had no footing on anything yet. Many had more unrest than we do. But is that a good enough excuse for Nigeria to be at this state at 62? Unlike many of these countries, Nigeria started right as an economic powerhouse. Cocoa farms, groundnut pyramids, plantain plantations, and many more achievements and, feats in that area. We have the first TV station in Africa, and I dare say one of the first in the world. There have been reports that our Western Nigeria Television, which would later become NTA, Nigeria Television Authority, started way ahead of that of France. But at some point, we plummeted. It felt like the economic or development grounds caved in on us. We sunk so deep that we only keep hoping for recovery. We are at a place we could call abyss, dumbfounded, unsure of the next step to take. We clock a new year every 1st October, and the country only seems to exist and not live. But how did we get here? We talk about how bad our leaders are, a selfish lot that only care about themselves and families. We talk about how we don't have access to our resources because the federal government owns them all. But we hardly ever talk about our intrinsic selfish traits and unhealthy competitive spirits, which has brought us this far. Nigeria was a major agricultural nation, largely driven by state or regional governments, not the federal government. Each region had a specialty. With oil came the love of money. But this trait meant nothing as much as everybody had a share of the loot. We were a nation, a society, all for one, one for all. But gradually, this dwindled. And like the Bible says, there came a king who knew not Joseph. With that, the woes of the Israelites began. As we celebrate our independence of 62 years, it is important to note that our leaders have been our problems for a long time, and they will continue to be our problem. I wouldn't say amen to that. Boris Johnson was made to step down. Donald Trump was not re-elected, and we can talk about the system That is what we ascribe these successes to. But I have to tell you, these countries did not build systems. They built people. These are countries where a brother will report a sibling for murder, and the family will not call him a traitor. Ah, you went to report your brother, you're a bad person. These are countries where you do openly abuse the system, not because the system is watching, but because your neighbors are. Now, before I continue, let me tell you a story about a friend that relocated to the UK. And we're having a chat, and he said, my daughter, I have to take the daughter to school. Then I asked him, why don't you let the daughter go to school on your own? He said, well, the daughter can go to school alone, but it's against the law. And one of these nosy neighbors, if he sees your daughter walking without help, will call on the authorities and you will be charged. You see, we're succeeding in building a selfish generation where Yahoo boys are celebrated, slay queens are brand ambassadors, and being locked up in a house with other people could earn you an endorsement of a lifetime. I need to visit that house. For an average Nigerian, it's all about me and not us. We're failing as a people. Rather than accept our failures, we give reasons for our failures. Many people disregard the importance of God in building a nation, saying, you are over-religious. And I dare say I agree with you. But together, let us read the second stanza of our national anthem. O God of creation, direct our noble cause, guide our leaders right, help our youth the truth to know, in love and honesty to grow, and living just and true. Great lofty heights attain, to build a nation where peace and justice shall reign. You do not need to take it as a prayer, not a prayer request from the God Almighty. Just take it as the 7 steps needed to build a nation. Reduce your complaints, take a step, identify the challenges within your area, and correct it in your own little way. Long live the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and happy independence to this great nation.
Lovely, lovely, lovely. Yeah. You see, one way I would want to come in is when you look at like the likes of America, you talk about the religion, when you say you want to pray, you see an average American will say, God bless America. Because he believes once God bless the country, he or she will be blessed. Right? And they don't ask, what does the government have for us? They know government have their responsibility to build a system. What can I do to make sure I have my own impact in the country? It makes it's more like not about selfishness. It's about patriotism, meaning that if I do something and I know it is right, I will have a legacy that people will celebrate tomorrow. So it's about little drop, he said, makes an ocean. So if I do my little, not expecting, by the time it gathers together, it becomes something big. Not expecting, because Yoruba adage you say this, that you can actually pound yam for 10 people, right? But 10 people cannot pound yam for you to eat. Do you understand?
That's it.
So if you are asking, so what the situation we are here in Nigeria today is individual, the government, parastatals or entities or what any name we give them, right? They are asking us to pound yam for them. Let's 10 of us to pound yam for one person, even if they cannot eat it. You see cases of senators die inside their house, you see rotting dollars or rotting naira. It's like everybody just pound the yam. I will eat it alone, even if they cannot swallow it all. That's the selfishness. Instead of us thinking that we have a process, actually, we also need self-awareness. Because recall, there are processes there that we are not aware of.
True.
I'll give an example. There are issues between Kogi State election of Senator Dino Malaye, and there are grudges. What happened? The governor tried to, influence some individuals to say, do a recall. And a recall process came. You understand? Dino also observed that this is a system that people are not aware of.
Yes.
Let me talk to my people and do the needful. And the court process was not actually successful. But that is a power. Meaning that we have power
we don't use. Thank you very much.
You understand?
That's
so
it.
if we want a better country, we need to start thinking of what are the little things I need to contribute. I know Nigerians today, aside the fact that government are lacking in their responsibilities, and a lot of sectors need complete overhaul, but Nigerians are, if I'm not mistaken, 80 to 90% depending on government for everything. Nigerians want pity. They want everybody to pity that I do this, government to pity me, the next person to pity me. Like, take for example, the example you use. You said there is a law that you cannot allow a child to
of a particular age.
You know, in Nigeria, they will feel like, pity this woman now. She will wake at 4 a.m. She has to go to work and all those kind of things. So leave the government, let this person just go so it will release this. Meanwhile, we are fighting the system that is expected to protect us. So I think we need to live above that, above pity.
There are so many things we need to do, but so I don't look like the talkative. Let's bring in comfort.
Again, on this podium, on this stage, sounding like broken records.
Be nice. It's Nigeria independence.
Wow.
I am being nice. You can hear my voice is calm. There's nothing new that we are all going to say. There's nothing that you've said that we've not spoken about in church, on the street, in our workplaces, in our social circles. We've said this, we need to do this and do that. But the truth is the attitude remains the same, which is either of defeat, frustration, or if you can't beat them, just join them and let's keep on going. I mean, it is well. I can't stand that line. It is well, and we keep at it. For how long? I don't, what gets to me is, when are we going to translate it? When are we actually going to have cohesion I'm bringing it to light that we genuinely believe this. I'm going to make the sacrifice. I'm going to carry other people along with me to see if we can all make the sacrifice, and one step at a time, see that this country gets better. We have been at the receiving end for so long. I think we are abused as a people, and you know how the victim loves the abuser, like Stockholm syndrome. That it looks as if that's what it is. I mean, we just every day we just keep thriving through it. A great nation. I don't know. I really don't know. Can we get there? I don't know. But one thing that gives me hope sometimes is remembering Gandhi, that one man's resolution is what changed the face of the nation. Who is going to be that one man or one woman?
Vote me into power. Vote me into office. But you see,
I don't know. Maybe you also participated in the I don't know. Maybe you participated.
Am I what?
Did you buy tickets? Presidential
tickets? You didn't contribute for me, so I couldn't get my tickets.
So I think our ability to take responsibility is another thing. I give you an example of the Lekki toll gate issues. At a point, the government says, nominate 4-man committee, represent this, so that you come ahead to say, this is what we say, this is what we want. But it was difficult. It was difficult because a lot of people were afraid of taking responsibility. They said, government is going to execute them, government is going to do this, government. So if we really want the true independence, even those that did the nationalists at that time, they were ready to put their life on the line and say, yes, even if government is going to do this, I am volunteering. Let me say number one thing, I'm the first person Let me see another 3 people and say, if I'm going to die for this cause, even if I'm not going to be remembered, because we don't remember our heroes in Nigeria. So that is the point. At least you have made a statement, and one day posterity will have it that this issue went this way, and so people make certain sacrifices.
And in addition to what you're saying, we're very populist in our views. A lot of us sing the song that people are singing. I'll give you an example now. Because there's this followership for, let me just say the name, Peter Obi. You see some people endorsing Peter Obi, and I'm asking, why didn't you endorse him 1 year ago? Are you endorsing him because you believe in him, or because you believe this is where the people are going? We want to do things because we believe this is what the people like, not necessarily this is what we want. In my view, changing Nigeria, a lot of people have compared Nigeria to Rwanda and stuff. It cannot happen. That cannot change, cannot happen. And it's very simple. Number one, you need to understand the structure of each country. Number two, you need to understand the demography, the cultural views of the people. Nigerians are very aggressive. That's why a lot of times when we go to all these African countries, they have challenges with us. We are very imposing. Today, or yesterday or so, during the week, I went on the Nigeria Commission UK website, and the first thing I saw was an information box that came up saying that Nigerians should stop coming to the embassy on public holidays, on statutory holidays for the UK and Nigeria. Because those days, you should expect that the embassy will be closed. But Nigerians go there, and they will insist and tell you, this is our embassy, open up. That would not happen in many African countries. We learn to respect. So changing Nigeria, as a wrap-up, is all about changing it from one local government to the other. If you don't do that, we're not moving forward. Up next is Comfort Booth. Stay tuned.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus Politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to 2 things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
You've just turned 62. I thought I should write as one of your citizens. Just a friendly reminder. You'll get to know why shortly. In Nigerian parlance, this will be termed disrespectful. I hope you understand. I don't mean to be. Good thing is that I'm too old to be smacked. In human years, depending on what side your fate lies, you either have 8 years to the grave or 18 years, whichever way you are officially old. Growing up, I wanted to be older. I knew I was being cheated by not being older. Everything was on the side of being older. Alas, I didn't know that came with huge responsibilities. Same thing with you, Mama. Being a country at 62, a huge lot has been expected of you, and you've let me down. I'm speaking of myself, who, out of 220 million citizens, everyone should address their issues with you. Why do you think at 62 you should still be irresponsible, reckless, unaccountable, destroyer of people's destinies, etc., etc.? I could go on, but I want to remain respectful. I'm not saying that you haven't treated me well at times. To even tell the truth, we have had some amazing times, but I would love it to be more. Mama, why are we still poor? Groaning under the weight of insecurity, the mantra of bad roads, corruption, ballooning inflation, confused forex market, premature deaths, and the list goes on. I'm livid at you. But wait, are you to blame? Am I to blame? Or are we all to blame for for how you turned out? Should people be blamed for how I turned out as an adult? In the long run, I've discovered the answer is no. But for you, the jury is still out. But come on, you're an old woman. You should be wise with your children and your children's children sitting around your knees and you leaving an inheritance for them. I guess yours is a peculiar situation because we make up who you are. So I am the foolish one at 62. I am the one who has prevented my children and children's children from sitting around my knees. I am the one not leaving an inheritance for them. Despite all the facets where I have contributed to being a laughingstock at 62, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not Japaing. I'm staying to be part of it is never too late. Colonel Sanders showed us that much. Mama Nigeria, we can still do this. One citizen at a time. I love you, what's and all. Happy birthday. Comfort.
Wow.
Over to you guys.
Wow. This is interesting.
This is, you know what I like about it is how you ended it. Saying you started as a typical Nigerian, complaining about everything, saying that nothing is working, this is not right, blah, blah, blah. But you ended up by giving hope, by taking decisions, guiding us on what to do. Now, I'll just answer this with something that happened about a few weeks ago. I was on a bike in my area. I take bikes when I'm in my area. Driving in Lagos could be hell with the bad roads. So I was on a bike and the bike man was speeding. Was driving in front of cars. So at the point I cautioned him, he ignored. I cautioned him again, he shouted, I'll get there and all that. Then he slowed down. He kept driving, I stopped him again. And he just, now his senses, I think where he kept it, everything came back. So he was driving. You know the normal way you get to a junction, a car crosses them and they maneuver just to make a way around. And the guy got there, the car crossed and he stopped. He didn't move. Another bike that was coming expected him to maneuver, got there, so he wasn't moving. Then he hooted, papa, and looked at him one funny that move, let's go. My bike man looked at the guy and looked away and waited for the car to pass. Now, what have I done? I've cautioned him not to drive recklessly. I've been able to do that. Rather than sit down and blame last mile, Lagos state government, bad roads, everything, I just played my own role. Now, imagine everybody in Lagos does that to an Okada. How do you think we'll still have mad Okada people on the streets? So that's what I like about what you said, that everybody has a role to play. Government is failing, but in our own bit, let's just do our own little thing and make an impact.
Exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. So I quite agree with you. So I want to come in from the aspect of the Japa, because people complain and say they want to seek a greener pasture. Yeah. So if you Japa, who is going to build your home? And when you Japa again, you can see what is happening in Dubai, what is happening in some other European countries.
What we take there.
It is our ideology. So it doesn't change who we are. So I think our orientation of our ideology, just like what you say, is our ideology, understanding of our ideology that actually really matters. So for us to have a better country, we need to rethink our ideology and not being a petty ideology or being dependent on government. We should have that to do. I want to do this. I can do this. I also have to contribute to either the good or the bad aspect of this country. So our ideology needs to change.
I kept on getting people asking me, aren't you leaving? When are you leaving? Oh, I thought you had already left the country. And I kept on looking at them and saying, to where? Do you realize how much of a madam and a queen and a goddess I am in this country? Where do you want me to start from? In as much as the country is facing its challenges and all, I am part of the problem, but I can also be part of the solution. And the solution, for me, is not running away. For me, it's not. I don't know how long it's going to take, but I'm still willing to stay back, honestly, and do my part. And that was just the clarion call. That for those of us who have decided to stay back, it's not for us to stay back and be complaining, as you said, and shouting and pointing fingers. No, it is to do what you did. no matter how difficult or painful or you know, how you not get a thank you for anything you do for your country, and you shall do your part. You know, place that building block. As you said, that Okada man, hopefully that experience will stay with him and it will improve his life going forward, and he'll be able to influence others. So one citizen at a time. Yeah.
That you get on The Advocate. The end always seems to come too soon. That's the kind of information you have on The Advocate. But the end always seems to come too soon on this program, The Advocate. However, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG, or on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocate NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, visit our website, plustvafrica.com/The Advocate NG. Until next week, do have yourself a wonderful time. Bye-bye.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the Babin, I pay my rent. On the Babin, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
How long were you going to live in denial? Suppressing what was right in front of you all these years. You have to understand. I was all he ever had. Besides, he had a troubled childhood, and he stole mine. When little girls were being little girls, I was a slave in my own home. Broken and afraid, right in the place where I was supposed to feel safe. I kept you safe. How? Well, I took care of you when your deadbeat father was running the streets with those whores. I was left with 4 kids to take care of. I fed you. I gave you shelter. I clothed you and I paid your fees. My back was on the ground like a horse day and night. Your brother raped me. Operation. He did. He did, and you know it. I said, you know this. He did. Cannot do that. For 5 miserable years, right under your nose. You were supposed to protect me, and I came to you. I did, and you called me a little liar. Said I should be ashamed of myself, and I have carried that shame all my life. I was the child. You were my mother, and you did nothing. He is not perfect. No one is. You're not. I am not. But he loved you all dearly. He was a good man. man. He was the only help that I had. He took you to school. He cooked. He cleaned. He did everything. Oh, cut the crap, Mom. Cut it off. You were a child. And you know, those days, you were something else. You had this wild imagination, and I figured it was all coming from. I can't believe you. I can't believe you're sitting here trying to rationalize and make excuses for that predator and for failing as a mother. You ungrateful child. After all I went through for you, you then sit there and chastise me? Do you know what I went through? Do you? The mental torture, the physical and emotional abuse that I had to endure. Oh, you think you're the only one that went through dark times? Well, I did. I endured and I stayed back for my children, for you. No one asked you to. That is what one is supposed to do. My mother, my grandmother, all the women before me, they all did it. They never let out the secret. They were there. They forgave. They forgot. They bore the pain for their children and family. We were never a family, Mom. We weren't a family. We were broken. You should have taken us. You should have run as fast and as far as your legs could carry you. We would have been better off on the streets than in that house. But you were weak. And we had to pay the price. Everything is not always black and white. You women of this generation with your modern day ideologies and feminism, all you want to do is talk about everything. Let me tell you, we paid the price for you. We bore the pain so you will have a shot at life. We gave you that voice that you're using to speak so loudly and condescending with. So you don't sit there and judge me. You failed. Okay? And it's fine. It's okay to admit it. You failed. I raised my little girls with a nagging pain and a constant fear of neglect. So paranoid that I might make a mistake and repeat the same cycle. I see it now. I come from a line of broken and subdued women. But it ends. The cycle ends with me. No more. I forgive you. And I hope that you find healing for your soul as I do mine.
According to Minister of State for Health, Dr. Olorunimbe Mamora, about 18 states in the Federation are still endemic, with more than 1,000 new leprosy cases yearly. He explained that the number of new leprosy cases detected yearly has significantly dropped from over 7,827 in 1994 to less than 2,000 in 2020. The Voice of Humanitarian Aid's Foundation took to the streets to march against the ostracization of people affected by leprosy and loud about changing the narrative. At her office, the National Coordinator of Voice of Humanitarian Aid, Franca Emekobum, shared the group's experiences on the field with people affected by leprosy.
Even we that are even speaking up for them, sometimes, it wasn't easy for our families and our friends to even accept, that what we are doing is not risky. They are even afraid to come close to me. They're scared. Initially they say, oh, no. We don't want you and this your leprosy people, please.
Franca maintained that discriminating against the people with leprosy in itself is a deadly disease.
Already they are in pain. Already they are in sorrow. We should not add to that sorrow by discriminating against them. Rather, we should, come together as, people of God, one nation, one love, one family.
Dr. Yohen Akase is the head of infectious diseases at the Lagos University Teaching Hospital, Luth. He confirmed that leprosy is not contagious.
With leprosy, the truth of the matter is that over 90% of people, in fact, that's a conservative estimate to be honest, but over 90% of people who get exposed to leprosy are not going to have leprosy. Okay? So yes, it's not such a contagious infectious disease in the context of how we look at contagion, that if somebody has leprosy, touches you, you're going to get leprosy. In fact, it's well known that there are a certain, for lack of a better word, genetic predispositions to getting, not everybody is going to get leprosy, even if they get exposed to that. Picking somebody who has already had a deformity at that time to keep him isolated, apart from the fact that it's not interrupting the chain of transmission, it has, like you said, it entrenches the concept of stigma, denies them of being productive, being rehabilitated and getting on with their lives, living a normal life as possible. And also, generally, doesn't achieve much, to be honest.
Jim Mohammed is a survivor of leprosy. He was affected at the age of 19 when he gained admission into Ahmadu Bello University, but could not continue his studies.
That was 1999, the first time I just detected that I got a leprosy, because I don't even know that it's a leprosy before. I was just told that I have some patches in my body, which I was just thinking that it's just be a ringworm. They are calling it a las egedomi. And I went to some people that are selling the herbs, that okay, I need the herbs for this thing, and they give it to me, and I'm using it. After using it, I don't even see any changes. That is why my mom just took me to one herbalist, which we are calling Babalawo, and the man just said that this one is leprosy.
The father of 3 recalled how he battled with discrimination.
During that time, I have some challenges with some maybe neighbors, even in where I'm living with my mom. One of the person that, the owner of the house, because we rented that house by then, we just said that, this one, we have to take it outside, because his father has house. Definitely, you should go to his father's house. Don't let me lie to you. My faith is not solid by then, because I was just thinking, asking God, why me?
The survivor is the chairman of the Association of People Affected with Leprosy and the PRO of the national body. He is particular about ensuring that nobody with leprosy ends up as a beggar on the streets.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, programmed their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
مثلا هكا أزل العراقي ما بان بلكي حالة انتحار بلكي مخو انتحار كربا.
This is Stuttgart, an industrial city in southwest Germany, a manufacturing hub.
Perils. In an economy like Nigeria's, where it is difficult to get funding, food business is one of the fastest businesses you can start with little or no capital. As a matter of fact, he stated, "I started my business with 25,000 naira And today, we are a multi-million naira company. A lot of people have seen the journey of a few chefs and have been inspired by it, so much so that I can advise that if you are out of a job or you are not getting enough on the job, start a snack business and deliver to your friends. Before you know it, orders will be coming in. There is enough space for everyone. We are a country with a population of about 200 million people. People need food. The demand is really huge. Thus, venturing into the food service industry in Nigeria with proper planning and execution is definitely not a bad idea.
Part of the things we're still struggling with now is the fact that a lot of people have spoiled the name Nigeria, and one of the things we're trying to get, one of the accreditations we're trying to get is City and Guilds, which we got so far with them, and then all of a sudden they said they're not doing Nigeria anymore. Like anything Nigeria they're not doing, because so many people have been so fraudulent with it. You know, someone will get the accreditation and then be selling it to other schools, and then they would be using that person. So, you know, it was hard for them. So they had to stop it. So we're now going through Ghana, which, you know, doesn't make a lot of sense, you know. So I think a lot of things has gotten to that stage where we're having to double fight. We're having to give them extra assurances. So we've partnered with a lot of bodies. We've partnered with some other schools abroad as well, so that our certificate is also recognized in those countries. So we're having to go through channels that normally should be a simple process for us. But because it's Nigeria, they always feel like, look, you guys are going to get this, and then you're going to start, you know, selling it again to other people to make money, and that's because a lot of people have done that. So we pride ourselves on our reputation, and our reputation speaks for us. So our students that do go abroad as well. So for example, people can use that as a direct entry. So if you get a certificate from Reddish, you can use that for direct. I think it's called direct entry program or something for Canada, which a lot of our students are doing. But we're also drilling it down into the students that you're not just going there and then you get there and you become lazy. You always have to remember that you're from Reddish. And this, what you do, will set a precedent for the rest of our students that are open to come there. So you need to make us proud. It was a name that stuck. So when I started the whole thing and I started cooking, my mom gave me, when I came back, my mom gave me this set of plates that were red in color. And I started cooking and plating and posting on Instagram and Twitter. And I would post daily on this red plate. And one guy on Instagram just said, "This guy, you have come again. You want to kill us with your Reddish Chronicles." And the name just, everybody started saying Reddish Chronicles. It became an hashtag. And then it just stuck. And I just figured, you know what, since everybody already knows Reddish, the culinary school will be called Reddish Chronicles. Apart from food, I'm big on photography. I love photography. I'm getting into other aspects of photography that is not even food now, and I'm doing a lot of cinematography as well. I feel like the space, the cinematographic space for food is very, very limiting in Nigeria. We don't have a lot of food content out there, so I am very eager to push that food content out there. So yeah, photography, big on that. I like holidays. I don't get a lot of them, but my wife forces it. Every year we have to go somewhere at least, or 2 places. And when I'm on holiday, I try as much as possible not to think about work, or I will go and hide somewhere and quickly text and say, "You guys must do this," and then get back to the holiday. And so I do like traveling a lot. You know, so I use that as, because when I'm in Nigeria, there's no chance. I'm working Monday to Sunday. I'm working from early. I'm first to get to the office, last to leave. Thank you.
Welcome to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Unifade, as you know, and on the show today we're also still talking to an expert from last week discussing the intricacies of home insurance. We shall also share some interior design tips with you to keep you abreast of various trends events in the Interior Designs Fair. On the Property of the Week, we'll also showcase a property that we hope to inspire you to join the real estate ladder if you have not. And lastly, the Artisan Spot, where we will be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. So sit back and ensure that you enjoy the show. Welcome to the Expert Insight, and Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is still in the studio with us again this week for the concluding part of the intricacies of home insurance. Recall that Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is a seasoned professional in the insurance industry with a proven track record of over 24 years. He has worked with companies such as Guinea Insurance PLC, the Nigerian General Insurance Company Limited, ICO Insurance, Mutual Benefits Insurance, ARM Life PLC, and J. Akinjudge & Co., amongst many other firms. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here.
And I enjoyed last week's topic. I really enjoyed it. So, taking it from last week, I hear insurance brokers, insurance companies, and I wonder, why do we have brokers? What do they do? And why do insurance companies use them?
Okay, so the role of the brokers is actually to be able to explain the fine prints and then help you take the worries off you about insurance. So basically what they do, because they are experts in their own rights, they understand the wordings of the policy, they understand various policies that each individual needs, and they are able to advise individuals based on that knowledge. So, and the beauty about this is the person buying the policy does not pay the brokers.
Oh, it's the insurance company that pays?
Yes, it's the insurance company that pays. So if I get a transaction off you, I don't charge you for doing all of those service. It is where I take the business to. So for bringing the business to them, they pay me.
But a lot of quacks masquerading as brokers. When it's time for your claim payouts, you don't see them. How can I decipher who is a proper and an accredited broker?
The brokers have an umbrella body, which is the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. We have a secretariat at the National Secretariat at Saboyaba. And then we've got area offices across the country, where we have area committee chairmen that supervises these brokers. So once anybody comes to you and they are not part of this body, it's always very likely that you won't be able to get a lot of things out of them when a claim occurs. I'm not saying there are no professionals out there that are not members of the Nigerian Council of Registered Brokers, but we've always admonished everybody to be part of this. Now, we also have the National Insurance Commission that regulates all insurance practices, and we also fall under that. So for you to have any registered insurance broker come to you, be rest assured that your claims will be dealt with when they come up.
So why do claims take long to be processed? It takes forever.
Claims usually do not take forever. Now, if you've been told to provide items A to E to be able to process your claim, and you only do items A, B, and E, leaving C and D out, there's no way your claims will be processed. The C and D might be police reports, might also be your, estimate of repairs. Without all of this, there's no way anybody will be able to successfully process your claims. So if you've been told, do this, please follow it. And I can assure you, insurance company pays claims within 1 week.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you. I've got testimonials. One of the things the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers is trying to do right now is even to have a compendium of all of these claims that's been paid from people. So we're asking people, sending your testimonials, how have your claims experience been? We want a situation whereby we get the positive feedback and we also look at the negative ones.
And use that to sensitize the public.
Those are the things that we're trying to do right now. That's part of the cardinal points for the new presidents that's just coming.
So I've seen times when active insurance policyholders get their policies cancelled. by companies. What can inform that? Why would an insurance policy, an insurance company cancel my claim, my policy?
Your policy, great. So I told you before that you needed to fill a proposal form. Now you fill the proposal form. If you were dishonest at any time within that period, even though a contract has been issued to you, by the time it's discovered that you were trying to play smart or anything, the insurance company has the right to cancel that policy and return your funds to you. So these are areas, these are times where policies are cancelled. Once the insurance company realizes that you've been trying to play smart, I'm choosing my words carefully, you've been trying to play smart, that's when they come, and then if they've had discussions with you and you're still not owning up to whatever it is you've done, in their best interest, they will cancel that policy.
So because we're going on a short break,
yeah.
But before the break, I was also going to quickly ask you this question. Is there a statutory limit for when claims are supposed to be paid?
Well, once all your documentations are complete, once you signed your discharge voucher, the discharge voucher is what the insurance company gives to you to say this is how much we're going to pay you for your claim. Once you sign off on that, I can assure you most insurance company pays within 48 hours. Some might pay within 24 hours.
But is there a statutory limit?
Well, it's not industry hits like that, but everybody tries to, because they also want to gain clients using that.
Okay.
So at least that's what they'll publicize. Oh, we're able to pay claims within 12 hours after EDV. We're able to pay within 24 hours. So by the time they go to the market with that, a lot of people tend to want to use those kind of companies, unlike the ones that delay claims payments.
There's a whole lot of dishonesty going on in that industry, but we'll be back. We'll be back to talk about that. Thank you for staying with us. We're going on a quick break, and please stay with us.
Space and Style.
Thank you for staying with us. And I still have Dr. Ayodeji Johnson in the studio with me, and we are still talking about home insurance in Nigeria. So before we went for the break, we were talking about dishonesty in the, and you're trying to exonerate the industry. So it's fine. The issue of premiums.
Yeah.
Is it static or it goes up every year? And what informs it if it goes up every year?
I remember the last time we were talking, last week when we were talking, you talked about properties appreciating. Now, so every year, because of the trends, because of this so-called appreciation, we expect every homeowner to what's that word now? To
renegotiate
building again,
okay,
and then do revaluation on those buildings based on the fact that it might have appreciated. Once that appreciates, naturally your insurance would increase. So if you've paid on 150 last year and you're coming to insure for 250 this year, naturally your premium would increase, because you've increased your sum insured. So when people come and they say it's always increasing, it's because they are also increasing. So every time an insurance broker sends to you your renewal notice, there's a caveat there that says because of the change in the trends and property valuations and everything, that you should look at yours and see if you want to increase. So by the time you increase, naturally your premium will increase to take care of the extra you've added to it. So that's what informs what those increments are.
Okay, another question I'd ask is rates. How to get the best rate available? Because I know for once that not all is not standard. What I get from a particular company, I might not get. So how am I able to get the best rate at the best from the best company?
We had talked about the rules of the insurance brokerage firms.
Okay.
Now, because, for example, Nikon Town Estates, an insurance company is insuring maybe about 50 houses out of the houses there, they can come together and put the association together and say, if you can get all of you on board, you get a group discount. So all of this discount come when you have associations, you have people coming together and doing the same thing. But at the same time, the insurance brokers, because they have relationships with all of these underwriting firms, they know who and who will give you discounts for bringing this, for bringing that. So that also helps with getting reduced rates. So for example, I know for a fact which insurance companies 60% of my transactions go to. So if I go to them and I'm saying, please help me accommodate this, they would naturally want to accommodate. So they might give discounts here and there based on the business relationship I have with them. That's why we've always said that using a registered insurance broker would always help you with all of this. Not at the time of placing businesses alone, but when a claim occurs.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of fire, and for instance, a policyholder's house got burnt, but it's extended to his neighbor's house. Who takes liability for that?
Well, the insurance company will take liability for that because the proximate cause of that fire emanated from their clients.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. So if this building is insured and then there's a fire that's happened and it drags to the next house.
Even if it drags up to 10 houses?
The insurance company is supposed to, but there's always a limit to all of this. So it also depends on what kind of policy that you've bought.
What if it's comprehensive?
Yeah, the insurance
so
company
what if
will
I
take care of all of this.
park a car
Yeah.
in the property and it also gets burnt?
Everything that is insured in that building will be dealt with. Because like I said, the main proximate cause of that fire is the main proximate cause of that event is the fire to that building. So if the person has a comprehensive fire insurance, you'll be extended to cover all of those. But like I said, it's to a limit. It might not be total 100%. Now, I'll give you another scenario. So Mr. A has his house insured, Mr. B has his house insured too. Mr. A's house the fire starts from Mr. A's house, pulls to Mr. B's house. Mr. B can actually bring his insurance to take care of his own fire needs. And then the insurance company will go to Mr. A's insurance company to get a refund for having fixed Mr. B's house. So basically that can be done. It speeds up whatever repairs that needs to be done on Mr. B's house because maybe his own insurance is more proactive or something and they're not dragging their feet. So basically that's how this really works when a fire occurs.
Okay, so when it comes to markets, in the last 6-7 years, a lot of markets have been gutted by fire. So if Mr. A insures his goods and his shop and the whole and fire starts from his shop and it raises the whole market, what happens? Still the same thing.
Insurance will come to play.
Oh,
that's why insurance
goodness.
comes in.
So where does insurance get their money from?
One of the things, I'll explain that. One of the things we try to do is, if I'm going into a market to insure, what I try to do is not just ensure that one market and go away. I try to get the whole association to come together so that we ensure the whole thing at the same time. That helps in mitigating the losses. Because now it is everybody pulling their resources together to help when the need occurs, not just one person out of 50. So that's where this happens. Now you're talking about where insurance company gets their money. Insurance people do not have that money. Insurance is a pool of funds of everybody pooled into the insurance company. They're just managers of these funds. So the way they get their money is how they invest these funds. So there are portions that they leave out for when a claim occurs. This is what we use to settle claims. There are others that they use for investments, long-term investments, short-term investments. So it is the proceeds from these investments that they use to sort out operational costs at their end. So they are basically managers of these resources. So in an insurance company, that's why you have investment managers, accountants, actuaries, and people like that. So everybody comes together to see how best to manage these funds so that when the clients need those funds, they'll be able to have access to it.
Wow. I am so... I really enjoyed myself and I have a deeper understanding of home insurance. And I hope people take the cue to do more home insurance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayodeji Johnson, and I hope you show up again when we need you.
As soon as you call me,
Oh
I
my
will.
God. Thank you for that commitment. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the segment, and I hope you had a nice time with our guest in the studio. So next is the design tip of the week. Hello and welcome to this segment. This is the interior decor segment. This is the segment where we talk to you about how to transform your spaces on a budget. And today I have with me Edna Ewudagi, and she was here the last time. We enjoyed it thoroughly, and she has given us her time again this week. Thank you very much, Edna, for coming again.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
So today we'll be talking about how to choose the right colors for your spaces. So,
okay, choosing the right color for your space can be very challenging for most. Even we as interior designers sometimes struggle with it. So, but it is very essential that you pick the right color for your space. So I've been to a lot of homes or offices whereby people have like really bold color on their wall surrounding them, and it's not so much of a good thing to have that. It's always advisable to have like a bright color on your wall. Yeah.
You said bold color and bright. Is there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. When you talk about bold colors, those are like statement colors, like red, colors that are very, very sharp, like red, like pink, like gold. Orange, yes. So those are very bold colors. It's not very advisable to have them like on the four corners of your wall. But some interior designers have used them, but they can only be done professionally. Like, it is very challenging to have that kind of space and still be able to design them properly, except you're a professional. So for the purpose of this our conversation, I would say that having like a bold color, which are those how do I put it, like the red, those sharp colors, should only be like in one side of your space.
Because I was going to say that in my living space I have orange.
Yeah,
but it's just one side.
Yes,
I was kind of like, but there's nothing wrong with having orange in your home.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong. It should just be like one side of the wall. So it should be like an accent color to your space, and it's going to make it pop. So those are the things you need to consider when picking the right colors. Then a lot of designers or people, you love to use whites. I personally love to use white. If I'm not using white, then I have to pick a bright color. It doesn't mean that I can't use a dark color, but I have to be able to use it properly so that it can come out very nice. These days, a lot of people use black. Yeah.
In a living space?
And it's really nice.
But
when done properly, that is the key word. When done properly. So when you use a white paint on your wall, it's very nice because white allows you to throw in a lot of colors. When you have a white, so that's the trick. When you have a white wall, you can throw in pink, you can throw in gold into your space. It makes the living area very playful. Like if I had like an orange wall, it is going to restrict the colors that I'm going to use on my space. Do you get the trick?
Well, I have it as an accent, as I said, and I have white in every other area.
Okay, so then what about your throw pillows?
I don't have throw pillows.
So that is what we're talking about. So that is
have you considered people that have children?
Okay, what's that?
I mean the white color that you were talking about.
Okay, the white color. Okay, that's what I'm saying.
Juggle that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, white is really nice, but you do not have to use white. There are other bright colors that are still used. There is beige, there is blush. There are numerous colors that you can use when considering your kids in a space. So it doesn't have to be like a dark color, because you have kids, you have to use black. Oh, come on.
There's a difference between bold and bright colors.
Yeah.
So what are the examples of bright colors? Because I don't see any difference.
Okay, so there are lots of bright colors that you can use. You have beige, you have peach, You have white, you have off-white, lilac, you know, those bright colors that are not so bold, not so dark, you know, that we just make your space come alive, just really calm colors.
Then are there colors that appear to make your area, your living area or whatever, your space look bigger?
Certainly, those are the bright colors. Bright colors tend to make your space look bigger. Dark colors tend to make your space look smaller. So if you have a very large space and you want it to come together, then you use a dark color.
Okay. Another thought that I had is ceilings.
Okay.
Quite a number of ceilings are just painted white. But what's your opinion? Do you think you can get a bit creative with the colors of the ceilings?
Yes. The reason why most people use white is because when you use white on your ceiling, it tends to like make it bigger, like it's like an extension. Do you get? It doesn't look like the ceiling is so close to your head. But if you have like a colored ceiling, it brings it too close to you. So it's always advisable to use white. But when done properly, you can have other colors you can have different colors of ceiling, especially when it's a very high ceiling. When your ceiling is high, then you can use whatever color you want to use as long as you are doing it right. But if your ceiling is the normal ceiling or it's really low, by all means, please use white.
Stick to the universal color of
yes,
white.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Edna, for your time. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope we've been able to learn one or two things about choosing the right color for your space. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Space and style.
So we've come to the last segment of the show, and it's the artisan spot, and we'll be speaking to an artisan who will be discussing his craftsmanship with us.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yìí sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever I'm saying, assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá rise, wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000. So àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀hún ní fẹ́ fowó kù. Ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn. Kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn. Challenges pọ̀ gan-an níbi iṣẹ́ yìí. Ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa. A ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́. Generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná. Ó ti yé yín. So àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face, tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn. So táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́, kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá means láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn. Iná generator náà la lè lò. Àsúnmì tó bẹ́ẹ̀ mi ṣe wà yìí, máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi. So mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4. So àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà. Ó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀, màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá. Àjọ handle iṣẹ́ yẹn. So lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà, àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́. Tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school, ó ń ti school, tó bá close in school, á wá síbi, á wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn. So ó fi ń ṣe part time. So along the line, ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀. Client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun níbi ọ̀sẹ̀ kan. Tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi. So mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2. Tó bá lè afford ẹ̀, so I go ahead. So èmi ìtàn dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa, so kò ní doubt. A ní okay, kò sí problem, wọ́n á ṣe. So láti bẹ̀ lọ, iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn. A gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò, àwọn irin quality. So àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe, ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tó máa padà fún yàn ni. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nínú foreign àti local nìyẹn. Foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong, ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing. Tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè fara pẹ́ díẹ̀ ni, ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju ti wọn lọ. Ìyàtọ̀ tó wà.
Hello there, this is the news update. I'm Loretta Chiogo. President Muhammadu Buhari has claimed he inherited a country at crossroads with bombs detonating in cities of Nigeria. Buhari was speaking during the passing out parade and commissioning ceremony of cadets of Regular Course 69 of the Nigerian Defense Academy in Kaduna. He, however, said his administration has been able to manage Nigeria's security since assuming office in 2015. A total of 239 cadets, including those from sister African countries such as Liberia, Sierra Leone, Niger Republic, Chad, and Uganda, passed out from the academy as junior military officers.
I want to seize this opportunity to appeal to Nigerians that although we have recorded success in the conflict inherited, especially in the Northeast, the security challenges in the country have evolved and assumed other dimensions in some areas. We have devised both military and non-military methods to intervene and even rolled out an amnesty program to rehabilitate repentant terrorists who surrendered and laid down their arms unconditionally. Let me also commend our military for both kinetic and non-kinetic approaches they adopt in tackling some of our security challenges. Just yesterday, relief came for our country as the remaining 23 victims of the March 28 Abuja-Kaduna train attack were released by the heinous terrorists.
And the lawyers for the federal government and the Academic Staff Union of Universities have told the Court of Appeal that both parties could not resolve the 8-month-old strike despite the out-of-court settlement as advised by the appellate court. The presiding judge, Justice Hama Barka, thereafter stepped down the matter for an hour to enable the counsel for ASU, Femi Falana, to file a reply to the counter-affidavit deposed to by the federal government in opposition to the hearing of the appeal. At the resumption of hearing, Falana said they had begun consultations which would continue at the end of the day's proceedings. Meanwhile, there are indications that ASU is set to sue the federal government over the registration of the Congress of Nigerian Universities, Academics, CONUA, and the Nigerian Association of Medical and Dental Academics, NAMDA. And moving on now to the Senate, where the Nigerian Senate has hit the ground running with preparations. I beg your pardon.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better? Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions. Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
You're welcome back. It was a clash of interests as some members of the Green Chamber kicked against the motion calling for special recognition for teachers to mark World Teachers' Day. The motion was, however, discussed after the Speaker's intervention. The report.
It will be a honor for the House to recognize the teachers.
Honorable Bagos raises the motion under matters of personal explanation on the need to celebrate teachers for their contribution to educating future leaders. But the motion is misconstrued by some leaders of the lower chamber who accuse Bagos of seeking political relevance, especially now that the nation is preparing for the next general elections.
Bagos is trying to use this platform to get that attention. And in using that to get that attention, he's one of those that is very prompt to his attendance in terms of sitting chambers, and I believe she'll be learning the rope very well. When you raise a matter under passing explanation, I think the leader is just trying to save him, maybe because of my contribution. My thought would have been, yes, to take note of what he has said, and we move forward.
What Bagos tried to bring on board is something that even last year we did it. We gave an honor to some teachers. We gave honor to some teachers who distinguished themselves in their field. And today, Bagos is bringing that. So it has nothing to do with Bagos trying to achieve political relevance.
In a bid to douse the tension before it degenerates into political attacks between members of the two main political parties, the Speaker steps in, ruling that since a debate had already ensued on the subject matter, the motion should be discussed as a substantive motion.
I don't think celebrating Teachers' Day is a controversial matter, or should never be a controversial matter, and that is established. The second condition is that it shall not be a matter under personal cannot be debated. And on that note, the leader of the House was right that it should have come under a substantive motion. But because we have already started debating it, we've had about 4 speakers, that's a debate. Because we have already started debating it, it is automatically, by fiat, automatically it has been moved to a substantive motion. That's my ruling.
Lawmakers then take turns to appreciate teachers who helped shape their lives from elementary to the tertiary institutions. They call for their inclusion of housing provisions for teachers in the budget. A minute of silence is observed for late teachers, while a standing ovation is also observed to say thank you to teachers for their work well done so far.
And still from the Harlot Chamber, the Nigerian senators hit the ground running with preparations to receive President Muhammadu Buhari's presentation of the 2023 appropriation bill on Friday. At Wednesday's plenary, the Senate considered the report by its Joint Committee on the 2023 to 2025 medium-term expenditure framework and fiscal strategy paper, suggesting that the cost of petroleum subsidy be capped at 1.7 trillion naira, different from the 3.6 trillion earlier proposed by the executive.
We are covered between January and beyond for the year. We are not saying that we are stopping subsidy and that from January to no, we are not. Because what was contained in my earlier recommendation was contained in scenario 2. In scenario 1, what was provided for subsidy is 6.72 trillion. While in scenario 2, what was contained in the subsidy which was brought was 3.38.
However, lawmakers strongly kicked against this recommendation, arguing that it was not feasible and should be reversed to the original figure.
The committee recommends scenario 2 that we are to sustain oil subsidy from January to June. On that note, Mr. President, we need 3.6 billion to fund the subsidy. However, the committee went further to recommend 1.7 with a difference of 1.9 trillion on the component of oil subsidy. Mr. President, with this, we are going to run into crisis of where to source the sum of 1.9 trillion to fund our subsidy from January to June.
We are capping our exchange rate to 437. Today, we all know that dollar is 740 or probably 50. And then this is what we are capping. And this thing will go down to the budget and budgetary process to buying into the market. It was just showing that we are building our house on a false foundation.
After much debate, the Senate adopted the recommendation as amended and further recommended a comprehensive review of the waiver policy to ensure that only companies engaged in manufacturing and production are granted such waivers.
This is a very serious issue. We are in a very difficult and challenging economic situation, and the Parliament is supposed to provide some ways out. And some of the recommendations are very far-reaching. And I believe that we need to look at them, and where we find them to be likely to be salubrious, to have positive impact on our economy and the lives of our people, we should not shy away from.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. You can also view us from Limix on Glow TV, mobile apps, anywhere in the world. I'm Loretta Chiogo. Thanks for watching. Have a wonderful evening.
For upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
I think the Lost Boys was crafted, I think, somewhere in Russia, if I recall it well, in history. Okay, and we had the same similarities, where almost more than 90% of the population that went to Panyundo were all boys, and they had one thing in common: running away from the danger. As the war began in 1983, and that war reaches almost the community in all South Sudan, And in 1987, I became one of the lost boys that was displaced by the war. When we reached, we were about 1,000 lost boys that left from the area. We had a trek until we reached Ethiopia in 1987. It was actually one of the first painful experience that I had because as a young boy, could be between 9 and 12 years old, because not knowing my exact age, we had a lot of problems on the way, and one of the problems was starvation, as you can imagine. Water was a big, and wild animals on the way. We left again in '92 until we reached a place called Nairus, which is very near to Kapoita. We stayed for a few months. Then UNHCR took us to Kakuma, and that's where I was registered as a refugee in Kakuma in 1992. There was a refugee settlement that was meant only for lost boys, and that started in 1998. And I had my toughest decision that I had to make, because at that time it was about 10 years or 11 years not knowing where my relatives are, and I was thinking, do I have to take a decision to go to America where I don't know how our people, maybe are they all dead or what had happened? So I decided to go to America. And in 2001, on April 8th, I left Kakuma. Then I reached in Atlanta, Georgia, April 10th, 2001. And that decision was really a best decision that I ever made, because I've been writing a lot of RCM, the Red Cross messages, to my relatives, and there's no reply. From, I think I started in '94 until 2001. I couldn't get any reply at all. And I was thinking, maybe there's nobody that's alive. And therefore I decided, okay, I have to go to America. The life is different, food's different. And I remember when I was with my American friends, they have different foods. And also it was tough even for us to get enrolled into universities and colleges. When I earn $1, I have to find out my parents. And I happened to talk with my brother for the first time in 2004. I was relieved. I was totally relieved. And I could know who is dead, I could know who is alive, I could know, and I was relieved then. So after independence of South Sudan in 2011, I decided, I thought, we have a country that we can all build together. And then I came here. Then when the war, the crisis started in December 15, 2013, I had to be evacuated. And I remember they were telling me to go to Nairobi. I said, no, I'm not going to Nairobi. I will go to Ganyel. I think I was unemployed for about 7 months, 8 months. And then I finally get a job with ICRC in June of last year. We are doing a medical evacuation today, leaving Ganyel to Nyal, which is north of here, about 25 minutes or 30 minutes flight. So unfortunately, some cattle raiders came and attacked a village and took cattle, about 110 cattle, head of cattle, according to the local source. They have killed 2 people and wounded 4. Now we are going to evacuate a woman and a 3-year-old girl from Nyal because there is no good medical facility in Nyal, so we are evacuating them to Nyal for a better treatment, operations, and then we'll also bring a caretaker together with that child. It's not me alone that decided to come back home. We had a lot of us that came back home that are even working either with the government or with the NGOs, or that are doing their private work as well. Unfortunately, we were all hoping to come home and build a home together. But some of us, most of us that did came, went back to America. And I'm one of the few that decided to stay because I was thinking it's not the right time for me to leave, because when your people are in danger, why would you have to go back? I'm always hopeful and optimistic that things will be better because this is the country that we all loved. This is our land, and we lost boys that have seen it all. And we want to have a better future. We have our country have a better future. And this is the hope that we are always praying for, so that this country can be better for all of us.
See what we want to see, only to save us from pain.
My name is Banke Mishidolawal. I'm a makeup artist, and I started doing makeup because it was the next thing to do.
Our common sense to find we're struggling.
Today I'm going to do the makeup for a bride. I'm going to take you through the process from wearing of the coral beads to the ashoke, and I'm also going to tie her gele. The gele is a head wrap. It's a traditional head wrap worn by women in Nigeria for during occasions or ceremonies. I understand the emotions a bride goes through on her special day. I've worked years in the wedding industry, and I know that everything culminates into today, the engagement day. My job is to present, is to pack all those emotions and present the bride in a fantastic way. She's coming out, she wants to come out beautiful, but I also want the groom to recognize her. I don't want her parents to think, oh wow, what's this masquerade alighting? From the mix of my eyeshadows to the way that I press pigment onto the lids and apply the lipstick or lip gloss or the blusher, everything is a process that I'm very passionate about. Working on a bride on her engagement day, I think I'm drawn to it. I'm very passionate about it. I love it. From the way I do my eyebrows, from the way I apply my foundation, I prime the skin. I want to make sure that the foundation is brown and it matches the neck, and it doesn't wear off. It lasts long. The bride is not concerned about mopping her brows during the ceremony and wiping off everything. So in as much as the makeup is going to look beautiful, it has to be long lasting. Those are some of the secrets of my makeup artistry. I do makeup that stays on and on and on, and even though the bride will sweat, because of course it's humid in Nigeria, the makeup still looks fantastic 10 hours later. The BM Pro Signature Gele is the fan style. I think it flatters many skin, many face shapes. It slims the face. It gives you a little lift if need be. It's known to sometimes be too tight, but I believe that's the cross you have to bear for looking beautiful. I'm trying to infuse the colors of what she's wearing into the style of makeup that I do. She's wearing white, gold, and coral, so I'm taking elements of those colors, and I'm also pressing pigments, glitter pigments onto the eyelids. For the cheeks, I'm going to contour it a bit, and of course, her skin is very nice and brown, so I'm going to enhance that. I worked with designers, I worked in editorial, beauty, and fashion magazines. I worked a lot with Tiffany Amber, Odiomi Monet. I was drawn to working with models, but these days I find that I work mostly with brides. I do a lot of weddings, destination weddings, weddings locally, and even I take one-on-one makeup classes for people who want to learn how to do their own makeup.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I'm usually inspired by client feedback. Whenever I've worked with anyone, whatever they say to me about the service afterwards, those are some of the things that keep me going. They dictate or determine what I'm going to do next.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
It was glaring, it was clear to everybody that the governorship was zoned to the river southeast. And the two candidates three of the candidates were the former deputy governor, Senator Ekuru, Senator Magnus Abe, and Dakuku Peterside. The three of them in APC fought for the governorship ticket. No other person from any other senatorial zone did vie. So it was glaring.
And do you think?
And I'm aware.
Okay.
That is the only time the APC zoned their governorship to the southeast, and everybody held to it. But just with the intention to frustrate, deny the most competent candidate in the APC as at the time, it was not changed to Riverine. That's all.
Okay. Because we're almost running out of time.
The same senatorial zone has a riverine component.
Okay. I think you made that point clear earlier on. Quickly, before we wrap up, this is my last question. Senator Magnus Abe has been quoted to say that he will support the APC national presidential candidate for the 2023 elections. But then you all are in the Social Democratic Party. What does that mean? Because, of course, the SDP does have its own presidential candidate. Does that not is that not tantamount to anti-party practices?
No, I disagree with you. Every individual has the right to vote for any candidate he wishes, irrespective of party affiliation. If Senator Magnus has said that he still supports the candidature of Alhaji Bola Tinubu Ahmed, whom he worked for while in the APC, that is his personal opinion. He's at liberty to hold that.
Okay. Well, because we're out of time, I want to say thank you. Golden Choma was the factional chairman of the All Progressive Congress in River State until he recently resigned and moved to the SDP in River State. We want to thank you, Mr. Choma, for being part of the conversation, and we wish you the best of luck in your new party. Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Well, thank you all for staying with us. We'll take a quick break now. When we return, we will be joined by some gentlemen as we discuss the conducting of free, fair and transparent elections in Nigeria, as President Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that these are what we need for our democratic process to grow in the sub-region. Stay with us. President Muhammadu Buhari has told his fellow leaders in West Africa that free, transparent and credible elections are a panacea for peace and stability in the sub-region. According to the president, democracy and good governance must take its roots in Africa to sustain peace, stability and development, even as he urged leaders to redouble their efforts to guarantee the irreversibility of democracy. He also called on West African leaders to do all within their powers to ensure that elections are conducted in their countries in an atmosphere of trust, freedom, and transparency. And joining us to discuss this is Timmy Frank, former Deputy National Publicity Secretary of the All Progressive Congress, and Enefa Jodril, Chairman, Rivers State Civil Society Organization. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Mr. Timmy Frank. I always like the fact that, we go back to talking about, governments and leadership, the trajectory that Mr. President has put forward since 2015. Now, the president has obviously been out at an event speaking with world leaders about transparency, free, fair and credible elections in Nigeria. But then charity, they say, begins at home. Let's take a look at how the elections have been carried out so far in the country and what Mr. President had to say. The elections, of course, for 2023 is just around the corner. And INEC, thank goodness, has been able to up its game. But the transparency, the atmosphere in which the elections are supposed to happen, all of that is determined by leadership. Can we boastfully say that the president is practicing what he's preaching?
Well, let me say thank you very much for giving me the opportunity.
Oh, Mr. Frank, I think that you're breaking. We're unable to hear you. Mr. Frank, let's try again. Can you hear me? I think that we're losing connection with Mr. Frank. Well, let's go to Enefa. Enefa, you're representative of civil society in Nigeria. And just as I asked Timmy Frank, are we really practicing what Mr. President is preaching back home, looking at all of the things that have been happening in the country?
To be fair to Mr. President, there seems to be some level of improvement in our polity and our electoral process. Like the politicians who want to say that people the blind that see, especially with the new the Electoral Act that has been signed into law, and of course the new innovations that the INEC had introduced. You know, so whether we agree or not, whether I like Mr. President or not, I'm no choice to accept. However,
now, Mr. Timmy Frank, I started by asking a question. Mr. President has spoken about free, fair, credible elections and secure, safe atmosphere for which this can happen in. Now, Enefa, before he was cut off, said that we can give the president some credit because he has allowed for certain adjustments in the Electoral Act that has made some of these things that he's speaking about to be possible. But I'd like to share your own thoughts on what you think.
Well, I can tell you clearly, the president should understand what it takes to conduct free and fair election in any nation. The biggest beneficiary of free and fair election today in Nigeria is Buhari. In 2015, the election that brought him to power was free, fair, and credible. But again, in 2019, we expected the same process. But at the end of the day, the election in 2019 was rigged. There were so many outcries at that time for him to sign the Electoral Act. But because he was not a believer of free, fair, and credible election, he refused to sign the Electoral Act. In 2020, the civil society group, the international community, mounted pressure on the president to sign the Electoral Act to enable Nigeria to participate in a free and fair process of conducting election. At the end of the day, the president had to bow to pressure. You could see us at that time, the president signed the Electoral Act out of pressure, not because he wanted to sign the Electoral Act. Because the only way we can achieve free, fair, and credible election is when the Electoral Act is signed. But by the grace of God, for the first time, General Buhari bowed to the pressure that has enabled us today to have a certain level of, free, fair, and credible elections. But again, we are about to test the water with the 2023. The last two elections seemed to be good. Anambra was good, Osun was good, but we cannot say because Osun was good and Anambra was good, that today the process is now totally in progress. The big election is going to be in 2023. Okay. We are waiting to see what the INEC and APC agitation that he is trying to lead of free, fair, and credible election.
Okay.
Then after the elections in 2019, 2023, they will be able to commend you.
Okay. Let me go back to Enefa briefly. Enefa, your civil society, there have been, we've been seeing people advocating for free, fair, credible elections, a safe civic space for conversations to be had. I mean, Timmy is not in Nigeria, but Enefa, you're in Nigeria. You understand the killings, the threats, everything that's been happening in the space of 2 weeks. We've seen the kidnappings. We've seen, all sorts of things happening amidst the campaigns, amidst the back and forth between the presidential candidates, across boards. And the president spoke again on the fact that, the true democracy and good governance has to take its roots in Africa. being that the rest of the continent is looking to Nigeria. And I'm wondering, as civil society, and talking about the issue of, making sure that the civic space is safe enough for these conversations to be had, what are the things that need to be done for this to happen? Are we having enough of these conversations? And when can we say that we have come to a point where people know their rights, people understand what's happening, and people know that they need to be part of, the process, the electoral process in itself?
Yes, I think this is the big challenge. I think I was coming to this before the network got back. Because I did say that if the president or liking in access to the electoral bill, for a lot of us, we were shocked, judging from the disposition of the president. But beyond just signing it and persuading it, it has a lot to do with the will of the political class, especially those in government, to make sure that beyond the law that it is being implemented. For example, the issue of security. Because if there is insecurity, the people will not come out. And some people, some of us, who are crisis managers and who have been complaining about the drinking of the civic space, we are even beginning to suspect that this high rate of crime, especially in the northern part of the country, is orchestrated by politicians in order to scare would-be voters out of the political system. So it is in this end that we think that then signing the electoral bill, which is a good thing in this and we show comment, the government should make sure that they provide security and not to be closing down schools, closing down public centers, as if government is bowing to pressures of ragtag, petty criminals on the part of the citizenry. And by this I mean society, Nigerians, professional bodies, all of us should come out to begin to raise the bar and raise the campaign, build public confidence. Of course, we have done enough. Of course, the media too have a lot of role to play, and I must commend the media, civil society, and other professional bodies for raising the bar to an extent. Whether you agree or not, the level of awareness and consciousness of our people to even get that CDC is very, very high. Even though our Igbo brothers, who we do respect, I need those who are very docile in terms of getting their CDC for the first time, are getting their CDC job. Even market people, who ordinarily don't like getting their CDC. It's going to be kind of work the media space, civil society, and others have engaged the civic process. Again, Nigerians should understand that whoever remains in the different government houses determines their life for every 4 years. And because you must get the best person to fix your car, you will not check the tribe of the man. You will not check the clan of the man. You will not check the religion of the man. You will not even check the creed of the man. What you will check is whether or not that mechanic can fix your car. Once you are comfortable and can fix the only car your children will use to go to school and do other things, you will get a mechanic irrespective of wherever it comes from.
Okay.
Nigerians should have this at the back of their mind. Therefore, on that day, on the polling day, on the day of election, they should bear in mind they want to get a best mechanic to fix their car.
Okay.
Out with this mindset, they will put every other relevant emotional sentiments aside and begin to get the best of person with the soundness of mind, with age in consideration, and every other thing that needs for a president in the future, with a president with a knowledge with IT, with a president with knowledge with security using modern technology, with a president that is modern to aspire, to feel the solution, the hopelessness by this country is gradually caving into and collapsing into. These are the things that we feel that Nigerians should do.
All right, and if I can feel
I can feel the passion. I can feel the passion in your voice, and I can feel, what you're saying. But I'm going to come back to grill you a bit on, what more the civil society space is doing. But let me come back to you, Timi Frank, because you also told me over and over again that you're an activist. You're pushing for a better Nigeria from outside of the country. A few days ago, the presidency released a statement saying that the president has done his best and that the media should intervene to rescue the Kaduna train passengers. Now, the presidency put out this statement on behalf of Mr. President, saying that the president has done his best. Now, the National Assembly, in fact, senators has given the president 6 weeks to end insecurity. They've also threatened to, impeach Mr. President. And on the floor of the House of Representatives, a few people walked out on the speaker, on this issue of insecurity. Now, you obviously know what's happening within the country. And if we must have elections in 2023 that will reflect the true will of the people, this issue does have to be dealt with. But going back to what Mr. President has said and the message that was released by the presidency, does it seem that we are getting anywhere close to dealing with this issue of insecurity, or does it seem that from the body language of the presidency that we have been left on our own?
Well, for me, I just want to make it very clear. If the president or the presidency has said the president has done his best and this is the best he can offer, I think General Buhari has failed. And I can tell you clearly, this is not what Nigerians expected from a general. And when a general happens to be in charge and the country is sinking, that means he's a failed general. So I think at this point in time, what General Buhari should have done is to take a back and said, I'm going back to my village in Daura. I can no longer lead, protect, or defend the people of Nigeria because this is what I promised the people of Nigeria. So it is very clear as of today that the president has failed. The president does not have the capacity or the will or the idea to tackle the issue of the insecurity in the country today. You can see clearly how many months down the drain we've not been able to make any progress on the Kaduna train attack victims. Today, the insecurity in the country is the height of impunity from the laziness of the military and the laziness of the government to fight and tackle these issues that we are suffering today. For example, even in Abuja, that is meant to be federal capital territory, Abuja is no more longer safe. So I think these senators that are shouting for the impeachment or removal of the president, for me, it's coming too late. They would have done this long time ago. This should have happened like 2 years ago. But they are worried and they are bothered right now because they all live in Abuja. They know right now anything can happen to any of them. So now that the battle has been taken to Abuja, they are now shouting. Nigerians have been yearning, calling for help, calling for the National Assembly, including northern leaders have called on the National Assembly before now to say commence impeachment process of the president. The National Assembly ignored because we have a rubber stamp and are the lawyer boys in the Senate. But today, the battle has been taken to them in Abuja. The senators are now crying. How many months down the drain before this administration will be over? I can tell you clearly, this issue of impeachment right now, they cannot have the number. You need to impeach the president from the both houses of us, from the both chambers. But as I speak, with this government that I know, very clearly, they are going to fight back. This government does not care other Nigerian people are dying. Every day they come out to tell us we are winning the war. Every day they will come out to tell us that General Buhari has done better than previous government or the PDP government in the past. Remember, under President Jonathan, the insecurity was curtailed within the Northeast. But today, the 36 states in Nigeria is not safe anymore. Under the watch of a general who have all the ideas and the military background, I think General Buhari should be stripped of the name called general because he's a failed general.
Quickly,
Nigeria today is the worst. Nigeria today is the worst country.
Okay.
The worst.
I do not necessarily agree, because when you say Nigeria is the state who are literally at war, and we're not at war. We're facing serious insecurity challenges, but I don't think you can say that we're the worst.
Listen, let me tell you, we're the worst. I can tell you clearly. In a country where you kidnap 100, 250 people every day, kidnapped in all parts of the country, in a country where people die every day in numbers.
Well, quickly, I wanted to ask for solutions, but I think we lost you there. So quickly, Enefa, I want to ask you quickly, because we're almost out of time. In 60 seconds, because we've seen all the problems, we've laid them out on the table. What are the possible solutions? If the presidency is saying, we've done our best, Mr. President has done his best, the National Assembly is saying, no, your best is not good enough. We're going to start an impeachment proceeding if at the end of 6 weeks you're unable to deal with this issue. But I'm even wondering to myself, is 6 weeks good enough time to deal with this issue if we were to deal with it? Quickly.
Yeah, I think I want to align myself with the view of my colleague in the studio. That Mr. President has failed. And outside Nigeria, there is no other country in the world where the people would have tolerated the president to stay another 1 hour. So the choice is in the hand of the...
Like every other biological machine, takes in organic matter, because that's its source, comes from the earth, and then uses it for the production of many chemicals, hormones, and synthesis of cells and tissues, and then excretes it organic manure, and it gets back to the soil. How does this happen to maintain your health? You must take in organic-based meal. And that's why the closer your meal is to the earth, the better for you. The closer it is from the earth to you, the better such meals. When many foods